Yeah, with your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the man who
President
obviously
Donald
will be in charge of Korg Island, Adam Friended.
Korg Island.
Yeah,
Is that
Korg.
the?
I'm sorry,
Is that
Porg
the?
President
Island.
Donald
I want the big one, not the puny
President
one.
Donald Trump is threatening
Oh my god!
Why does the watch together keep looping? Dude, what is?
I don't
I thought it was like a
know. It's
remix.
like
You're like on the harmonica. It's like
and
President Donald Trump.
it's
What?
like freaking
President
out a
Donald
little
Trump.
bit.
What? Okay, interesting. Yeah, you're gonna control Porg Island, right? That's all the island. That's the island that Luke was at. That had all the porgs. Donald Trump wants to control that.
Yeah, Crag Island is what I'm calling it, but that's a little island that's all the oil is on. But I think Trump is misdirecting when he says he's going to attack. When he gave this ultimatum and said, we're going to, you have to free up the straits or we're going to attack all of your energy grid. It's going to be lights out for you Iranians. And he did the classic red line thing, which everyone says, don't do. Oh, you don't do the red line. You completely lose credibility when you do the red line.
Before you give your theory, we'll watch. How about we watch the CNN video?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Let's do it.
And then you
stick around to the end of the video when Adam gives his complete theory.
Adam has a super secret theory here, so we'll see.
Yes, yeah. Strategery.
Yes, exactly.
President Donald Trump is threatening an enormous attack on Iran's energy infrastructure if Tehran doesn't allow free navigation through the strategic Strait of Hormuz.
Bam! Red line.
Yeah.
CNN's Eleni Giokos joining us live from Dubai. Eleni, Donald Trump then threatening Iran with an enormous punch on Iran's energy infrastructure should Tehran not, quote, open the strait within 48 hours. It's not at all clear whether Iran will heed that warning. All signs are that they won't. The impact of that choke point and the effect of a shutdown in energy sites around the region continues to have a huge impact on the world economy. Asian markets will open first, of course, for Monday trade. What's expected?
See, and the whole left is completely salivating about this, too, because they're like, oh, Trump fucked up. Oh, my God, Trump is going down. He fucked up so badly.
Well, it does, on its face, seem retarded.
Of course it does. Yeah, exactly. Put him in the little retard helmet.
Yes, which here, but let's watch a little bit more before we get into why it would at least be retarded on its face.
We are feeling it around the world already, I think, Becky. You can see inflation inputs basically across the board, whether it's energy, whether it's, things like downstream products on jet fuel, other products across the world. I think that speaking to a lot of corporates, they're really worried about what it's going to do to earnings down the line. And this is why we're starting to see a lot of concern coming through, and even in the markets and the equities. But just focusing on President Trump's line on if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened within 48 hours, that he's going to hit and obliterate power plants, and he's going to start with the biggest power plant in Iran. So clearly giving them an ultimatum. Iran, for its part, coming out with a statement today saying that all vessels can pass through the Strait of Hormuz as long as they're not linked to what they say is the enemy. So we're talking about US and Israeli linked vessels. Now, how they apply that rule remains to be seen. We've heard just another vessel was impacted by an unknown projectile just off the coast here in the UAE in Sharjah. So we're seeing around 22 vessels that have already been impacted since the start of this war. And that, of course, creates a lot of nervousness from shippers. Iran also saying that if any of its power plants are, in fact, targeted, that they will retaliate. And they're focusing on desalination plants, they say US assets, as well as other critical energy infrastructure. So rhetoric definitely has been escalated. The big question is President Trump going to be happy with the line of, well, anyone can pass through the strait as long as it's not US and Israel linked vessels? And then importantly, that whoever wants to pass through the strait will have to coordinate with Iran for security guarantees. In the meantime, we have heard that 22 countries have shown interest to assist in securing the strait. How and when that will happen, still not answered. In the meantime, interestingly,
thoughts and prayers. That's what they're doing.
Well,
they're all in a prayer circle right now.
Right. So I just want to test. I am using a different mic, so I'm holding it in a different position. So let me know if it
are people
sounds
complaining
different
in the chat about your.
Someone said it sounds fine. Someone said it sounds bad, which is always whenever there's something in the chat, you never know, right? So Let
They're
me know if it
messing with
sounds
you.
any
No,
different. They
look,
could
you
just be
sound
screwing
great.
me,
You
but
sound perfect.
yes. But
Adam drags Sitch into the camera.
there you go.
What do you
No,
mean?
just
I can't.
yes. I'm
Look,
like right off screen. You don't know this, but anyway,
Sitch, are you under here?
yeah,
What's going on? What are you hiding in here?
exactly.
Sitch.
What? Oh, sorry, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. Um, but no, it's. I mean, could you imagine like having to have a scenario where before anyone goes through the Strait of Hormuz, they have to they have to like call like Iran and be like, "Excuse me, sir, like, can we come through here? Like, we need your permission before we can go in and out of this little shipping area."
Well, I just who are they? I wonder who they're talking to. Who is in control? It's the Revolutionary Guard, right? Obviously, they're
Right.
in control. Yeah,
Well, and even then,
the
it's like,
RGC.
how much of the targeting data, like how much of targeting data are they generating themselves? How much of it is going to be from Russia or China or something? So,
Hmm.
but I guess so. Like the reason that this seems like on its face, I think we both agree. Seems like everyone kind of agrees that on its face, if there's no like 10D chess here, there's no like secret plan, this is retarded. Because first of all, you should never throw out a red line, obviously, because you might have to cross the red line. Number one. Number two, like a move like this only makes sense if you're fighting a democracy. But we're not. Iran's a dictatorship. They don't give a crap. They don't care about their citizens. If their citizens have rolling blackouts or they don't have water or whatever, like that's going to help them because then they're going to say, oh, look, you might have not liked it under us, but at least under
Yeah,
us, you
they're
had like,
suffering.
yeah, you had water, you had a power, but now look at what American did. Big bad American.
They're like, we
Big
got
bad
plenty of
America.
oil and lots of generators.
Yeah,
Go ahead
exactly.
you go ahead and hit that shit. I'm living in
Exactly.
a cave over here.
Yeah, the government's got the IRGC, they're gonna have generators galore. They're gonna have infinite supply of oil. So it doesn't like so this whole concept doesn't even make sense. And then they'll be attacking other countries, power grids, where their countries actually do give a shit about their citizens. So like this makes no sense, at least on its face. If this is just what Trump says it is, it's fucking retarded. It's stupid. It makes absolutely no sense.
Right. But then we get into my theory
Okay.
about how it's not really what the plan is. So I think we agree that Trump is going to look like a buffoon if he doesn't do anything. If he puts out this ultimatum and doesn't do anything at all.
Mhm.
But he doesn't necessarily have to strike the infrastructure not to come out looking like a buffoon. He just has to do something.
Right.
And I think if he takes over one of these islands and says, "Oh, it was just a diversion, it's a sneak attack, and we never planned to hit your infrastructure. How we are Americans. We're not going to hit your infrastructure. What do you think?
We
We're
would never do
barbarians?"
that.
Yeah, but they load up a bunch of Marines onto one of these islands. That big island that's right in the middle of the straits would be a good place to put a bunch of Marines, don't you think?
You have a map up?
No,
Show
I can
people what
bring
you're
one
talking
up, but
about.
there's a huge island in the middle of the straits that evidently Iran launches missiles from and whatnot. I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure they probably bombed the shit out of that island.
Yeah, it's
So
called Kashem. See, but everyone's also focused on Korg Island because that's where all the oil
yeah, but
is
the all that
structured.
oil has to pass by the big island.
Right.
So look, I say let them load the ships up and then take control of the ships after they're loaded. Leave Korg Island alone, right?
Hmm.
Load up the ships and bring them to us. So
Well,
I
there
think that
was
could happen on Monday of the deadline, and this is some kind of subterfuge. I think the timing for troops being in the area, I think, is pretty close to where we're at. So
mhm.
if something like that doesn't happen, then we know Trump is just a buffoon and that it's fucking over.
Yes,
Get
yes.
ready for World War III because we got an idiot at the helm.
Okay, so to be clear, so your theory here is that this is a misdirect. Korg Island is a misdirect. Instead, the US is going to take control of Kashem Island
Well, I
and
don't.
then
They've
try
got
to use
something.
this to
They've
like
got
prevent to
something.
open the Strait of Hormuz.
They've got something up their sleeve. I don't know if it's that island, but I mean
Hmm.
strategically that island seems very valuable to me, right?
Right.
Maybe I should bring up a screenshot so people don't have to pull it up on their phones.
Yeah, so you can see what you're talking about. I
Yeah.
found here's an article about Qasem Island from Al Jazeera a few days ago. It says inside Qasem, Iran's underground missile fortress and geological marvel. Beneath the labyrinth salt caves and emerald mangrove forests of Qasem Island is in the Strait of Hormuz, a different kind of architecture lies buried. While tourists once flocked to this open-air geological museum to get a glimpse of its surreal rock formation, the world's gaze is now fixed on what lies beneath the underground missile city. So I didn't even know this. This is kind of interesting.
Yeah, see, look,
Apparently, they have a
that's
bunch
where
of
you want to
missiles
put all
beneath.
your
Yeah,
forces, right?
right,
Maybe we can
right.
recoup those missile cities and start using them to take out drones, right? We can repurpose them on the fly.
So it does say that there is 148,000 people living there. So it's not
Okay.
like some empty island that they
Oh
could
my
just
God. Holy
wander into
shit.
or something.
Holy shit. Well, maybe they plan on taking over one of these smaller islands then as like a staging post.
Well,
I
it
just think
does.
there has to be some kind of misdirection going on here. I don't necessarily know what the game plan is, but
It said on March 7th. Okay, so a few weeks ago, we did target a desalination plant on that island
okay.
already.
So we're trying to we're trying to move the population out. We're saying, listen, this is not going to be a hospitable place to live for very long,
Mm,
especially if we hit their water source. Are you kidding me?
hmm.
So we basically have to move 140,000 people somewhere. Are they
Right.
Iranian citizens? Don't tell me they got a
Yeah,
Cuba
but
thing going
here's the
here.
problem though, because I mean, I'm not sure we have enough troops to take over this island if we wanted to that are being in the area, like
Right.
enough ground troops.
They're only sending 5,000 troops so
I feel like
far.
we'd probably need more. Like if
Right.
it like for I mean, there's a big population there. It would theoretically make sense to try to control this island if possible, but
Yeah, or some island in that region, right? You've got to have
Mhm.
some home base. They need a green zone.
Right.
God, everyone is probably just hating this conversation because look, anyone I talk to about this is still in the, oh, Trump is going to declare mission accomplished and bring everyone home in no time at all.
I mean, I thought that was possible, but now with this red line, that definitely doesn't seem to be on the table. Like he can't just he's thrown down this red line, so he can't just throw that and then just okay, we won and then leave because it's like what the fuck?
I,
That'd be the most embarrassing thing ever.
it seems like Trump has been fucking up constantly, though, in this whole situation. So it
Hmm.
would not surprise me. But it's hard for me to imagine even like Trump's whole role in this has kind of been like he is using a lot of misdirection, it seems like that's his go-to move.
Hmm. No, that is true.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, we'll find it. We'll find this out on Monday. We'll
Yeah,
find out, like,
Monday.
was there some sort of misdirection or is Trump just retarded? Right. So we will have the answer to this question very soon.
Yeah. Yes. So there's my prediction. You got any predictions for the
Um,
Straits of Hormuz?
I mean, it is so Here's the problem. The state Trump's stated thing is so bafflingly retarded that you almost want to say, okay, there has to be some other thing because you would hope that everyone around him would tell him that this is retarded. But then it's like, okay, but what if they won't, or what if they do and he doesn't listen?
What if
That's
they're the
always,
ones that want to do it and are convincing him to do it? I feel like Benjamin Netanyahu really worked his magic with Trump and sat down with Trump and gave him the, oh, you're totally going to transform the Middle East. This is going to be your legacy. You're going to turn the Middle East into Europe and
Mhm.
you're going to be remembered forever.
Right.
This is a talk, and
No, I
Trump
could
just
definitely
saw
believe that.
stars in his eyes. Oh, say it, Netanyahu, say it, Bibi,
Right. No,
woo me.
I could definitely believe that. But I guess the question would be, would, I don't think Netanyahu would say, hey, you should create like a red line and start blowing up their infrastructure.
No,
Because that
no.
it doesn't make any, like this,
The
nothing
only
about this
way
makes
this
any
makes
sense.
sense to me is if it's a misdirection. So if
Yes.
he's got some move, and he seems media savvy enough to know, unless he just believes that they're going to start bombing civilian infrastructure and everyone's going to be like, yes, go America. I mean, that could be the case because everyone's coming out and saying, oh, he hasn't lost any any he hasn't lost any support in the polls. You know, they had that poll that he was bragging about on CNN where 100% of MAGA supports him, which is a ridiculous poll because they probably ask you ahead of time if you're MAGA, right? And anyone who's former MAGA is going to say, hell no, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
they're basically only selecting people who do support him just in the way they've structured the poll,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well, and also we were talking about this a little bit before stream, because you were talking about Israel, and we played the
Mhm.
clip last week where it was like Marco Rubio really made it sound like America only went to war with Iran because Israel was going to attack, and America felt like, well, we had to preemptively strike the targets to sort of defend ourselves. And that and it's weird because Marco Rubio said that, multiple people said that, and you're like, okay, that makes you think it's true. But then like the more I think that you and I thought about it during the week, we're like, that doesn't make any sense or would be completely retarded strategically. Because like that say theoretically that we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran. And we're like, okay, well, Iran's going to attack Israel. And they're also going to attack us back, right? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be like the best case scenario for America from like a political perspective? Because if Israel like kills, the Ayatollah, and then Iran starts attacking our bases, that gives Trump like this massive political justification to suddenly like attack Iran and get involved in the war. And he's like, we didn't start it. We were just minding our own business. Israel attacked
Mhm.
them, and then they started attacking us.
They sneak attacked us. They
They
Pearl
sneak
Island
attacked it,
us.
right? So like that whole thing that Marco Rubio was saying, I don't know. It just doesn't make any like it doesn't make any sense that would actually even be true because it would have been such a political win for us for that situation to happen. Trump could have
It's
easily walked us
dice.
into the war.
It's dicey. It's not all political win because obviously they're going to say people are going to think, okay, you saw this coming and let it happen. People are going to think, oh, you're an idiot because you should have saw this coming.
People
Like
criticize
there's
no matter
all
what he does,
kinds
right?
of shit that so it's not all I'm just saying it's not all
Well,
upside.
yeah,
It's
no,
it's
no, like
potentially more
right,
upside than downside, but there is a
right,
little bit of downside here you got to consider.
right. No, no, no.
Actual
Of course,
Justice
of
Warriors
course.
in the chat, and he's like super complaining that we're not reading his super chat.
Hey,
But
Sean,
I
hey,
think we should
Sean.
just send him the link and make him come on, right?
Sean says,
Sean,
am
why
I
don't you come
still
on? No, don't read that yet. Make him come on. Force his hand. We've already got $10 from him. Look at this. You don't know how leverage works, Sitch. You need to
okay?
read Art of the Deal.
I do. Sean says, am I still coming on in 15 minutes, or do you guys reban me from the show after the whole fight with you know who?
Oh, holy shit. This is relevant. It looks like he wants to come on. Okay, look, I'll send you the link.
I have no clue. I'm gonna be real. I don't even know what's happening. I don't know. I don't know if he's just memeing. I'm assuming Sean just memeing with us or something, but
Is that is I don't know who you know who is either. Look, this
I
sounds
don't
like
know
there's some
anything is
drama to
happening.
milk here. I'm gonna send him the link.
If you
Okay,
want to come
you
on and tell us your drama, we'll be happy to listen. But
yes. Do you want to play a little more of the video or I don't know.
well, no, hold on. I want that. So, Gay Puff was saying like, oh, that Marco Rubio didn't say that about Israel. He kind of clarified. I mean, we listened to the clip of him saying it, and don't remember if we listened to it on a stream, but I definitely listened to his like clarification clip. His clarification clip to me just sounds like BS. Like
Yeah,
he
total
very,
BS.
very when he was asked, and he said it like two or three times in that same interview. When he was asked, what was the imminent threat to America, he specifically said, well, if Israel attacks, Iran's gonna attack us, so it's better that we go in and we kind of preemptively knock out their attack. Like he said it like two or three times. So I'm skeptical of Marco Rubio trying to kind of say, oh, he was taken out of context or whatever. But I mean, now it's possible that either that was true, even though it doesn't to me make political sense. It's also possible that this was some sort of ill-conceived, like retarded political strategy where they thought it would actually help them to make up this excuse. I have no clue. But he very clearly said it to me.
Yeah, look. It seemed pretty obvious what was going on. But I got to admit there was enough rabbit duck going on there that you could like see it however you preferred to see it, right? He didn't just come
Right.
out and say, "Oh yeah, of course." Is like what could we do? Israel said we had to
Right.
do this.
Sitch,
So
you
I
just said
sent
that it
I
wouldn't
sent,
make sense if America was forced by Israel. I know it wouldn't make sense. From my perspective, it wouldn't make sense. But I said he could have just been saying because they thought it was better, or maybe they just have a different political calculation in their mind than what I would think. Because I would think of it from the perspective of like, oh, it would be easier for Trump to sell our involvement if we get attacked first. But maybe they're thinking, oh, we would look weak if we get attacked first. I don't know. That's just from my perspective of how I would kind of think about this stuff. Lethal
I,
Strength, thanks so much for $20. Says, Adam, I sent you a picture of Iran's missile ranges. The issue now is Europe is in danger. They fired 2 of their long range missiles at Diego Garcia, which is a joint US UK base 2,000 miles away. That was another
yeah, I
interesting
saw
thing,
that.
too,
But
because,
I also saw one of the military channels was saying that we know what missiles that they have, and they usually carry a heavy payload. And if they just take the heavy payload off, the missiles can go a lot further. So they're
right.
postulating that's possibly what they did. So if the
Well, yeah,
payload's not on there, it's like, okay, nice, you flew a kite all the way to Berlin.
right, right. No, but and also, I mean, it's interesting because all the like Iran simps were all like, oh, Iran doesn't have these weapon capabilities. They can't do these things that they're doing. And then they go and do them. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess like, you're not going to hear it from Kyle Klinsky or any of these fucking people or Hassan. They're never going to admit that they were wrong, that they've just been like running interference for this
Oh,
violent
they're the ones that have
regime.
been saying that. I thought they were on Iran's side. They should be jumping for joy that Iran is able to protect themselves now
Well, they
from
do
the evil
both.
empire.
They talk out of both sides of their mouth. They say simultaneously that like, oh, it's a good thing, and then also like that and also that they don't have these capabilities to do this anyway.
Yeah. Hmm. I mean, there are a lot. I guess there are a lot of people putting their foot down and saying it's difficult for me to say I am against this war or I am in favor of this war since I'm looking at it like the Civil War,
Hmm.
and I think the Civil War ultimately was productive. I think it restructured the nation, the American nation, in a better way. Obviously,
Right.
freeing blacks, and yeah, it was just like sometimes good things come out of bad situations. So this is a bad situation. I don't want collateral damage. I don't want people to die. But it seems like what we tried to do and failed in Iraq forever might actually be possible in Iran. So
Mm.
if look, if this works out and Trump does restructure the Middle East, I mean, he already got the Abraham Accords, right? He's already moving in that direction. If he does accomplish what George Bush wanted to accomplish, he is going to be a transformative president. He is going to be a Lincoln or a FDR or George Washington, which is going to drive everyone crazy. But I
Yeah.
mean,
These are big ifs, obviously, right? This all blow up in Trump's face and be a complete fucking disaster.
well, I mean, what wasn't the Civil War a complete disaster at points?
Of
I mean,
course, but
that's kind of how it goes.
obviously that's true. But at least for then, people would be like, oh, this is all. Well, maybe
They
not for
called
them, but
Lincoln a dictator. The
people
guy
would
was
feel like it
literally
was for
assassinated.
something, right? It all feels like this is for something. I'm not sure people feel like this is for anything.
Well, a lot of people are against it, obviously, because it's Iran. They're like, we don't give a fuck about Iran. What are you doing?
Right.
We want cheap gas in America. We want to withdraw from the world, completely cut ourselves off. But look at it. Who is, I guess Russia is Russia financing terror operations around the world though? I don't think they are. It's this hardline religious Islamists that are the ones that are funding worldwide terrorism. And if they pull the plug on Iran and the worldwide terrorism thing is solved for the next 20 years, I don't know how you can't call that a win.
Hmm.
Ultimately, that's going to be a win. That's going to be a huge win. That's another thing. I saw a lot of people are talking about Europe has all of these crazy uh, open immigration policies that they've been importing all of these people that are IRGC under basically military members. So
Right.
they've got a bunch of sleeper cells all over Europe. What the fuck? What the fuck? Remember when Trump came out and said we got to ban all Islamic immigration until we figure out what the fuck's going on?
Hmm.
And Europe decided, no, we want more of that, please. Any military age men in Iran, come here. You'll be safe.
Hmm.
Wow. That might blow up in their faces. I want to know where the fuck is Sean? What the hell? Does he not know how to click on a link? He's got to be the worst YouTuber in human history.
Mm.
This is it. I want you guys to go over and unsubscribe from
Right
Sean's
this second,
channel.
obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're an actual Justice Warrior fan, you are not welcome here. No, I'm just kidding, obviously.
Lethal Strain for $20 says, my best friend is in Saudi Arabia now doing refueling operations. The mission they're getting hit with have actual concrete in them for higher kinetic impact without muting the explosive damage like other heavy materials would.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
But they're not far though, right? Where are they at?
He says they're in Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Let me bring the circle back up again here. Magnify in on the circle.
Magnify.
Here.
Yeah, no, they're definitely within range of, but I mean, who knows how many of those missiles that the mid-range missiles they even have.
But
I don't think they have a bunch of them.
Look how close Saudi Arabia is though compared to like Berlin. See what they're worried about over here? They're worried about like London. London is in the purple circle if you see. Oh, here he is. He finally decides to show up. Oh my God. Worst YouTuber on the planet.
Oh my God. Sean.
See, Saudi Arabia is like right next door. They're in the orange circle. Okay.
Right.
You can fill the missile with concrete if you're shooting inside the orange circle.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up? What's going on? I know you support this war.
How are you going?
You bloodthirsty neocon. What do you want?
I was what you call it? I heard what you were saying and I realized you guys weren't quoting Professor Jing or whatever that guy's name.
Of course not.
Oh, okay.
We laughed our asses off at that Chinese national. We saw right through him.
He's my favorite person. But you guys didn't hear about the fight?
No.
Oh my God, I got into a fight with my Israeli handlers.
Oh, tell us about it.
What?
They're not paying me my money no more. So now I'm pro Middle Eastern terrorism.
You lost a $7,000 check?
I used to
what
get
did they do?
14K.
Put a stop
They-
payment on it?
Wait. How come you got 14K, but me and Adam had to split 7,000? What's up with that?
I haggled.
Oh, okay.
He got my 7,000. I'm going to invoice you, Sean.
No, but how's it going? How are you guys liking this warfare?
What's up with the voice? Can we talk to Sean? Where's Sean at?
Nothing's wrong with my voice.
We're
I'm just
talking to
having
Mr.
some
Plunkett.
cafe.
Who got this link? Someone's pretending to be Sean here.
No,
What's
no,
wrong with your
it's just
face?
me.
I'm gonna need to put a poll up in the chat. Do you guys like retarded Sean, or do you want the old Sean back?
Oh
What's
my
the difference?
God. Disavow.
What's the difference?
What is this? Did you go? You're like progressive now, aren't you? Do you have blue hair? This is like the blue hair voice.
Wait, is my voice really bad? I don't understand.
Oh my
No,
God.
no, that's fine.
You're doing a funny. He's doing a funny voice, that you can tell, right?
At first, but I mean, you sound normal now. You just sound,
Okay.
a little low energy. You got to be excited for the war, okay?
I'm
Trump is going
ve-
to bring peace and prosperity to Iran. You got to be pumped about this.
I'm very excited about this this non-war war.
Hmm.
But you guys are talking about taking that island. We got to take that oil island
Why can't we
Okay.
take both?
because there's oil there. We got to take it.
No, I'm saying we should take the oil island and then we take the missile island. We should take both. We want the missiles and the oil. Then maybe we can shoot the missiles at
We want to
Iran.
open the strait is more important. Having a bunch of oil that's in the Persian Gulf like that is
Wait a
not
minute.
very smart.
This is like the Jimmy Neutron brain blast. Okay, what if we take the missile island, then we shoot their own missiles at Iran? Like that'd be like the most base move ever. And then while they're dealing with that, then we sneak over and steal the oil island too.
Well, no, then we control the straits, so the ships
Well,
can
yeah.
start going through. That's the
Exactly.
problem. We need the ships moving.
But I, in all seriousness, like now that the Iranians have, they haven't necessarily closed the strait. Like we could probably get stuff through if we needed to, but like ships aren't getting insurance there. Like, just imagine them with a nuclear weapon and this threat of like, we're gonna disrupt trade in the Strait of Hormuz. Like, there's this weird idea that they're
I like
not
a
a threat
Colin
at
Powell.
all. But I'm saying there's this like idea people say that they're not a threat at all. But like if they were, this is what North Korea does with a nuke. They use they're in a way less significant part of the world, and they use the threat of, oh, maybe we'll fire a nuke to get like concessions.
Mhm.
Like imagine that Iran in the center of the world in one of the most geographically important places on planet Earth, and like we're just supposed to just deal with that, like
No,
let it
First,
happen.
first of all, America is the center of the world. Number one. Number two is what's going on now. You're doing the weapons of mass destruction thing. Okay, Condoleezza Rice.
Honestly, like the Bush administration may be like the worst thing to ever happen to humanity because people are like, oh, this is just like Iraq, just like Iraq. But it's like it's acknowledged by like the IAEA that Iran has 60% enriched uranium. Like there's one country that has 60% enriched uranium or higher without a nuclear weapon, and
Yes,
it's just Iran.
yes, I know.
Like
It
so.
is. It is pretty scary
no,
when
I do
when you
agree with
think
you, Sean.
about
Because
it.
I mean, I said this last week too, which is that all the people that were saying, "Oh, Iran, they just want nukes for their own defense." They're going to be the innocent baby angels with them as long as we leave them alone. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, so their response to getting attacked is to start blowing up random, infrastructure in neighboring countries and to start attacking any ship that goes by. Like this completely justifies, even if like maybe we're going about this like in a completely retarded way, which is possible, but it completely justifies the fear or the threat of saying we can't let Iran get nukes is completely been justified by their reaction to this.
Yeah, like it might not. This totally could be a disaster, like 100%. Like it might not have been worth it to do this because it could spiral out of control. You start killing people in the Iranian government. Typically, hardliners end up gaining power in chaotic situations, so you end up with a worse version of the Iranian government. All of that could happen. It could be a total disaster. 100%. Like maybe Trump's like plan is not genius. Like I know this is shocking to everyone, but
You don't
but
know yet.
like the idea that it was like no issue if they got a nuclear weapon. Like I saw one of these like idiots post like, oh, North Korea has nukes and like we don't do all this stuff to North Korea. And it's like, yeah, because they already have them.
Well,
It's
and
like,
they are funding terrorist organizations all over the world, right? They're keeping to
sure.
themselves.
Well, they do organized crime and a bunch of things, but it's like, but they also already have them. So it makes it like completely different. Like you don't prescribe birth control to a woman who's 7 months pregnant.
Right.
Like you're already past that point. Like the whole point is we want to prevent them from having it because it would be a disaster. But now, like everybody on the internet, and not everybody, but the Pakistani bots on the internet, they're
Mhm.
like, what right do you have to tell Iran to do anything? And it's like, I'm America. I could tell anybody to do whatever I want.
Hmm.
True.
Whether or not they listen, that's the problem.
What is your So Adam thinks that this red line Trump is throwing out is all distraction
Misdirection, yeah.
or
What do you
misdirection.
think?
Yeah. What is
A
your
red line for in what context?
Well, him saying that he's gonna like start destroying Iranian desalinization plants and Iranian power plants
Oh, if what is it? If they continue to attack energy infrastructure?
if they continue to keep the strait
If
closed.
they block the
Oh,
strait
oh.
any longer.
I mean, I don't know. Like, if it's a misdirect to go get Constantinople from the Turks, then I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
I,
We're
you were
reopening
serious
that
about
wound.
that?
We're going
It's
back to
I thought
Deus
that was a
faults.
joke.
Okay.
what's crazy is my joke positions are now like real political positions, and I don't know what to do with that. Like, I had been a Shah supporter because I have a friend of like Iranian descent, and I found out his family left Iran when the Shah fell. So I was like jokingly a Shah supporter.
Mhm.
And then I realized that's a real position in the region. And I'm like, oh shit, now what do I do? And I'm like, I guess I have to hang on to that joke position. So now I'm, definitely a Shaw supporter. And now, like, I'm worried that my position of taking Constantinople back from the savage Turks, from Cenk and his family, just snatching that shit from him, like, I'm worried that's going to be a real position.
I think that's the summary of 2026 is that everyone's joke political position is going to become the real position. This is
Mhm.
the future of politics for us.
Yeah, but look, this could go really badly. Like I'm not saying all these Iraq poo-pooers are 100% wrong, but it's like their rationale that Iran wasn't developing nuclear weapons, like that's
It's
just not
stupid.
true. Like
Yeah.
it, or
Never,
that they
100%.
had a fatwa. Apparently, that fatwa isn't even real. But even if they did, like, have you ever heard of a thing called lying?
Well, no, it was supposedly like when the fatwa was originally created, it was like kind of like on the DL in some like non-public place. And then when they realized that they could use this to like push public shit, all of a sudden they started making a big deal about it. So yeah, it's unclear whether it's even real or not. And even if it like what like who I mean, the idea that like, oh well, he said this thing 20 years ago or 30 years ago, so they're not going to have a nuke and secure their own, power in the area is retarded. It's completely retarded.
Well,
Anyone that says that, you should just immediately like disregard their position on Iran because they don't know what they're talking about.
the
If
the
they
same
think that means anything.
the same people who tell you that Iran has like a fatwa against having nukes or whatever, if you press them a little bit, they'll say, "Oh, it's totally justified and makes perfect sense for them to want a nuke." And like,
Of
here are
I
course.
all
know
the
they want to have it
reasons.
both ways.
Yeah. They're like, here are all the reasons why they should want one, but they're like, we're supposed to believe they're so good that even though you just laid out this whole incentive structure, they want to ignore it.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. They're
But
like, oh, they
yeah,
would never pursue nuclear weapons, but they should.
yeah, they'll only get to 60% enriched uranium, and like when they're really close to developing one, the fatwa will get lifted, and then we'll be like, oh, well, America made them do it.
So you have no position on this red line that Trump has wandered into.
I don't know the specifics of this. If I was Trump, I'd stop drawing red lines. Didn't work out for Obama. He did so with the protest. I feel terrible for those like Iranian protesters because people were saying they were like Mossad or whatever inspired, but clearly they weren't because when push came to shove, they decided they weren't ready for Iranian counterattacks and they didn't help them.
What if
So
what
like,
if the red line is a diversion though? What if he doesn't follow through with the red line, but it's to misdirect them towards something else? They're sitting there waiting to see if he's going to attack their infrastructure, and he does something completely different. Is that a good strategy?
I mean, if it depends on what the different thing is.
He nukes Tehran.
I mean, that's a good strategy.
Well, I think that's too similar, right? Because he's saying, "Look, I'm going to go after infrastructure.
Like that's a good strategy just
Let's start with
because
the city of Tehran. That
they'll
looks
they'll start
infrastructure rich."
they'll start making if he does that, they'll start making anime in like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's the real play. Exactly. Okay.
So, Sean, you're focused more on crime on your channel. You're not really paying attention to the conflict in the Middle East.
I haven't been doing a ton of crime. I have been watching like the Middle Eastern conflict, but I don't know. It's actually kind of difficult because there's
Too
so much
boring
like
for you?
it's not that it's too boring. It's just there's too much like crap info on the internet.
Hmm.
Oh,
Like,
that's
every
true.
every
Yeah.
day the USS like Abraham Lincoln or whatever gets annihilated in 25 AI videos. So,
Yeah, that's true.
um,
There's a lot of misdirection going on
Hmm.
from other people.
but
Not
like,
us, though.
once we're into like something like the Iran or whatever, like you want it to go as well as possible. At least I do. I'm not like I tune into other people and they're actively rooting for Iran to defeat us.
I know. It's
Yes.
sad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Seems kind of odd.
Well, they hate America, so.
The people that use like the terminology, they're always like, oh, Israel and American bases are getting pounded by Iranian missiles. And they say it with like they're getting hard as they talk about it. It's so
Yeah.
fucking disgusting.
Right.
And it's crazy. Do you think Trump's going to get the Cuban regime down by the end of the month? He's trying one regime a month.
Hmm.
No, I don't think it's gonna have any impact whatsoever. Unless obviously it's not gonna have an impact. You got Hassan over there, right? And he has electricity in his hotel room. He's doing fine.
That's funny. Did you see the clips of him saying the internet here is unironically better than the US and
I
then
did.
it shorts out?
I did, yeah. He's like, yes, exactly.
Wow. That's perfect.
And I did see an accusation. I don't know if it's true. Someone's accused. He said he wasn't using Starlink, and then someone said that if you do some like technical stuff to see when the satellites refresh was like when he was having problems. So they think that he actually is using Starlink and lying about it.
Of
So
course he is.
he's using Elon Musk. Wow.
Yes, I know.
It is crazy. They're doing like a concert and they have that band, the Kneecap Band, which is a horrible name for a band, especially an Irish band.
Hmm.
Um, and they do a performance and they're like, "Oh, the power went out after our performance." It's like, "Really? Really? Why do you think that is?"
People are like having so many problems with electricity, and the government's like, we got to make sure that these stupid socialists from America have enough power just to do their little concert and everything, and just to stream about it.
He got caught lying too. He said that there was no Airbnb in Havana or in Cuba.
Hmm.
And people are like posting, they're like, because like the embargo is just the U.S. Like Canadians go to Cuba all the time, so
Right.
there people are like posting, they're like, bro, there's like thousands of Airbnb listings in Cuba and in Havana. Like you guys are just staying at the like state sponsored hotel. They're like doing the North Korea trip basically.
Yeah. When because he's staying and there's some clips we're gonna play later in the stream, but like he's staying at some 5-star hotel and he's trying to pretend like, well, he has to like the American government made him stay at this 5-star hotel. He didn't have a choice. That's so
I
fucking stupid.
Isn't it illegal for him to stay at that hotel? It's like the exact opposite. The U.S. government's like, you can't stay here as an American for some reason.
There's a rule that says that Americans are not supposed to stay at hotels that are owned or operated by the Cuban government. And I couldn't find an answer whether the hotel was or not. It seemed kind of up in the air. But the fact that they still have power when no one else does makes me think there's no way that
Yeah,
they could still have power without having some connection to the government.
yeah, for sure. It's what you call it. It's so obvious. And him doing the whole Miami Cubans versus
Yep.
like I mean I know you're a Florida guy. I don't know remember how close you are to like Little Havana. Little Havana is amazing. Like it is. I've been there a few times and I love it. I'm half Puerto Rican, so like like Caribbean island Latinos are similar,
You're only
but
saying this because you want your people to infiltrate and take over America. Okay. You want little Havana. Sam is pumping her fist right next to the
Sitch, can you turn your
all
mic up just a skosh?
all these all these all these Hispanics coming into our country, turning into little Havanas all over the place, sort of assimilating.
no. No, but I really do. It's like a super nice, like clean neighborhood. I really like it. I can't imagine that the low tier Cubans who can't even swim are better.
Uh-huh. Okay, I turned my mic up. Is
Better.
any better?
Yeah, lots better.
Okay. Okay.
Adam, what's your favorite kind of Cuban? A non-swimmer or a swimmer Cuban?
Wow.
Swimmer Cuban. Probably a non-swimmer. Why? Why do you ask?
Non-swimmers are in Cuba. The swimmers made it to America.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I know.
there's also the Cubans
I understand that.
they're the Cubans that took the last boats and planes to America too. See, they're the non-swimmers as well.
No, no, no. They could swim because you wouldn't get on one of those boats if you weren't confident enough if it happened to sink.
I see, I see. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I still remember the Elian Gonzalez drama from years ago, which I'm sure no one outside of Florida even knows what I'm talking about, but
I remember
okay.
because I
I
was a youth.
remember.
They're like little alien. And then Hillary Clinton sent in the soldiers to kill his family and take him back to communism.
That's exactly what happened. Yes.
More or less, that's about
Terrible.
accurate.
Yes.
Terrible.
Well, anyway, is there anything else, Sean, you want to talk about before you come in here and start drama with Professor Zhang?
Is that the
Zhang.
point? You want to start drama with that guy? We
No,
started
no, I
drama
wasn't.
with
I wasn't
him.
starting drama with that guy.
Oh,
I do
okay.
think it is funny that like you can just be like a nobody that is pretty much a non-existent, and then suddenly you're on every podcast at the same time from all the same people who accuse everybody else of coordinating
I
behind the
know.
scenes. Like it's fucking wild what goes on.
The algorithm is what's coordinating. The guy got views, so everyone's like, "Oh, we got to get this guy on." Look, everyone's interested.
Anyone that thinks that that original video he was on with Breaking Points that had like 7 million views wasn't botted is an actual fucking retard.
Of course, yeah.
But I mean,
90% of
yeah,
those views were bot views.
Jimmy Dore and all these people, I mean, they don't care. They're fine. They're fine with the botted views. So.
They're like, "Please bot me.
Yeah, exactly.
I want the ad revenue."
Exactly.
So fucking disgusting.
Hmm.
I was
Can't
thinking about
believe these people.
I
Ugh.
was thinking about like it was like one of the Israeli accounts, like actual government Israeli accounts, posted like something about I don't know if you saw this today. It was like they hit a civilian area in Israel and they like called it like terrorism or something like that.
Hmm.
And then like, if you just look at the replies, the people who are just outright celebrating the hit of like Israeli civilian areas.
Wow.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
guys, you need to like read the room. Like nobody cares about like this. Like they're not like that's never gonna work if you're like, oh look, Iran is targeting civilian areas. Like these people don't care. That's a feature, not a bug. Like we're at the point in America where a Hezbollah brother can go attack a synagogue in Michigan and people are justifying it. Like
Mm.
that's where we are right now.
It's sad. That's fucking sad. I
Yeah,
hate
it's
seeing that shit.
it's insane. And
Crazy.
All
and
right.
un-
Thanks
unless
for coming, guys.
unless the Israelis are gonna pay me my money, I'm gonna have to jump on that side.
You
Oh,
listen up,
okay.
Israelis. You got to pay this Sean guy, okay?
Yeah.
He's a good goyim for you guys to
Hmm.
sponsor. All right, he'll do the work
I heard that was a dirty word.
for
You're
a
not
few
allowed to say that.
shekels.
Especially you, Sitch.
The
You can't
goyim are
say that.
waking up, Adam. So you have to be
Only
careful.
we're allowed to say goy. Don't you know how it is?
Oh, is that how it works? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. It's
you're
like the
not
N
allowed
word,
to say
the
that.
G
It
word. I
is.
said the
Yeah.
G word. Okay.
We're taking goy back.
Yeah.
What's up, my fellow goy?
I do like that has become like a bad word as if like,
It's a bad word when Sitch says it. That's for sure.
yes, true. But as if like ethnic or religious groups don't have words for people that are not in their group. Like, my favorite one is Gaijin from the Japanese because I watched Tokyo Drift.
Wow. But when the Japanese are racist, it's kind of cute, right?
Yeah.
I mean, unless they're doing World War II, then it's not so cute. But now it's kind of cute because you don't think they're gonna put you in a medical concentration camp with experiment on you.
What'd you think about President Trump with the Japanese Prime Minister saying Pearl Harbor pretty sneaky?
I mean, I try not to like
No, that was awesome.
I try not to
That
think
was
about
like
like
the
every
most
random
uncomfortable.
stupid shit that Trump
That
says.
was like the most uncomfortable moment ever. I couldn't believe it. I actually saw that live and I was like, oh my
You were in the
God,
White
for
House when
real?
he said it. You were live.
No, they were broadcasting it
Oh,
live,
okay,
but
okay.
That
I saw it when it happened and
Right,
I was
right.
like, oh my God,
that that
this is
that
gonna
was
go viral.
That was one of the best clips I've seen in a while. Because it was funny too, because he's like, who knows more about surprises than the Japanese? And everybody's like laughing, including like the Japanese press corps. And then he's like, you never warned me about Pearl Harbor. And like you just hear everybody cut to silence in the
Yeah.
room. And then Trump's like, you know what I mean? When you bombed
He's
it, he's
He
like
said,
trying to save it.
he said to her
in
like
case
she was the
no
one
one
that
got it,
planned
I
it.
have to explain it more in detail.
You know, you planned Pearl Harbor.
Remember Pearl Harbor? Yeah, remember that thing that happened? Yes.
I just thought of that South Park episode with the Chinese guy, and he's doing the
Those
thing, the
sneaky
Asian awareness one,
Chinese.
and he's like, "Oh, Japanese pretty sneaky. Pearl Harbor
Yes.
was pretty sneaky." I'm like,
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Oh,
That's why people love Trump. They love that he says this random shit that just creeps into his mind that it's everyone's thinking about, all the normies are thinking about, but normal politicians are, too intelligent,
If
too
Scott
high-minded
Adams
to
was here,
say.
he would say that he did it deliberately because Trump knows that would bring attention to
Of course, of course.
five-dimensional chess right
Yeah,
Yeah.
there.
Well,
exactly.
listen, Adam, you're the one making five-dimensional chess argument right now.
Why just this we're this is a serious thing, right? This is a pretty big fuck up. There's a war going on. This isn't just he stuck his foot in his mouth with the prime minister of Japan.
Uh-huh.
This is I mean, this is huge, right?
Well, what do you think about the oil position argument for invading Iranistan?
What do you mean the oil position? Just to
Well,
take their
oil's
oil?
no oil. Your oil position, like oil, is the most important commodity. Like if
Mhm.
you're in a global war, like in World War II, 25% of the cargo that was sent from like the U.S. around the world was oil. And
Mhm.
like our oil position is probably why we won the war. The Japanese and the Germans had to fight differently based on their limited oil position. So that made them like more vulnerable to different kinds of tactics and whatnot.
Well, then
So
it
it's
is
like,
pretty stupid if we're giving our strategic reserve away just to lower the price of oil
well, no, I'm not
or
talking about
lower
the
the price of
strategic
gas.
reserve. I'm talking about like you go in Venezuela because Venezuela is selling a huge amount of their oil to the Chinese. You go to Iran and like they have the Strait of Hormuz that they have the ability to block off, but they're also selling their oil to China. So if we were ever in a conflict with the Chinese, like securing like these different places in the world allow us to like, cut their length of ability to fight.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I get.
yeah, I mean I bought that argument when, weeks ago when we first started, attacking Iran. And people were saying this. I mean, I bought the argument. It makes sense strategically. Like, hey, we're all planning to go into war with China or to protect Taiwan in the coming year or two. So let's try to like cut off all these allies and all these resources that China gets from everywhere else in the world. So like it strategically, it makes a lot of sense to me that this would be the plan. Um, but I don't know if it's possible with Iran, at least the way that this is kind of going. The problem is that we needed the CIA to do their little super secret CIA knocks over coups technique. And for some reason, they just have failed us. They weren't able to knock over this regime with a coup. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of an oil-based dictatorship or any like, expensive resource-based dictatorship because they're like stable. Like you guys have read that book, The Dictator's Handbook.
I've never read that
Yeah,
book. No,
Oh, well, Adam has.
I've
And
read it a couple times. Yeah,
like
Adam can't read, so I don't trust him.
like
I listened
resource-based
to it.
dictatorships are among the most stable in the entire world. So it's like really hard to do
Yeah, the
that.
resource trap. That's what they call it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
right.
it's
Yeah,
like
it's
really
because
hard to overthrow those kind of regimes because they're like all they have to do to keep their financing is keep the resource.
which is usually easier to do than
Yeah.
any sort of modern economy. Just drill oil out of the ground and sell it. Yeah.
We
Yeah,
have to
and you don't
liberalize. You have to let the people give the people freedom
But
so that
so
they actually produce.
how does this come in the, I mean, I know the whole thing with the lifting sanctions is kind of confusing, but how does this send mixed messages if we're saying, okay, well, we're going to release or we're going to allow Iranian oil to be sold to our allies for the next month?
Well, you mean Russian oil, right?
No, Iranian oil.
Oh, I don't even know. I'm not
Oh,
keeping
okay.
up on the day-to-days.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it later. It's a
But I
whole
think
big
the
thing.
the point the point of cutting off or of getting rid of their ability, because presumably if the Chinese invaded Iran, and I'm sorry, the Chinese invaded Taiwan,
Hmm.
and the Iranians are allied with the Chinese, then they could just do this and disrupt trade in the Strait of
Of
Hormuz
course.
to
Yeah.
hurt us. So like having a friendly like government there like really does secure the Middle East for like the United States and the Western world. Like it's like this would be if the US could actually pull this off, which I don't even know if they can,
Hmm.
this would be like the last one. Like we wouldn't have to do anything in this region for a while except maintain stability.
That's true. And but we'll see. Like that's the big if. Because so far I was kind of optimistic when we started, but last couple weeks I'm not really
I know you
I'm
were
not really
super
seeing like a
optimistic.
good plan materialize, and I think Trump is projecting a lot of weakness in the way he's talking about this, where he's like, "Hey, other countries should help us. Then we don't need other countries' help, but no, but they should still help us. Oh, we're gonna just like leave. Oh, we're not gonna leave." It seems very much like there wasn't a clear plan from the beginning. Is how it reads to me.
Yeah, it's like who's supposed to take over after the fact? And they're
Right.
like, oh, in Venezuela, they already had a pre-existing government structure to take over. So
Hmm.
essentially, like what you're always rooting for in this kind of situation is like a palace coup.
Right. Right.
And like you might want to set that off, but it's like, for the Iranians, the
We bombed the
IRGC,
palace. It's gone.
there is no palace. There's nothing.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's just like we'll see if it spirals out of control. I give it a little bit more time. The fact that they're trying to gas people up for ground troops is not good. People are not going to respond to that well. Because remember, like even if we have superior military force, like if we don't have like any public support for these kind of operations, like eventually that could drive us to like leave.
Hmm.
And then this whole thing was not only pointless, but like kind of counterproductive because the regime would have outlasted us.
Well, That very well might happen, unfortunately. But
And then the Kurds thing, like now we're also in that territory where things could start backfiring
mhm.
because like there's Kurds on the border of Iraq and Iran, and the Israelis want to arm the Kurds. And the US almost always like we're like, hey, let's get the Kurds to do all this ground fighting, and they do a great job, and then we screw them
They're
over
like
afterwards.
5% of the population though. That's a really bad idea.
Sure, but they're in the board. Like you could arm them easier than you could arm like anti-regime elements within the country. So like that's the idea. Is you
Yeah,
would
but they
arm
would
them.
just take over the whole country.
Well, they wouldn't take over the whole country, but like they would. You want the Iranians to divert resources to fighting the Kurds to make themselves more vulnerable. But the problem is that a lot of Iranians are very nationalist. So the territorial integrity of their country is very important. So that might actually cause you to flip the population against your operation if they think, oh, well, it's not like us versus the regime. It's like us trying to preserve the territorial integrity of our country, like versus the Kurds, like this ethnic minority group that always wants to carve out for themselves. So you like start running into bad options the more that this like prolongs.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, as you said, we've burned the Kurds, I think, way too many times for them to be like, oh, yes, we're going to sacrifice our lives, going in and attacking the Iranian forces just to serve as some sort of like distraction for the IRGC, because at this point, they don't really have a lot of confidence that they're going to get their magic Kurdistan that they want so desperately.
Right. But I mean, they might do it, but then they would get screwed over again. I mean, we like, in fact, Trump's first administration, like they abandoned the Kurds in like northern Syria, northern Iraq, and then the Turks came in and fucking took them out.
Yep. Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard for me to, and I don't know if they made a recent statement, but they made a statement, I think, like half a week ago or something, where they said that the Kurds weren't really looking to get involved or
Yeah.
do anything crazy. So they're because Iran started attacking them, or they started shooting missiles at some of them. They're like, "Hey, we're not doing anything. Stop shooting missiles at us." So
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I can't blame them at this point. And honestly, this is why it's so like I can't really. This is why it's like kind of fucked up too from the international perspective, because it makes sense when it comes to Strait of Hormuz. It completely makes sense that it's a lot more of like Europe and Middle East's problem in terms of the oil and the resources coming out of there than America's problem of like what we get. So it would make sense that Europe and the Middle East should be more involved in stopping Iran from doing what they're doing. And so I understand, and I have the same sort of like inclination where I get mad at Europe and all these other countries for not really helping that much or not wanting to necessarily get involved with militarily with Iran. So I like that's how I feel about it. But then the same token, I'm kind of feeling about it from like a historical American perspective of like America has been the world police. We've been basically protecting shipping for so many years. We've been spending all this money and time to make all these other countries essentially safer and better. And now, like, why don't they sort of help back? But at the same time, from a more not historical perspective, but from a more recent perspective with Trump, it's like Trump has spent like the first year of his term telling Europe that they fucking suck, that we're started
Yeah.
tariffing them, that we're gonna invade Greenland. Like he's been antagonizing the fuck out of them. And so it's like, okay, so at the one hand, like I'm like, yes, they should help. On the other hand, I'm like, well, of course they're gonna tell us to fuck off. Trump has been pissing in their face for the last year. And now he's like, oh, can you help, by the way? It's like, oh no, they're not gonna help. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's also like, they might benefit directly from the actual energy that goes there, but it impacts everyone. It's all traded on a global market.
It's
So
true, yeah.
like,
Right.
and again, you're right. The United States polices, we use our Navy to police all these international waterways around the world. And it's not like we don't benefit from it. Like there's a reason like oil is traded in dollars and that we have the top economy in the world. Like
Right.
there is benefit to it. Like people, will say, we give like whatever the amount of foreign aid is to Israel. It's like more than any other country individually. It's like 4 billion, and then Egypt is right under that. And it's like, let's say we give them 2 billion, like whatever, it doesn't matter, right?
Mhm.
And they're like, oh, is this really like worth it? That's 6 billion a year that we're giving to these two countries. And the answer is like 100% yes. Like the Egyptians and the Israelis, when they fought in the Six-Day War, the Egyptians closed the Suez Canal. They closed it for like 8 years. Like the war lasted 6 days. They mined the canal for 8 years. Like that disrupted global trade. That's one of the reasons why we had crazy inflation into the 70s and all that. Like, so we pay them to not be stupid. Like
Right.
and not like cut off their nose because the Egyptians would toll the canal. They cost themselves a ton of money cutting it off. But like that's like the world that we live in. We have to pay these stupid countries to not be stupid.
Hmm.
And it's definitely worth it more than like, occupying the canal and like bombing the Egyptians every time they get stupid.
Right.
But like that's like where I think we had to wait for Nasser to die before we could even get that deal because he was into the like Arabic like movement kind of thing and he wanted to cut this off to spite us and not just us but like the whole world because oh no, like the Israelis exist, like wah. So
I mean, it makes sense to me. Like a lot of people, I think, just intuitively or emotionally don't like the idea of like, oh, I have to pay some sort of terrible government not to fuck around, even though unfortunately that can be the reality of the situation, I think, a lot of the times. And it's a possibility that we'll basically end up in some sort of similar deal with Iran, but we just have to find the right person in charge that would be willing to do that, essentially, to take that deal, to say,
yeah.
yes, pay us a couple, $1 billion or whatever, and
Pay
we'll
us
stop.
to pay us to not like ruin ourselves in our attempt to
Right.
ruin you. Like we have to pay them not to kamikaze. And by the way, just based on the numbers, like remember when the Suez Canal was blocked for like 3 or 4 days because a ship like got stuck in it? Like that costs like global trade like $10 billion a day. And
Hmm.
like what's the US? Like 15 to 20% of that. So like the amount of money that we pay to keep the Suez Canal open is like benefited by the US taxpayer in like a week.
Right.
Like it's like insane how efficient this is. But like people don't want to hear that. Like they don't understand that. They just want to be like, "Oh, we're paying the like why do we have to pay these countries to be our friends?" I'm like, "Because they're stupid." Like that's really it. They're stupid and they're in key places.
Yeah. And eventually, I mean, eventually, you hope you could sort of start to wane the money over time because they start to be less stupid, but we'll see.
What do you think about our the most important war that nobody's talking about?
The the war on free speech.
No, no, no. Pakistan versus Afghanistan.
Did you just sneeze? Bless you.
Pakistan versus the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Oh, I don't know about this.
They're at war right now. You don't know
I don't
this?
know anything about this. No,
No, are you serious? You actually don't know
I
this?
don't know anything about this.
Oh my God.
Tell me about this.
The Pakistanis are at war with the Taliban right now, and the Taliban's using our leftover weapons to fight them.
Hmm.
Like, you really don't know about this?
No.
Oh my God. Bro, the videos are insane because like, they're both two Muslim nations, so they don't care about human rights. So like the Taliban is like there's like videos online of them doing like suicide bombings
Oh
at
my
like
God.
at Pakistani police stations
Oh
and then the
no.
Pakistanis are just like bombing the shit out of like any of their infrastructure, like hitting their hospitals. And like nobody's like calling any human rights or whatever like violations. Like the Pakistani government's like, we're gonna eradicate the Taliban, no negotiations, like all this like genocidal rhetoric. Nobody cares at
No
all.
one cares. Yeah.
I
Yeah. Where's Hassan? Where's all these people complaining about Pakistan?
Well, it's like it's hard because everything is US blowback, so it's hard to figure out. They're basically in a blowback loop where all of their like Muslim violence against each other is somehow just echoes of blowback of Western intervention or something.
Hmm.
And
And
like
it's.
honest, the Pakistanis, like, listen, I have to root for them because they're like a nuclear power in the region and the most dangerous country in the world that we don't talk about
Mhm.
because like their population is like way more radical than their government. But like, like the Pakistanis deserve this. Like they supported the Taliban the whole time to
Yep.
subvert our objective. They're quintessential Middle Eastern ally where they're like kind of our friend but not really.
Yep.
And so now the Taliban's attacking them and they have to deal with the monster that they promoted. And yeah, it's comedic and horrible at the same time. I can't believe you don't know about this.
No, no.
Are you telling me that some people are writing it in the chat and I agree? Are you telling me that you believe in the no Jews, no news doctrine?
Yes, that must be it. There's no Jews involved, so I just,
Well, that's why it
I didn't
doesn't.
even think about it. Yeah.
That's why it doesn't get any coverage. Like Muslims
Right.
could fight in the most crazy ways humanly possible, but like as soon as that one Jewish country starts firing shots, then we talk about human
I
rights.
mean, it does make sense because because you're right. I mean, I haven't really seen that much talk about it, at least on my feed, and it's because there's no clear person for the anti-American left or even the anti-American right to really focus on and say, "Oh, look at this, look how this is America's fault, and look how bad this makes America." And since they can't, since that narrative doesn't fit here, then they just don't even talk about it. They don't concentrate on it. They go, "Listen, brown people can kill brown people in as violent and a horrible manner as possible, and it's totally fine as long as there's
Well,
no white people involved."
Muslim on Muslim like war is the black on black crime of international relations.
Right.
Like when nobody's allowed to talk about it, but it's also somehow white people's fault.
Right.
But
I
no,
mean,
I can't believe like are you saying like straight up you didn't know anything about this because it is like a crazy war that's going on that like is not getting a ton of coverage.
that is interesting. No, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? It was the Taliban, right? That like we were. What wasn't the Taliban? It was we were kind of smuggling. We were smuggling weapons through Israel, and Israel was smuggling them through Pakistan to forces in Afghanistan to fight off the Soviets, right?
Oh yeah, I that was like the Mujahideen that
The
would
Mujahideen,
later
yes, right.
become like the Taliban basically.
Right. And once the Soviets left, they were trying to create a situation. We were trying to create a situation where sort of the various rebel groups would come together and maybe create some sort of like functioning, not horrible fucking government. And there was one of the groups that was the most religious extremists, and they were what became the Taliban. And they basically said, "Fuck you to the other groups. We're gonna take over. We're gonna make everything horrible and under this Islamic State." And this is where I think where we really got in bad terms with Pakistan was that Pakistan they basically created the Taliban because since Israel was smuggling weapons to Pakistan and Pakistan was giving them to the fighters in Afghanistan, Pakistan sided with the Taliban or the proto-Taliban, and they said we're going to only give weapons or we're going to give the remaining weapons to this one religious group, and that's what allowed the Taliban to take over Afghanistan. So it is like a complete like delicious irony that now they are in some sort of war with them. It's like, okay, well, look what you've wrought, and now you have to fight these fucking people.
And
Good job.
there's like an ethnic component to it too. I think the Taliban there's like I forgot what the name of the group is, but it's like the largest ethnic group in Pakistan is bordering with Afghanistan and they're like connected to the Taliban. So I think there's like that
Mm,
element mixed in there because you just need to have all the things that lead to problems tied together in the
of
Middle East.
course, of course, of
But yeah,
course.
no, but they were supporting the Taliban while we were there trying to undermine them because they thought they could work with them better after we left than
Right.
like the Afghani government that we were trying to set up. So like they helped them stay alive during the whole like US occupation of Afghanistan. And then they hid bin Laden from us. Like he was in a town where like the Pakistani government definitely should have known
They
where he
didn't know.
was.
They said they didn't know, Sean. How could you not believe them?
Yeah.
They're like Bin Laden. You just stay in this town and you look at anime porn, and we won't tell Americans where you are.
Oh, it's it's what you call it. It's not a great situation, but almost no attention.
No, that's true. I'm glad you told me. Now,
Yeah,
did you bring up this tweet? Adam, you want to talk about this tweet? Is that why you brought this up?
I was no, I was just bringing stuff up, just having some
I
fun.
don't know if you saw this X post, Sean. So Robert Mueller of the Mueller investigation died, and Trump said, "Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people." President Donald Trump.
yeah, not good.
You don't like that? You don't like wishing
No.
or spitting on the graves of dead
No,
people?
no, I not only do I not like it, but I also don't like the people who have been like, celebrating Charlie Kirk's death since September, saying, "Oh, now the president has given us permission to do what we were already doing." Like it's
Right.
all gross, it's all disgusting. I mean, Robert Mueller, he found nothing. He was like a doddering old man in that congressional testimony anyway.
Hmm.
Like, Trump should not be that hurt by it, but of course, pettiest man in the world.
No, I agree with everything you're saying. And it does, it's weird too. It's like, does Trump and the people on the right that were like sharing about this, are they confused? Do they think Robert Mueller is or Richard, was it Richard Steele or Michael Steele? The
I
Steele
think
dossier guy?
he's Robert Reiner.
Oh my god.
No, I think that they're confused. They think that Robert Mueller um was the Steele dossier guy, Christopher Steele, isn't it? I think they think
Right.
he's Christopher Steele or something because Mueller was he was the special investigator. He was appointed by Rob Rosenstein, who Trump appointed. Okay, so Trump appointed this guy to be the deputy attorney general. This guy appoints to be in charge of the Trump Russia investigation. Mueller does the investigation, and at the end of it, he says that there's no evidence of Trump colluding with Russia. So like, why are people like, why the fuck is Trump mad at him? It doesn't make any sense. He literally did an investigation that exonerated Trump and all these people are mad at him for it. It's like one of the most bafflingly retarded things I've ever seen.
Not surprising though.
I get, I mean, I guess that's it. We get every day we go to like the depths
No,
where
I'm saying it's
it's not
retarded, but
surprising.
it's like it's not remotely surprising
No, no,
that
I know,
it
I
would
understand
be
exactly what you're
wrong and
saying. Yeah.
inaccurate, you know.
Right, right.
Remember when Mueller, like the conspiracy was that Mueller was like a white hat that was pretending to investigate Trump, but he was actually going to uncover like the Epstein style ring that was in the government and he was working together with Trump. Do you remember that era of
I do remember that. Yes, yes.
you know, I guess that wasn't the case.
No, it's always. I mean, the walls are always closing in, right?
Well,
So.
that was the other thing. Is like, well, it was Mueller was supposedly in this conspiracy. He was working with Trump secretly to uncover the deep state, like during the investigation. I don't know if you remember this. And then there was the left wing side of it where it's like Mueller has the goods. The walls are closing in. Trump will
Hmm.
not be president. You know,
Right.
Keith Olbermann's very famous like 2018 broadcast where he's like, I'm leaving my show because now Trump will be in jail by the like end of the month or something.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
it's like, what?
None of that panned out. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know. See, Donald Trump should be erecting statues of Robert Mueller. Like this is the man who exonerated me from the Russia investigation.
Yeah, he said that he'll say out of both sides of his mouth that the Mueller report totally exonerated him. And
Yes.
then at the same time, he'll say, you know, like he deserved this. He hurt innocent people. I'm glad he's dead.
Well, it makes me think that behind the scenes, and also this would make sense for Trump to do this, that Trump would tell Rod Rosenstein and maybe even Mueller say like you should just drop the investigation during his first term. Like you should just drop the investigation. You need to stop it. And they both said like, oh, we can't do that. And that's all he remembers. He's like, oh, I told them to drop it. They didn't, so fuck them.
Yeah.
There you go. He should name the new ballroom after Mueller. That would be a good honor, right? The
So
Mueller,
true.
the Mueller exoneration ballroom. Everyone that comes in here is exonerated from crimes.
So true. I mean, he has like those photos of the presidents and he has like the auto pen for Biden. Like, you know,
Yes.
he's not above pettiness like this. So
No. Well, Sam always says that Trump is our first teenage girl president. So
hmm. Do you guys like the ballroom and all this like outrage about, oh my God, the East Wing of the White House?
what about it?
Like all the people who are going crazy over them destroying the East Wing of the White House to build this ballroom.
Oh,
I mean, I
I
want
don't
to
give a
check it out when it's done. Might be cool.
I don't like the people that are complaining about it being like taller or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I don't really, I don't care. But like, if it turns out that the money that they're spending to remodel it is actually taxpayer money, or that it's going to cost the taxpayers all this money to kind of like maintain it, then I care about that. But if it actually is private money, like whatever, you make a big ballroom, I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
I mean, I hope that I wanted them to destroy the West Wing of the White House so Aaron Sorkin can cry.
Oh, okay. He's like, no, my baby, my little show.
You know, what do you
The
guys think
show.
about all these Pierce Morgan clips that are coming up of your guys' personal friends
When are
freaking
you going
out?
on Piers Morgan? What happened?
Never. I never will get invited on a show like that because I won't yell like
Why
a
don't you
retard.
just why don't you
Well,
just
why don't
reach out to
you
Anna
just
and
yell like a retard?
make her
Yeah.
promise that you will yell like a retard?
Hmm.
No, I'm not gonna like that's not how friendship works. You don't reach out to your friends and be like, "Yo, get me on this show."
Why?
That's rude.
Oh, that's okay. I
That's
guess
why
I'm
I
gonna
that's
be
never
why
go
you're
like,
on
ne
those
that's why you're
shows.
never going to be on Piers
Yeah,
Morgan.
exactly.
I'm not gonna be like, yo,
Look,
best
if
friend.
I wanted to go on Piers Morgan, I would just say Anna, well, help me get on Piers Morgan,
No, I'm not gonna be like,
and she
yo,
would say,
best.
Adam, well, okay, let me send him an email for you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be like, yo, best friend, get me on Piers Morgan so I could yell. I have to get on the proper way, which is like
Look,
say the end.
if I could, okay, if I could get you on Piers Morgan, I'd be happy to do it because I'd love to do you a favor. Then you owe
No,
me one. Why would I not want to do that?
you're distracting from the main point, which was not me being on Piers Morgan, but have you seen the clips from Piers Morgan of all the craziness?
Sitch keeps bringing the clips up. He's trying to embarrass me. He's
We were
trying to
gonna
like,
watch today we're gonna watch Shank going crazy on Piers Morgan. Just he had like a fucking meltdown. It's pretty funny. I assume that's what
I,
you're talking about.
yeah, I've seen many of the jank ones.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
those are pretty good.
Hmm.
it was Anna asking somebody on Piers to apologize that Sitch was trying to put the thumb screws to me on. He
We
knows that
watched that last
I
week,
don't like
yeah.
public apologies. So
Who was supposed to apologize?
Anna messaged me and said you were going too easy on Trump, Sitch. She was
Me?
very,
Oh,
yeah,
last week?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow, you're going easy on.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is, if there's a time to like beat up on Trump, this is it. But Sitch was like very Pollyanna about the whole thing. And me, I was like, holy fucking shit, the world is
No, but
falling apart.
Sitch likes the bombing of Iran. He's in favor of
That's
it.
true. Well, I like because as I said when it first happened, there's like people were laying out a military strategy that we talked about. It was like sort of like, okay, we're gonna get in this conflict with China, so we're gonna cut all their allies off at the knees before that. That makes perfect sense to me. And I had some faith that this was done with some sort of plan or in mind. And then next
Mhm.
week's rolls around, it's like, okay, maybe there is no plan. But I'm still gonna be like, I'm gonna be a little cautious, right? I'm still hold out hope.
Sitch, you're
But
not trusting the plan? Listen, Marco Rubio's
no,
got this on lock.
yeah, Marco Rube's got everything on lock. Okay, he's gonna be the next Pirate King. He's gonna be the next leader of Caesar's Legion, right? He's gonna be in every costume that we can possibly have. So, and then now we have this next week, and Trump put out this like ridiculous red line, which I bet is as you said, Adam, if he goes through with it, then okay, all hope is lost. He's just a total fucking retard.
But
But
aren't we gonna lose the war
It's
because
good to know, though. We're
America's
going to
out
know
of
soon.
we are, yeah.
aren't we out of missiles and like Iran only spends like $22 on a drone or something
Well, I
and
mean, all
like
that shit's retarded.
and we spend
Yeah,
1 million cajillion billion dollars per missile bomb interceptor and we're only have one left.
yeah. No, I mean, none of that stuff, like all that stuff's retarded. I forget. Turns out that we have some drone missile interceptor that's actually like reasonably cheap that we're using for a lot of the stuff. And then if we start using, I think, I mean, if we start working with or using the Ukrainian ones, which are even cheaper to manufacture, then
Which we
then
have a shitload of, and we
yeah, like
retuned them up so they're
they're
10
little
times
counter
better.
drones. So I will say, like in terms of like military planning, it is kind of baffling to me that we weren't like as soon as like the Ukraine-Russia war was started, we really should have been had like a just someone dedicated to not only studying what's going on, but then implementing those tactics in our own military. Like we should already have all those Ukrainian drone technology basically lined up before this even happened, just ready to go. Because it would be
Right.
the most obvious thing in the world that this would be the reaction.
But the problem is we didn't know that we were hitting matte paintings because the Iranians outsmarted us completely.
Oh, because that's right, because they actually put up matte paintings and inflatable tanks. We only think we're blowing up their military, but they're tricking us. Yes, of course.
My favorite Iran like conspiracy is that or talking point is that the Iranians didn't have these like long range missiles,
Hmm.
but only in the 2 weeks or so since we started bombing them did they develop this technology. So it's like in response to the war. Have you seen like these posts about that where it's like that missile that almost hit like a base like that Diego base? They're like, oh no, they didn't have that before. Cause you know, these people can never admit when they're fucking wrong, like
Right.
ever. They're like, they didn't have it before, but it was after we hit them. They developed it in like a week and a half.
Well,
Like,
you've played Magic the Gathering, right?
yeah, no.
Was that a yes or a no?
No, I haven't. I've heard of it.
Oh, oh, okay. Well, because it's like You said in response. That's always magic. Whenever someone does something, you say in response, I do this. So it's like, yes, in response, the Iranian military, they had all the long range missile, like they had it in their hands sitting there, and they never actually had the mana to cast it until America attacked. And then they put their man on the field, cast it, said, in response to America attacking us, we cast mid-range intercontinental ballistic missile.
So, like, what's the position for the Sitch and Adam show officially on the Iranistan war? Are you guys in support of it or against it?
My official position is that I'm in support of the concept, but I think the execution so far has been not good. And Trump's messaging on it has been pretty fucking atrocious.
Well, Trump's messaging is always bad, but we have to get Adam's answer. Are you in support of it or are you a gay?
I think it's too early to tell. Obviously, I would support it if this led to a good outcome, but I think it may be bungled to the point where that's going to be impossible.
So you're going with gay. Got it.
Well, look, if this is the fall of the American empire, then obviously I would not support a war that led to the fall of the American empire. So, and it's too early to tell.
Right. So gay. Got it.
Mr. Ubercross for $20 says, is it possible that both Sitch and Sean are drunk, or is it just Sean?
I'm not drunk, guys. Like, I don't know what you're even talking about.
Obviously, I'm not drunk. I am using a new mic though, so I might sound a little different, but
Yeah, but no, I get the caution because it could spiral out of control. I totally understand that. Like, that is
Right.
definitely a possibility. That being said, I mean, you got to be not gay and support it. Right.
That's true. You got to be heterosexual, right?
Yeah, but what I was going to say
what
is,
if September 11th 2.0 happens tomorrow? Are you going to be like, oh yeah, I totally support the war?
no, we got to go get them even harder if they're pulling 9/11 shit. Like, we can't let that stand. That had to be planned, obviously.
Yeah, but that's in retaliation to us striking them first. That's their defensive posture.
I don't believe you get a terrorism veto on American foreign policy. So, but what I will say though is Trump doing the messaging that he always does is not helping anyone. So I've seen a lot of people that are like, a lot of conspiracies fill the gap of Trump's like terrible statements. So he'll say, nobody ever would have thought they would have hit our allies or attack the Strait of try to close the Strait of Hormuz. He's like, nobody could have imagined that. Yeah, well, but the thing is like, so people are like, oh my God, they're not telling Trump things. And it like leads to a whole bunch of conspiracies.
Right.
It's like Trump says that about everything. Like this guy's been around now. We're going on year 11, like since he came down the escalator. Like every single issue, in order to make himself sound smarter in his own mind, he always says nobody could have ever like imagined, and then says the most basic thing that literally everybody knows about the topic. Right. Like nobody could have imagined that healthcare was this complicated. It's like, what do you mean? Everybody knew that, but you remember him saying that?
Yes, that's always why it's so annoying, because to try to like read the tea leaves here, because yes, Trump always says stupid shit, and you're like, okay.
But then,
does he actually think that, or is it just like him just saying random stupid shit?
But no, then, like conspiracies come up in him saying that. So when he was like, nobody would have imagined Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz. It's like, no. So they're like, oh, they must not be telling Trump things. It's like, no. Everybody definitely told him that. Like, this is too obvious for nobody to have told him. Like, he's just saying that, like, oh, we're dealing with this stuff that, or no, it's really Trump is dealing with stuff that nobody could have predicted, even the top experts. Like, it's all ego inflation for him.
Why can't he just be normal? Why can't you just be normal, Trump? Why can't you just not say stupid shit?
He can't.
He can't help himself.
He has to give content to people. So there's like entire videos about how, it can't just be, this is the thing that Trump always says about every topic all the time, no matter how basic the response is. Mm-hmm. It can't ever be that. So it's always like, oh, like, maybe the Israelis are like sneaking in and not telling him anything, or, this or that, or like somebody's withholding information. It's like, guys, it's not that complicated. He literally says this about everything.
JLE for $5 says, I work in counter drones for the Army. You guys are killing me. Oh, you should come on. Tell us about it. I would be very curious. Tell us about assuming you're allowed to, tell us about the counter drone information. Send Adam an X post and we can bring you on.
No, but like the Iranian drones cost 22 cents, and every one of our interceptor missiles costs $100 billion.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So mathematically, we can't win the war. I don't know if you know
There's
that.
this clip. I don't know. I was gonna play later. Like Kyle Kalinske has gone full like left wing Alex Jones. You all need to be buying MRE foods and living in a bunker. Like he's like there's this clip of him where he's in his bedroom. It looks like he's got like color blue lights on. He's like laying on the bed doing like a stream or a video. And he's like telling everyone how we're gonna like run out of food and oil and you're not gonna be able to go to the grocery store and like America's just gonna collapse overnight. It's like the most I'm like, who he's just fear mongering. What kind of fucking retard is watching all this shit and believing it? And how immoral is it for Kyle to be doing all this stuff when like the worst case scenario for this war is not that America is going to fall apart into the Great Depression. It's like completely retarded.
I mean, that's part of the
God,
thing.
I wish I could have bought the market during the Great Depression. Holy shit. I'd be a fucking billionaire.
Yeah. It's yeah, I've been seeing him on it's like it's beyond all reason. Like I remember a while ago, Kyle had put up some video about like the police attacking peaceful protesters in Portland. And he does this whole video. He pulls up the clip and it literally says on the clip, Chicago. Like it's like that obvious that he's using the wrong footage. That video's still up. Like everybody called him out on it. It doesn't matter. Like this dude is like totally divorced from reality.
Mhm.
And that's how like so many of these people have gotten to the point where like I watch these like debates and I'm like, none of these are real debates. Like when you watch people haggle over like how many like people were killed in the Iranian protests that happened like earlier this year, like you realize that whole conversation is totally pointless. Like there's no number of people of Iranians that would be killed that would change the mind of the people who are denying that they were killed.
No, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like
Exactly.
it's so pointless. And like that's like half our conversations about this. It's all nonsense.
Mhm. Dialogue Always for $10 says, I promise to send a $20 super chat if Sean could steel man one argument that he disagrees with.
I'm sending Dialogue Always the link right now. So
Okay.
just to let
I was
everyone
gonna say
know.
one argument about what that he disagrees with.
Yeah, one argument about what?
That's a very broad topic to talk about.
Dialogue Always, this is your chance. You got Sean here. You can totally
Oh, look at you trying to brew conflict.
you can grill him.
Do
Oh,
you even know who Dialogue Always
Dialogue
even is?
Always
I don't even know if you know.
has been wanting this confrontation for
He's
so
hated me
long.
for years.
Okay, so
Do
you
you,
do know
do you
you
know
do
him?
know about it.
Okay.
He replies to me on Twitter, so like
Okay.
I know him in the way that I don't know anything about him at all.
Right. But
He's
you
been
know
on
he's a
our
reply
stream a
guy.
bunch of times.
Yeah.
I know that's why I don't watch your stream because look who you bring on.
Oh my god, you're so bad.
I'm just kidding. I'm a big supporter of Sitch and Adam. Big supporter.
Bigly,
That's
the best
right.
streamers I've ever heard. Okay.
All right, link sent. Dialogue Always has officially been invited on this stream.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
You
I
don't
gotta-
need
gotta
you don't
run.
need we don't need your $20 super chat.
I think we
should-
do.
You should have at least got 100.
Yeah. Right.
What are we supposed to ask him for the $20 super chat?
Sean was supposed to steel man one argument, but I
Is
don't know
it
about what.
Any argument about anything?
any argument I disagree with?
He doesn't
On
know how
any
to do that.
topic, like what,
Well, yeah, these scumbags that are anti-free parking, they say that it costs too much money in terms of government subsidies in order to maintain quote unquote free parking spaces.
Mhm.
And we all pay for that in our tax dollars. So free isn't really free. And this is why we should use this underutilized city space in order to either make money through parking charges or build more in our major cities.
Mm. I see that
Oh.
Adam has given you the title "Actual Iranian Spy" on stream
Oh my God.
Oh
Why
my
am I an
God.
Iranian spy?
Why are you
because
calling
because
out
you
my
were
shit?
you were going to be an Israeli spy, but then they stopped paying
You
so switched
flipped. You
sides.
actually
Yeah.
admitted to it.
Mm.
So there.
Angel of Elevation for 10 Canadian says, doesn't America have a vetted interest to make the countries that created 10 million fleeing refugees safer to return to before we send them back? If we didn't, wouldn't it create more anger?
All right.
Sure.
I'm
Do it.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm not running, but the
you
dialogue
Okay.
always guy is not here, so I'm not leaving. I'm just
Okay.
muting. And I go,
Okay.
I'm coming back. Like, give me like 3 minutes. If you
Okay.
guys do the thing where you say I'm running, then I'm gonna be really fucking
Okay.
mad. I just have to
Okay.
pee.
Okay. We
All right,
won't.
everyone.
We
Right now,
won't.
Sean is not running. No,
Rage quit.
he's
He
running to
rage
the
quit.
bathroom. Yeah. Oh, he only said he muted himself, guys, but he actually left the Zoom call.
He
Okay.
rage
He's
quit.
gonna
Oh
pretend
my
that he got
God.
disconnected or something. It's all just a lie. It's all just nonsense. He's a total coward. I don't see that like always though. What why didn't
I
he jump in the call or something?
They redid the stream too, so there's like I have this stupid waiting room. I have to keep an eye on whether he pops in or not. It's
Well, and
like
also, yeah, if
lame.
JLE wants to come on too, but I haven't seen, he hasn't messaged me yet, or you, I'm assuming. So
I haven't
message
looked.
one of us.
Of
Because
course.
I know he talked about coming on in the past to
Oh, he
talk
did?
about drone stuff. Oh, look,
Okay.
Sean's in the chat.
Is he?
There you go. There you go.
Always
Oh,
go.
sorry, I don't have the Streamlabs open. I'm such a bad person.
He went to the after he rage quit. He was like, "I got to see how it turned out." Oh my God.
Exactly. That makes sense. We'll kind of see what kind of damage was done, reputational damage.
Yeah.
It's fine. The
Nobody
Rooster for $10
cares.
says Trump's Pearl Harbor comment is so genius. Sitch just can't see it because of his bias. He tapped into the thigh thymotic realm. I don't even know what that means. The thymotic realm. And now Japanese remilitarization is guaranteed. Lesser minds can't comprehend this. Oh, I see. Okay. He's antagonized Japan in such a way to get them to remilitarize so that they'll be prepared for China. You know what? You're right, the Rooster. That is some like 30-dimensional chess right there. That's true. I like it. I'm glad you brought that up. That's it. I'm glad to see that happening.
Genius.
Japan does need to like start pulling their weight. Okay. They're too complacent on us.
Hmm. Oh, I forgot about that.
I can't sign in the Streamlabs. It's like not loaded. Uh-oh.
That's okay.
Uh-oh.
If I have to read Streamlabs, I will.
Okay.
People should
Dialogue,
exclusively send Streamlabs.
dialogue always still not here. Still
Yeah.
gone.
I don't know how to do away with that waiting room nonsense.
Hmm.
They moved the link on it, so. All right, let's move on to another video.
Oh, here. Okay. Well, I see.
Well,
Okay,
I wanted to say on the Robert Mueller thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Everybody, it is terrible that we're in this situation, but people on the left do it all the time. I just saw Chuck Norris passed away, and people are talking about his politics as if it's evil for anyone to be the least bit conservative. So
Right.
I do think Trump takes it to the extreme, but I do think Trump supporters like it because it's kind of been a thorn in the side of conservatives for a long time that the liberal media does this and just everyone is like, oh, it's fine. It's okay. They take these little jabs, these little gnat bites.
Well, I mean, like the mainstream media is not like, at least that I've seen them. Are they like mocking Chuck Norris's death? Are they like cheering him on that he's dead now?
It was Variety who was saying that he is going to be remembered for his politics, not for his work as a.
I mean, because I saw a lot of like lefty like retards on Twitter saying that.
It was Variety.
Okay.
It was like
well,
the top Hollywood publication.
Well, yeah, but wait, did they say he's gonna be remembered? Yeah, but saying you're gonna be remembered for your politics. I mean, were they like saying that in like a nefarious way? They're just
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yes. Yeah.
some people,
Like his politics are wrong.
Okay.
Like
well,
he's
I
a
disagree.
racist.
Listen, I disagree with that.
Look, I disagree with it
but
too.
I don't think that like
that
to me,
justifies
kind
Trump doing it.
It just kind of feeds into because here's the problem when you have Trump, and Trump said this for Rob Reiner, which was even like fucking crazier, I think, than the Mueller thing. He said this shit with Rob Reiner. He says the Mueller shit. It's like he's kind of just playing into this, like, oh well, you are a bad person for supporting Trump because has so like low moral character when these people are dying. He's making these comments, especially after the whole thing with Charlie Kirk and the whole like, oh, how dare you cheer this on? How dare you be happy about this? And then it's like, well okay, well, if the president's going to literally cheer on when someone who fucking helped them really died, but for some reason he has perceived in his mind that he didn't help him, then okay, then who cares? Like, there's no one has any moral high ground at any point in this political conversation. Everyone's
Right,
just
but
like
the
walling
way
around the mud.
Look, the way people on the left spin it though is that there's a correct way to go after the dead people, right? You got to
Hmm.
do it subtly, right? You got to do it respectfully, right? But
I
it's
came
literally the
back.
same thing.
I
Mm.
So
came
I
back.
just yeah, we're
Welcome
here.
back.
Okay, thanks.
You thought I was running. I listened about your Chuck Norris thing. Did you know Nicholas Brendan died the same day?
I
I don't
did
know
know
who that
that. Yeah,
is.
that was.
Nicholas Brendan played Xander on Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
Yep.
Sad
But he
for
didn't have
him that Chuck
political. I don't
Norris,
think he had political
international
contentious
superstar.
views, so I don't know if anyone cared.
He
Yeah,
he
no
did
one will
this. He
remember him.
died on the same day I released my video celebrating the death of the Buffy reboot.
Oh my God, was that good timing or what?
It was horrible timing. I feel
Oh.
terrible.
I didn't even know there was a Buffy reboot.
You should
There
unlist
isn't
the video.
anymore.
Oh,
You
terrible.
never you didn't see the script for it?
No.
Was it
Oh my
good?
God. Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, okay, well, so then good. I'm glad it didn't get a reboot.
They had like TikTok like language in the script. Like so the characters were like, oh, unalived, and like they were saying shit like that. It was like really bad. Even Kotaku wrote an article where they're like, this is like a bad SNL sketch of what a reboot would be like. So if
Oh God.
Kotaku is like this shit is too woke, like come on.
Woke. Was it going to be? Was it written and directed by what's his face?
No, not Joss Whedon. He got
Joshua.
canceled. Joss Whedon could write a good, compelling feminist show
Mm-hmm.
because he hates women, and like that's the key to being a good feminist writer.
Secretly hating women.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good point. Cerebral Friction wanted me to tell you this, Sean, for $2. He says, Actual Justice Warrior is a smart guy. It's a shame he's a bloodthirsty Zionist cuck. Don't be Actual Justice Warrior, kids. Don't gargle Netanyahu's messianic splooge. Wow.
Oh my God.
Cerebral Friction really doesn't like Israel. He's like, he has a burning hatred of Israel. So,
I mean, listen, the pro or anti-Israel people are they're a little bit crazy.
well, he is actually, I mean, I think Cerebral Friction is a white nationalist too. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
Like
really, really
me, I'm
very
like
upset.
not I have no religious affiliation other than the fact that AI Netanyahu pays me 14K per post. Like I have no connection to the Israeli government, and these people still go after me no matter how like reasonable my take is on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Guy,
I
like
was
always, just gave us $20. Thank you. He says, so Sean is capable of steel manning an argument he disagrees with. That's great. What? I'm so fucking confused.
Yeah,
What are you
that's
talking about?
bizarre. That was a
you
steel
my
man?
free parking spaces one.
Okay. Was that it? You didn't want to come on and yell it? I mean, that's fine. I don't understand what's happening.
Well, thank you for the $20.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess.
But
The
yeah,
chat.
I was
Yep.
making the point that that like the Lebanon should not team up with Hezbollah because Hezbollah started a war that Lebanon did not want and they voted against. And people left me all these comments. I'm literally just talking about Lebanon. Like this was not from the Israeli perspective. I'm just talking about the Lebanese perspective. And if you look at my replies, they're like crazy. Like you're sucking up to the Jews. And it's like, well, no, it's just I'm thinking about the Lebanese, but okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, you said you were sucked up to the Jews until they stopped paying you. So,
Well, yeah, well, they did.
oh,
So
okay. So there you go. The chat follower for $10 says, Sitch, I appreciate your interaction with Michael Tracy. I agree with 95% of his conclusions and his morals are fine, but I think his brain has melted from so much intense exposure. Best class is best class.
That's hilarious.
I mean, I don't, okay, but first of all, thank you. I don't agree with his morals because I think he's a person. I don't know exactly. I haven't listened to a lot of Michael Tracy outside of the Epstein stuff, so I don't know if he's talked about this. He strikes me as someone who has like the super hyper libertarian moral system where he's like, oh yes, as long as someone agrees to it, then it's fine, which I'm not in favor of, and I think that's why he's getting in these weird situations where he seems to have trouble arguing that it's morally wrong for high school students to engage in prostitution, which most people would just say, no, that's obviously wrong. They wouldn't have to sort of like bend over backwards or put themselves in some sort of uncomfortable position to morally say that that is a wrong thing.
There's a video of Pisco completely just praising both of us over that Michael Tracy interview. It's kind of strange.
Amazing.
I know.
Amazing.
Your
We've
best
even, we
friend,
even
Pisco?
went, yeah, Pisco, who, well, I guess he used to hate us, but now he seems to love us. I mean,
We're very lovable people.
lavishing a lot of praise on us. So he said
Why?
you did
What'd you
better in
do?
that conversation than he even did, which that's got to be tough for Pisco because obviously he's a complete narcissist. So
Wait, you're saying you don't like Michael Tracy?
I like Michael Tracy just fine, but Sitch
No, you
like
should watch.
beat him up pretty hard on
We
those.
had a, yeah, you should watch. I kind of held his feet to the fire on his Epstein stuff. So,
What
Oh,
happened?
what did he say on Epstein?
well,
Epstein is innocent, completely innocent.
he he's like hyper fixated on this idea that like all the conspiracy stuff and all the child sex trafficking stuff is not real. But then that sort of bleeds into he keeps trying to downplay and make it sound like all the stuff that we do know factually happened in Florida, where he was creating a multi-tier leveling marketing scheme to entice and groom high school girls into sex and prostitution. He keeps trying to downplay that like that didn't happen or that it did happen and it's not such a big deal. And
Oh,
so that's what I was
I think
really
I've
holding
heard
him to
this
the
that like
fire.
Epstein's victims are older than people say, and it was like more like a underage prostitution than this elaborate ring. I've heard
Right,
this.
like he's a hebephile, not a pedophile, which you never want to make that distinction because then you sound really bad.
Right. Well, I mean,
Yes.
that's like like the idea of any kind of subtlety on anything like this or any kind of like clarity is viewed as
Right.
you're supporting it.
Right.
Like you're
But
never gonna win that argument.
no, no. But like if he was just making that argument because he really cares about the definitions, but then would acknowledge and say, like, yes, it is morally wrong to get high school girls to do sexual activity for money, then I don't think he would have the problems that he's having. It's just the fact that he doesn't want, he keeps like if you listen to the conversation, I kept trying to say, like, is it morally wrong to do this? And he'll say, like, oh, well, it was wrong in terms of that it was stupid for him to do this because it created, he went to jail and created all these problems. I'm like, I'm not asking you if it's stupid. I'm asking you, is it morally wrong to pay a 14 or 15-year-old, or nay, even a 16 or 17-year-old high school girl to do sexual activities for money? And he just doesn't really want to answer that question,
Right. Yeah.
which is, that's not great. That's not a great thing.
I'll listen back. I've seen him on social media like going after people who are getting like, all crazy about the Epstein thing.
Hmm.
And it's like, yeah, I don't know what his full take on it, but I have heard this argument that it's like, guys, this is not like a super international like, intelligence operation or whatever. It's just like a guy who had underage prostitutes and like usually people are not defending him when they're saying
Right.
that, but I
Well,
don't know.
but he kind of listen. You listen back to the conversation
No, I'll
that I
listen.
had
I'm
with
saying
him. Okay.
usually the people who make that
Right.
argument aren't defending Epstein, but I don't know. I haven't listened to your guys'
Right.
conversation, so.
No, like, because I mean,
What?
he could be right that all this stuff, because a lot of the stuff about the broader Epstein stuff, it is all smoke. I mean, there's a lot of like weird sus shit, but we don't have the gun yet. We don't have the smoking gun yet. So if he wants to stand on that hill and say, this is all fake or whatever, be my guest. But the Florida stuff, that stuff's like, we all know what's up with that.
I mean, it is Florida though, so it's kind of like,
Oh, so it makes sense. It's okay then.
I mean, it's like a lower standard. You know what I mean?
There you go. Stug says for living in Stug's walls for $2 says, quote, Epstein was a job creator. Michael Tracy, probably. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I don't
Okay.
know. I think the Epstein regime is trying to go after Iran in order to defend the files.
Yeah, obviously all that, the people saying that all the stuff with Iran was just a conspiracy theory to distract from Epstein is also stupid. Because it's kind of like, oh, so Trump's plan to get people off of Epstein is to create a bigger quagmire for him that could be even more politically devastating. Like, how does that make any sense?
What do you think about the theory from Candace Owens that we killed those schoolgirls as a sacrifice ritual to Baal?
I didn't know that she said that, but when you say that, I'm 100% going to believe you that she said that.
She's unfortunately, I'm not joking. That's really
Oh my God. She's so fucked. Gosh, she's so fucked. She's so fucked in the head. The people that listen to her are literally fucking or believe her. I'm sure a lot of people listen to her just because it's funny, but the people that believe what she's saying are just like the mouth breathing, drooling retards at this point.
I was gonna make a video on like how it's basically like there's nothing you could do about Candace Owens. She's like basically unstoppable. Like
Hmm.
she has such a large audience. She's like blended true crime with conspiracy nuts. Like, it's like an unbeatable like group of people that you're never gonna convince.
Get all the women that like love eat this shit up.
Yeah, and then like she has like a lot of like a lot of like built-in defenses. She's like, "Oh, everybody's attacking me because they don't want to find out what happened to Charlie or something." And
Right.
it's like, but she was really smart. Like when Charlie was first killed, she started releasing all these like super cute and like wholesome videos of her with Charlie like over the years, like
Hmm.
singing and dancing. And this like put in people's minds, whether intentionally or unintentionally, that Candace Owens cared about Charlie more than anyone. So now we're at the point where like she could just openly attack Charlie's wife, and they're like, well, obviously Erica never cared about Charlie
I
like
know.
Candace did.
I
Like
know.
we're like in such a backwards world. It's crazy.
I know, and Joe Rogan like buying into this shit is retarded too. Like, God, I just Joe Rogan's really falling off here. He's all like, "Oh, Erica Kirk." I've never seen was it him or his guest made some comment that was like, she seemed too excited about Charlie dying. I'm just like, guys, people are like fucking, their brain is just complete mush at this point.
Well, I watched that segment. I did a video on it where
Hmm.
Candace did like after Ben Shapiro said something about her at Amfest. She did like listen, I pride myself on knowing a bunch of racisms and whatnot, but like I had to like Google the shit that she was saying. Like that's how like hardcore like anti-Semitic it was. Like the Jews worship like Baal Bereth, Ben and
Hmm.
his kind are contract lords, their like she did this whole segment, still up on her channel like today. And like and then like I'll occasionally like see her on Twitter being like, "Oh, I'm just criticizing Zionists or whatever." It's like,
If
"What?
even Adam or
What?"
even if even Sean, the expert of racism, has to Google your racism, okay, you know you're deep in the well here. You're deep in the rabbit hole of racist conspiracy theories.
Yeah, well, like she puts up a book. Somebody put it in the chat, like the Talmudic Jew that you have to buy from like a neo-Nazi website that's named
Yeah.
for a famous Holocaust denier.
Yeah, it's like, how did you get that book? Where are you hearing all this information,
And
Candace?
she's like, "We're going over this in our book club."
Yeah,
Like, there are women on there. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I know. And then, I mean, did you see? And then the whole thing with, well, I'm kind of shocked Joe Kent isn't on our show yet because yeah, you have Joe Kent quit and he makes this accusation that like he thinks that Charlie Kirk's was killed by Israel, which is this stupid. I hate how these conspiracy theories, not like if you think about it, like logically, they don't even make sense. Because like let's just like logically think about this. This whole idea that so Israel, the conspiracy theory, if you haven't heard this, that Joe Kent and Candace Owens are kind of floating around is that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because Israel wants America to go to war with Iran. And for some reason, out of everyone in the entire world, Charlie Kirk, a podcaster and fundraiser for the Republican Party, was the sole voice that Donald Trump listened to. And he was trying to tell Trump not to go to war with Iran. Okay. So Israel figured that they could create some sort of crazy false flag assassination on Charlie Kirk to kill him so that we could go to war with Iran. And instead of say, like, which if you think about it, is kind of like this Rube Goldberg machine of like trying to get us to war with Iran. Like if you're Israel and you have no like you're running your sneaky operation department and you have no morals, okay, and you want America to go to war with Iran, instead of like killing Charlie Kirk, wouldn't it make a billion times more sense to just do some sort of false flag terrorist attack and then blame Iran for it in America, and then you would galvanize everyone in America to go to war with Iran? Like, wouldn't that have made like 1,000 times more sense than just trying to kill Charlie Kirk?
Well, it's even dumber. It's like because they're the Joe Ken guy saw a clip, and granted it's a clip, so who knows in the full context, it might make perfect sense. Um, but I saw a clip where he was like, "Oh, during the 12-day war, Charlie was like telling Trump not to go to war with Iran." And I'm like, "But like the 12-day war did happen though." And they're like, and all of a sudden this guy who was churning on Israel was killed. It's like, but Charlie never churned on Israel. Like there's text messages that
No,
indicate
he
he was
was.
annoyed at one point, like, shortly before his death. But if you were going to go after a podcaster or like a person in the media who turned on Israel and did have influence over Trump, like wouldn't that be Tucker Carlson? Like why would you go after Charlie Kirk, who was still pretty pro-Israel?
That's a great point too. Yeah, why didn't they take out Tucker Carlson instead of
Like,
Charlie Kirk? I don't know. It's just a good point. Tucker Carlson kept having those. Remember, Tucker Carlson kept having those conversations with Trump so much that people were like theorizing that Trump was doing the 10D chess move to like feed false information to Iran.
yeah,
So
Tucker had convinced Trump to take COVID seriously, to not do a big retaliation against Iran at some point in his first term. Like, this is a guy who had been proven to do what allegedly they killed Charlie because allegedly Charlie might have done it.
right,
Like, it doesn't make it makes no sense on every level. Not to mention
no,
all of the evidence is overwhelming for Tyler Robinson. Like,
yeah. Well, it's because whenever these conspiracy theory people they have the answer they want already, so then they try to work it backwards. It doesn't even if it doesn't make any sense. I
yeah.
mean, these are the same people that are going to say that Israel. It's crazy to me. The same people who will argue that Israel did 9/11 will not think for a second. Well, why didn't Israel? If Israel did a 9/11, okay, that would be the most effective, well planned, well executed false flag attack in history. They totally got away with it, except for some conspiracy theories on the internet, which no one cares about. Okay. Why would they not have been emboldened by that to do the exact same thing, only do it with Iran this time, as opposed to just killing Charlie Kirk?
Yeah. Or like with the 9/11 thing, it's like, oh, we would never have known if not for the one slip up in this most elaborate plan ever, which was the five Israelis that were in this parking lot
Right.
on the Jersey side of the
Filming
Hudson
it.
River.
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, but if they, what you call it, if they wanted to document like the attack, right? Which by the way, if you ever watch that video, it's like it's set in front of a live studio audience and I'm pretty sure it's set in Hebrew.
Hmm.
Nobody in the live studio audience in Israel reacts with even like a gasp or anything. So like the idea that they just admitted to like prior knowledge of 9/11 on like national Israeli TV and nobody
Of
reacted,
course. Of course.
like
Yeah.
that's like they're all in on it,
Of
obviously.
course. Yeah. Of
But
course.
like if you wanted a view of the Twin Towers from the Hudson River side of New Jersey, there's only 5 million places that you could have gone that aren't a parking lot where everybody can see you. Like you
Right.
could have rented a space in that building. You could have rented a space in any of the buildings, any of the hotels. Like again, like if you're not from the area, you might not know this, but like you could see the Twin Towers from everywhere on that side of the Hudson.
Well, they are just only some of the tallest buildings in the world. So
Yeah. But I
you
mean
expect to see them only from one place.
they lived in Brooklyn. They could have seen it from Brooklyn. Like
Right.
they didn't even have to go. Like Brooklyn is near downtown Manhattan. Like it's so stupid.
Well, obviously
But
they had the Israeli super secret spy A team. They were the ones that planned and operated and did the actual terrorist attack. But then they still had to have like the B team retards, which are only there for nepotistic reasons, and they had to give them busy work just to like make them think that they were part of the plan. So they're like, go to this parking lot and just film it. And then they fucked that up, obviously, and exposed the whole plot.
like I went through those like FBI documents because you know what happens is that people will take the documents, they'll cut out parts of it and then put it on some website.
Of
So you
course,
have
yeah.
to find the original. So you go to the FBI documents on those Israelis, which I found out why they're called the Dancing Israelis, and it's kind of hilarious. Like they're called the Dancing Israelis because Muhammad Atta's father called them that in an Egyptian newspaper, like on September 18th or 21st of 2001.
Hmm.
Like the woman who called the police on them never actually reported them as dancing. So like
Oh wow.
yeah,
Okay.
so maybe the slightly biased person who is denying that his son was the lead terrorist in the
Hmm.
greatest, terrorist attack on American history.
Right.
Maybe that's a little biased, but whatever.
Yeah.
But
Well, and
apparently
then
the FBI had sonar, like, which I didn't even know this, or like the military had this like sonar thing
mhm.
that they were able to detect when the car arrived, and it was between when the first tower was hit and the second tower was hit. And like their office, whatever, was like a few minutes away, and they had claimed that after they heard it, they drove there to get a better view. Like, which, so it actually does line up with what they said, not that anybody cares.
Right, right. But I mean, it's the same problem too with like, okay, if they if this is all some sort of crazy false flag, or they did all this, work to get this going, wouldn't they have had the hijackers literally just be Iraqi in order to get us into a war with Iraq? Or wouldn't they just have them be Iranian to get us into a war with Iran? Like, why would it have been like, oh, well, we have the hijackers are actually, a lot of them turned out to be like Saudi Arabian and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
like
and
yeah.
bad for us. Like, why would they not? If you're going to do this like super complicated plan, why don't you actually make it like suit like as beneficial as possible for yourself?
Yeah, there's not even a dollar of funding tied to Iraq. Like there's nothing. So the idea that, whoa, they did this to frame the Middle East so we could go to war in Iraq, but then they forgot the part where they frame Iraq for the crime.
Mhm.
Like, and then they had to like lie about it. Like it's a little ridiculous.
It's a little silly. It's a little silly.
But like listen, you don't need any of that. You just need and also like the ACLU, if you look up they have like a whole list of people that were detained after 9/11, like a bunch of foreign nationals for like very similar reasons, right? They were in
Mhm.
this area, somebody called 911. Like nobody talks about them. Like there's like Turkish nationals that were detained for like 90 days, or like, there's all these different people that just kind of looked weird and they were in and around the New York area and they were from some foreign background. And like the ACLU has like, again, like 173 of them in like a report that they have. And it's like, wow, the US was just grabbing up a bunch of people after 9/11, which, you understand why, but like, it kind of when you realize how many people they grabbed, it kind of makes it less compelling.
Mhm. That is true.
But it's whatever. Like you got to sell the Israel did 9/11, I guess. Israel did Charlie Kirk. Israel did everything.
Well, that there was that one time that they shot on American, ship by accident. So obviously Israel is responsible for every bad thing that's ever happened in the entire world after that point.
Oh yeah, the USS Liberty. There's actually never been a friendly fire incident ever in the history of this country with any
Mhm.
other country. So think about it. They did do that. They did do
Saul
it.
Saul Ferjaro says, I don't know if you talked about this yet, but there's more evidence coming out that we did indeed bomb that school. Yeah, no, I have seen that. I mean, we haven't talked about it, but I do know that it seems more and more likely. I'd say probably with high confidence that America accidentally did blow up that school. It wasn't like some sort of errant interceptor missile or something from Iran,
Yeah, it,
which
it looks
is,
it looks pretty clear that it was a US missile.
yeah, yep. Okay.
Somebody's putting in the chat that Kuwaiti shot down one of our F-16s. I think it was like a couple of them that got hit or something like that.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. Which all the America Bad people were sharing about so happily. It's
My
like,
my
oh,
favorite my favorite part about the dancing Israelis thing is the box cutters component of it.
mhm.
Because they're like, oh, they found box cutters on them. And they're like, oh, it's real suspicious. Box cutters 9/11, they had box cutters. And it's like they were in a moving van.
Well, no, you see, like they were the one, they literally handed the box cutters to the terrorists before, and then they just had a bunch on them, obviously. So,
I know, but it's like the context is like really like box cutters on a plane, very very questionable. Box
right.
cutters in a moving van,
Makes
very,
sense.
very
Makes
normal.
sense. Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
It's
but that's just
pretty,
what they want you to think. It's the Serbian Jew double bluff, if you don't know.
of course, of course.
But yeah, but that's where we are right now. It's all conspiracies. I saw a thing that somebody was posting that missile that was fired at the Diego base, it was fired by Israel. Don't know if you know that.
I did know that, yes. They
False
and
flag.
also Israel was the one that originally attacked oil infrastructure in the Middle East as well.
Yeah.
And as Tucker Carlson said, Israel had sent in secret Israeli operatives into Saudi Arabia and Qatar to attack and create more false flags attacks, even though both those countries' governments denied that and said that's retarded. But,
Yeah.
it's fine. None of these, this was, I think the most annoying thing too about all this is that all these fucking piece of shit people, like Tucker and all these other people who will just lie and say the craziest shit about this war, they will get zero backlash from their audience for
Yeah.
being wrong about any of this. Their audience literally does not care that they're just making up a bunch of shit. Kyle Clancy's not gonna get like when the American economy doesn't collapse, and there's not bread lines, like no one in his audience is gonna be like, "Hey, Kyle, why are you like fear mongering?" None of them will give a fuck as long as they're saying things that they want to hear. That's all they care about.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's never going to like there's no consequences for it because again, people don't care about the truth. They just want that they want that reason to be angry. Like
Right.
so you're just feeding that. And it's like, the bombing of that like gas field in between, the one that's shared by Iran and Qatar.
Hmm.
Like they did that in part because that provides the gas internally to Iran. But like, yeah, that might have been a strategic blunder to do so. But like, it makes perfect sense if you're gonna bomb the Iranian side of this like joint venture for the Iranians to attack the Qatari side. Like that makes perfect sense. Like the idea that the Israelis did it and then they bombed the Qatari side for revenge on their own attack that everybody like it doesn't make any sense. Like but it doesn't matter how stupid anything is. Like people just promote it.
Hmm.
Or like, they're like, oh, what was it? The UAE was a part of the Abraham Accords. Is that correct or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh, the UAE, you joined the Abraham Accords. They're like, how'd that work out with you now that the Iranians are bombing you? They're like, how come the Israelis aren't protecting you? And it's like the Abraham Accords is not a military alliance. Like it's not a mutual defense pact. Like
Nah, no, the whole thing. These people don't. They don't know. They don't care. No one cares. We're all like the petrodollar is failing. American empire is failing. We're an empire in decline. You just gotta say the right magic words. It's like a mantra. You just repeat them.
it's also
So
we have to ghost the Saudis. Like the Saudis hate the Iranians and like they were lobbying for these strikes as well. Like they're
right.
not fans of them. We have to totally prize and I recommend it.
Hmm.
It's you can get an audiobook for either one of you and it's about like, oil policy around the world. The Saudis are like our number one ally in the region, which is why they're like a regime that's probably just as bad as the Iranians, but we're totally cool with them because they're like that strategically important. They also wanted us to take out the Iranians.
Hmm. Okay.
Like they're
Anyways,
mortal enemies of them. Also, what is this? I'm looking at the stream. What are you doing, Adam?
what is that? Uh-oh. What has Adam been doing this whole time? Adam's been too silent. I should have checked in, see what he's been doing this
Adam,
whole time.
say something.
What's up? How's it going, guys?
I'm gonna Sitch. You're just letting him take
What,
over your stream like
what
this.
are
You
you,
told me
what are you,
privately,
what are
Adam.
you
Adam
doing?
works for you.
You know what? Adam does work for me. Everything that he's doing right now, turning himself in the
he lied
everything
to your ass.
he when he turned himself on the corn and is shooting laser beams all over the place and just kind of like jerking around. I was like, yeah, you go do that. You go do that. All right.
People
Me and
love
Sean are
that shit.
talking. Yes, it's
People
fine.
love that stuff,
They
man.
do. They do.
Are we watching a video? I mean, you guys invited me onto your program to watch a video.
No,
We did? I
We
thought you were
did
gonna argue
invite.
with someone.
We invited you.
I thought you were gonna argue with Dialogue Always or something.
He
Invite
didn't.
you
He
on so
didn't.
I
He
can
didn't
take
come
a
on.
He
break.
didn't come on, yeah.
He said he can't come on right now. He's on the road. So, but
Oh, okay. That's
Oh, I'm
he
sorry
took
to hear
he
that.
took a rain check.
right.
So he's gonna come on later. He's gonna come on later, guys. It's gonna be great.
Okay. That's fine.
It's gonna be magnificent.
Adam's like
You guys are gonna
hallucinating
love
right
it.
now.
When he comes on, it's gonna be so good.
But yeah, so you guys are rooting for the Russia, North Korea, Chinese alliance, right?
Always.
What?
That's who you're rooting for, right?
Yeah.
Alliances? No.
No. Well, I thought we were watching a video. We're not going to watch a
Yeah,
video.
well, let's watch the video. Jeez. What video are we watching?
You guys had the video. You guys invited
What
me on
video
a
you-
week in advance. You were like, you need to come on.
That did not happen.
It did happen.
I just invited you on because you're in the chat complaining.
I'm trying to find the time code for where when Jank like has a total screen.
Oh, yeah, that's a
match
good
at
one. Bring that
Paris
one
Morgan.
up.
So I'm trying to. I don't remember exactly where it is.
That'll be a good one to get you on Piers Morgan. You can give us what you would have done that would have been more incendiary, Sean.
Okay, I think I found it here.
and then you can get
You send Sean the watch together link.
Yeah, where's this watch together, Adam?
Okay.
Oh yeah, the watch together link.
I'm looking at the screen on the stream, and it's like Adam just in a corn costume. He's like actual Jake.
He's like actual Jake. There you go. You're trying to steal it from Jake, is that the thing?
He stole it from me. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
The thief.
That is true.
I could watch this clip for a little bit. Then my wife is gonna want my attention.
Oh my goodness!
Look at this.
After you finally, can you send it? I guess I gotta send him the watch together link.
Where are you sending it, in the Zoom chat?
No, I'll send it to you on Twitter.
You know what I realized, and I want everybody to know this. I hated Greta Thunberg when she was a child.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was on that train.
Not a child now?
No, but when she was, well, I think she's forever a child. They gave her like some kind of Michael Jackson, like reverse steroids or whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very
All right, I'm clicking the watch together link. It says join the room. Okay, I'll join the room. Oh, I have to pick a username.
Yeah. I'm thinking I love Netanyahu would be good for you.
Israeli cum drinker.
It's Al.
Obviously.
#1 Netanyahu fan. That's what you should make your screen name.
Mm-hmm. I'm a very big, you could tell by my channel and how much everything I cover is foreign policy related. How much I'm a big fan of it's Al. Also, can we commit to the bit of calling like Iran like Iran? Or no?
No.
Iran.
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 Iran. I don't like Iran. I'm gonna tell you the real reason I'm against them.
Tell us.
I don't like Iran because their capital is called Tehran.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you should have a capital that rhymes with your country.
Oh. Okay.
Like if the capital of America was like Schmamerica, then we would not be the empire that we are
That's
today.
a good point. That's a good point. We need to compile a list. We need to ask ChatGPT how many countries' capital rhymes with the name of the country. See if there's a pattern emerges.
And there's like another category too. Like I think the capital of Oklahoma is Oklahoma City, and it's like, guys, you're just fucking not creative.
Right.
Like I'm not into it.
Right. Okay. You're gonna watch together? Okay, let's see. Let's see.
I'm in.
Okay, let's see how this goes.
Everyone kind of pretends it didn't happen. It's too big a deal.
Oh. Are you not wearing headphones?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'll lower the volume. I'm not wearing headphones though.
We can hear it play through your mic.
Yeah.
Let me try to headphone it.
Okay.
Be professional, okay?
I mean, I'm impressed.
Can you hear me?
Like it's not, we're not echoing through it, but it's weird the watch together is.
I can't hear you guys anymore.
You can't. Oh no. Well,
Oh
that's
no,
not
I can hear
important.
you.
Okay. You good now?
All right, I'm trying to connect to my computer.
You connect. Okay.
Let's see if I go audio.
Swamp Faye for $5 says Israel started the war so Jank would have a heart attack live on Piers Morgan. AI hates this message, so sorry for the crypticism. That's pretty fun. You know what? I would believe that. This was all some sort of 10D chess move just to get Trump or just get Jank to freak out live, have a stroke or something. So I could believe that.
Okay, I'm a little worried that I might not be able to do this.
Oh, why not?
I'm trying to hack up my Bluetooth headphones to my computer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a little trouble.
Well, you could listen. I guess you couldn't listen through your phone.
I can mute while you play the clip.
You could just
I'll do that.
Okay, you just
and I'll work on it.
Okay.
Deal for him to be able to do that, I think.
Yeah. So I have a solution to this, but first let me wade through all the lies that have been said. So if you notice, before the war, people like Ben Ferguson were saying, oh, we're not necessarily going to attack. Donald Trump's a peace president. He's not going to attack. He's not going to put in ground troops. That's not what I said ever. Yeah.
I never said it. Go find a video. Go look at YouTube. Listen to any one of my shows. I never said that.
So
not one damn time.
Piers, this is why I shout on your program, because every time I start talking, some Israel first son of a bitch comes in and starts talking over me. Hey, you made
America
all your
first,
Israeli
right
talking
there.
points
American
already.
flag, bro.
Be
There's
quiet.
Israel right
Oh,
there.
yeah, my ass.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cenk,
see, here it goes again.
Cenk,
So
for
then
50
here's the
minutes,
other lie.
Cenk, for 50 minutes,
can I
you've
just
managed
effing
to
talk?
stay relatively calm. Don't blow it now.
Yeah.
Oh my
okay, well,
God, that's
what
so
Israel
bad.
Okay, Pierce is obviously trying. He's like, Cenk, you spent the last 15 minutes not screaming, which is
Mhm.
bad for my ratings. Okay, so
Yeah.
you need to get involved here. That's obviously why he said that.
He pulled the
That's
red cape out, didn't he?
He did.
that's like the irony of this is like Jank is on the show to scream, and Pierce is like, Jank, you've been doing such a great job not screaming. And it's like, just try to keep it together. And it's like, but the whole reason you're on the show is to scream. Like
Yes.
this is everything.
Yes.
Like this
Mhm.
is the entire goal. It is the mission.
It's opposite day.
Yeah, but Pierce, he's got to pretend like he's doing something sophisticated. It's like this reminds me of when Pierce had that the girl who was like famous for saying the N-word on, and then he was like daring her to say the N-word so he could be outraged and call her racist for saying the N-word. Like,
why won't you say it now? Say it right now on my show. Say it right this second.
and then Mark Lamont Hill ruined that by melting down.
Well, he made it, yeah, but then he had another clip. Don't say it. You're attacking me, Pierce. No, Pierce, no.
He's like, I'm the only black person on here, so if she says it, it's against me. I'm like,
Yeah.
is that how that works?
That was the same thing. Remember, he had Barney on, that topless girl that like pretends to be disabled or whatever. She's always screaming. So,
by the way, I got my headphones to work. I fixed it.
Isn't the fact that we have such a strong Jewish culture, Jewish American culture in America, the reason why Israel has so much power in America? That's the reason, right?
I don't think so. I think a lot of it is just because of all the weird evangelical doomsday prophecy that's tied into
So
that.
it's a combination of the Christian culture
it's a
and
combination.
the Jewish
It's
culture.
definitely a combination.
But I mean, you got to admit there are certain places where you have a distinctive electoral advantage because there's a high Jewish population, right? They vote a certain way.
No, I think you have the Hebrew GBs, honestly.
The Hebrew GBs.
Oh my God.
You're just fear mongering about
that's a fact. What are you talking about? That's a fact, Jack. Come on.
Well, there's
obviously.
the three main areas of the country that have high Jewish populations.
You get Florida.
South Florida, well, specific places in South Florida, New York, and specific places in California. I mean, they all vote blue. So obviously that's not motivating the Republicans.
There's some Jews in Jersey. That's why we call it Jewsy.
Jersey? Okay, that's true. I did see the Nick Sorter thing. So.
Okay, so we can invite any population into America and their politics won't be embedded in our politics. This won't happen. So we're completely safe. We're safe because the Jewish population is small? Is that your argument?
No, if you bring the Muzzies in, they'll take over.
That's true.
That's just science.
He doesn't mean Muslims. He means Muzzy, that big monster guy from the French cartoon.
So why would the Muzzies take over?
That's what they do. Okay. Haven't you ever heard of the tequila?
The tequila?
It's so interesting that you actually go on and debate people, Sean. But like you come on here and it's like you're not even going to have any kind of serious conversation whatsoever. You're like Mr. Serious on every other show, but here you're like the Muzzies come in.
That's because he likes us the best, so he could just let his hair down, right?
No, look, listen.
But I mean, look there is an Israel lobby that people think is pretty fucking powerful, and you guys are saying,
$300 million. Excuse me, $300 million that Sheldon Adelson gave to Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Jenk's gonna yell. Those more comedy.
Okay.
But no, obviously they do have an influence, and there is like, I think Sitch is right. There is like an evangelical like boosting of it in all these places where there are like no Jews.
Of course, yes. They all see the Jewish people as like proto-Christians.
They have to hold the area for the apocalypse for Jesus to come back.
Right. Yes. Okay,
jabber.
Serious.
Anyway, so here we go.
Sean is just jabber. He won't shut up.
So then Ben said, and all the Israel First clowns said, oh, we're doing this for the Iranian protesters. And once we start bombing them and murdering them, they're going to love us. And now he's saying, well, of course the protesters can't come out in the streets. We're bombing them. We're bombing them. Pretty impressive. That's what we said. All right. Yeah. All right, here we go. Will you shut the fuck up? Will you shut up?
If you're putting
we
words in
already
my
heard
mouth
your stupid
that I never said,
Israeli
I will
talking
never be
points.
quiet. I'll never be quiet when you put
Piers,
lines into my mouth of things
I know,
never
that's
said.
why we have to shout on this show, because these assholes won't shut the fuck up.
Like,
all right,
I never
just to be
put words in
clear,
your mouth.
just to be
Put words in
clear,
your mouth, the things you've
I
never
think
said.
Look, the rage is taking over, so he's not listening to what he's saying. It is true that if you're going to assign a position to somebody, if you're going to straw man somebody, they have every right to speak up and say, "Hey, fuck you. That's not my position." So,
No,
that's a great response.
This is a classic Jank thing where on his show he just says the thing that you say and then blames you for it. And
when
like
you're there,
that's
your opportunity to like say, "Hey, wait a second."
Yeah. So this is funny. Also, I do like that Jank accuses everybody of being what you call it, like Israel first.
You're Israel first all the way, Sean. I'm convinced.
I am. That's because I get paid by them. But
well, you get the
accuses,
14K.
Yeah, he accuses everybody, but if you check your DMs and he downplays like Qatari influence, there is one person who I know for sure made a deal with a foreign state media outlet in his past.
Well, this is kind of the contradiction here, because they are let all the muzzies in. They're like, let all the muzzies in, it'll be great. Well, won't that stop it from being America first? It'll be like Muzzy first.
Yeah.
There are actually less chances of Ben Ferguson shutting the fuck up than there are of the Bob Pope analogy I gave earlier. So why don't we just assume both of you can be equally garrulous? Cenk, finish your point.
No, I haven't interrupted him once. Okay, so look, guys, we're ignoring the 800-pound gorilla in the room. For example, if somebody was to come in here and they were going to listen to this discussion or debate, but we told them ahead of time, hey, these guys are all clean and honest, then they'd listen to it and try to figure out what's happening. If we told them ahead of time, someone gave them $100 million to all say the same thing, we'd go, well, then we're a little bit more skeptical, to say the least. So that is what's happening with our politicians. Israel has given Congress $100 million. They've given Donald Trump $337 million. So this is all a fake conversation.
But these are tiny amounts
of
money.
American interest in it.
They spent billions on day one
now
of the war.
you're cutting me off, Piers.
These are tiny amounts of money you're talking about.
You're making up crap.
Tiny amounts of money.
Yeah.
Piers, are you mental?
Do you know how much got spent? Do you know how much got spent on day one of the war?
$337 million that the Adelsons have given to Donald Trump because he is corrupt and easily purchasable. The Adelsons are corrupt and Israelis. The Israeli Adelsons gave Jonathan Pollard a trip on their private jet back to Israel and celebrated him like a hero because they love people betraying America for Israel.
But you don't think, Cenk,
I can prove it! I can prove it! So tell me if we should put American troops.
That's the meme that's the new meme you have to put on all your videos, Sean. I can prove it. I can prove it. I can prove it.
I love when Jank just loses it. It's so crazy. But I sent Adam a video of TYT announcing their partnership with AJ Plus. So like this is a guy who literally did partner with the Qatari government. I just want you guys to know that.
Put it in the watch together. You can put it in the watch together.
How do I do that? In the top?
You just put it on in. Drive it in. Okay, I was looking up how much. I was curious how much money Elon gave to Trump. Because I don't know the context. What did he say? 37 million or something? What did he say?
Well, he was saying the Adelsons gave Trump $337 million because they put in
$337 million.
Yeah.
So Elon did 239 million. So
well, this is like the Adelson super PAC. They pledged the money to support Trump's campaign. Like they didn't actually give him this money or even give the money to his campaign.
That's the same thing Elon did. He did America PAC.
Yeah.
So it's that's how you got to do it these days. Obviously, to get around the can't just give somebody.
I like that Cenk called them the Israeli Adelsons, as if we needed that clarification that was the point he was trying to make. Like, yeah, we know.
No, we didn't know. They could have been anyone. Okay, he had to clarify. I'm glad he did. I was confused, is what he was trying to say.
As opposed to the like Korean Adelsons.
Yeah, that's what I thought he meant.
Troops or Israeli troops in? Okay, why are we putting our guys in? Ben Ferguson, that traitor, said that it was no big deal that 13 Americans died. It's a huge deal.
Never said that.
13 Americans died. Why do you send your goddamn Israeli friends into a war?
Take the
they
blood
started
pressure meds, bro.
They
It was
started
never
it.
said by me. Never said by me. You
know what?
So much shit.
Cenk,
I'm never going to let anyone else on this program talk, because the minute I start talking, they start interrupting and go, "Oh, Israel's the greatest. Israel's the greatest."
Okay.
They bribed all of our politicians. It is exceedingly clear.
Okay.
So stop working for Israel, you corrupt sons of bitches.
Okay.
Work for America. Here's your solution. And it's super simple.
I mean, this is sad. This is not.
You know, like
He's kind of loses his mind here.
He is, yeah. It's funny. I think it's funny.
Look, being interrupted is annoying, but like he's literally saying something that this guy on the panel said.
Didn't say, I know, yeah.
Yeah, and that guy's
That's more
responding
annoying.
to him. Like Cenk would not let you say all these things that he's allegedly said that he didn't without interrupting you. Like, who are we kidding?
Of course, yeah.
Also, I like these two other calm, like old guys on the panel.
Yeah, this
that are just
one
like,
guy is like, "Oh, what the fuck is happening here?" They're never coming back on this show.
But I also appreciate, like, you know, Pierce doing the Cenk, like, stop, like, please, like,
You've
this
been
is
so
like,
good. You've been such a good boy this show.
Pierce cut this clip in particular and posted it on his YouTube channel of Cenk screaming.
No
like,
way.
He's like, "Oh no!" He's like, "No, Cenk, don't do it. Don't do the thing. That why I have you here, please."
Exactly.
Oh my god.
I bet you that Pierce slipped what's his name? Ben Ferguson like $1,000 or something.
No way.
He's like, "Oh great, get
Ben
Cenk riled
Ferguson is
up."
loving this.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat said Cenk has been the 800-pound gorilla all along.
It's true.
Cenk is bad at straw manning people. He really is.
We get the fuck out of there.
Okay.
We have zero interest in there. None. So let
And
Israel,
now you know
who
why
started
Trump
this
had to
war,
do what he
deal
had to
with
do.
their
He's
own
got to
war.
deal with people
You
like
put in the
this.
ground troops. Ben Ferguson, answer this question. Should we be sending Israeli ground troops or American ground troops?
I think there's no major ground troop movements because the president's made it clear we're not invading the country. If you listen to what he said, you would already know that, not have to ask that question.
Okay, this guy's delusional. Ben's fucking delusional.
Yeah, this is
gonna
actually
be ground troops.
Yeah, this is the part where like Cenk and Anna like have like a good point where it's like they are talking about, oh, if we grab this island and we send in like soldiers there, but that's, even though it's in Iranian territory, it's not in their mainland. It's like, no, that is actually a ground invasion. And you're going to have all these people like that are going to say, oh, there's no need to do that. And when it happens, they'll jump on board and support it.
They have
Like,
to
so
control
they'll
the
deny
coast. That's the only way that they can deal with the Straits issue is by controlling the coast.
But the island is for the oil supply, which again, you're trying to cut them off financially to hopefully strangle the regime. But like, yeah, this is where it gets like real questionable because Ben would, I don't know him very well. Obviously, I haven't seen a lot of his stuff, but presumably he would support it afterwards. So this is the part where, like, you know, it makes sense that Cenk. I would be annoyed too if I'm like, oh, but what do you mean listen to the Trump administration? They're signaling that they want to at least take this island, and that's step one.
Yeah,
of like a full ground operation.
Now that's another lie. He'll come back and say, "Oh, I always said we were going to put in ground troops."
You know what? Okay, look, I'm going to call an end to this. Cenk,
American or Israeli?
The truth is
American or Israeli?
All right, Cenk,
which ground troops?
Cenk, calm down. The truth is, the American military has sent several thousand Marines into the area. They'll take a few more days to get there. And as we know, when there was a massive build-up before the war started, there must be a high likelihood they may.
What time are they going to get there? About 8 p.m. on Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
They get deployed. Otherwise, why would?
For the ground troops, now he could be sending them there to like menace them, like the threat of force. It doesn't necessarily mean it's automatic. But like to Cenk's point, like where should you send them? They're talking about sending special forces into Iran to grab their like enriched uranium. That should be the Israelis doing it. Like they can send their own special forces. Yeah,
they're gonna go splunking down into that crash site.
Yeah, that could be them over there, but like the island is more aligned with our strategic objective of like getting rid of the regime so that we can get a better oil position on our geopolitical rivals. So like, yeah, it's like this. I would not be surprised if it's almost exclusively U.S. troops if they go to that island, the oil one.
You send them.
And
And it may be that Trump calculates that to get to, say, the enriched uranium, he may have to use some ground forces. I hope it doesn't come to that. I think it would be a disaster, but we shall see.
So why not Israeli ground forces?
But we shall see. You know, think about
why not Israeli ground forces?
Yeah, and Israeli ground forces.
Why is that not even being discussed in Washington?
Well, you just mentioned
Why
it.
are we so subservient to Israel that we don't even have a national discussion about
really
should it be our
obsessed
troops
with Israel.
or should it be
It's kinda
Israel's
scary.
troops?
Cenk, you know, sometimes.
Oh, so you're saying send in Americans,
No,
right?
but Cenk, sometimes
They
you've got to be.
Guys like Ben Ferguson, and Mark Levin all want to send in Americans to die because they think Israelis are superior to us, and they think the Israeli lives are so important. 82% of Israelis want this war. Only 21% of Americans wanted this war. We don't want this war. The only people who want this war are the Israelis. They should fight their own goddamn wars and stop having Americans killed on behalf of stupid, irrelevant,
anti-Semitism
disgusting Israel.
Cenk, for the sake of your spleen, if nothing else, I'm going to draw an end to this panel debate.
I'm totally fine. I just love America.
Well,
I'm not like these traitors like Ben Ferguson
we can tell.
and Ted Cruz who who literally said he's there to serve Israel like a servile dog.
Okay.
Dog, bark for Israel, little doggy.
Okay, I'm going to leave
Serve
it there.
America. No more Americans dead.
Just for the record,
Send in
Ben
Israeli
Ferguson has an
ground
America
troops.
First panel.
Start a
badge
national
on his
discussion.
jacket.
Make
All right.
every politician answer why we should die instead of the Israelis.
Thank you very much, Cenk, and thank you very much to all of you. I appreciate it.
I mean, it's a good question. I kind of agree with his rage because why is that a bad question to ask?
No,
I mean,
it's not like I think for the uranium special forces operation, like yeah, that's the Israelis. I don't want the Americans to do that kind of risky thing. Like I get it. I believe the American troops are better, but like yeah, I'm not trying to risk them for that.
Why are
like
we getting blamed for the straits being blocked when Israel did the first strike? How come America's getting blamed for this?
I mean, we are like close allies with overlapping objectives.
Yeah, but why don't they take the blame?
I mean, they're blaming. Cenk is blaming them. He's like the Israelis control everything.
Why isn't the wider public blaming them?
Well, because there's also Trump bad in there.
Oh yeah, that's a big part of it. That's for sure. That's a good point.
Yeah, but like I do again, even though Cenk is ridiculous and always ridiculous, like there is a point that a bunch of these people are pretending that there's no ground troop prospects while they are discussing, at least for the island. Now they say there's 3 options. They're like to secure their uranium, to grab this island, or to do, I forget what the other third option was, right? But like yeah, like that, those are all ground troop options. Like, so they are saying that. So I get the anger of people not telling the truth. It's just funny to watch Cenk scream.
Yeah.
And like go so ridiculous.
In order to unblock the straits, they have to control the Iranian coast. And I don't see how you can do that from the air. It's impossible.
I mean, you could if you got rid of the thing is like the reason the strait is like effectively blocked is because the Iranians had said that they were going to attack ships there, and a bunch of the ships lost insurance.
The ships have the insurance back. They don't want to die.
But that was like the original reason, and whether they, I think that.
But the ships got insurance back like a few days later, so the insurance thing has been worked out. They don't want to go in because they don't want to take the risk with their lives.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a risk that
the insurance company is fine because they're like, okay, 1 in 1,000 ships are actually going to get sunk and we're going to have to pay out on. But the 1,000 ships are paying so much fucking money for this insurance, we're going to make money either way. So the insurance companies are like, get in there, boys, it's fine. But the shippers are like, I don't want to be the 1 in 1,000 that they sink. We don't all want to lose our lives over this.
Yeah, and like
they want escorts. They want military escorts.
And again, to that point of like, would I rather have Israeli soldiers fight in a ground operation that's more dangerous than Americans? Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So you agree with them?
Well, it's what you call for especially for that uranium operation. Like I think that like that's more aligned with their objective, which is they want to grab this like nuclear material. I'm like, you do that. I
Yeah.
For the oil
Well, look,
island,
they
it's
want
more
regime
aligned.
change too, so that's why they
Yeah,
went for the decapitation strike in the very beginning.
and for the oil island or whatever, like the better oil position is actually more aligned with our objectives in the war. So like I understand the argument for U.S. troops there. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I,
Do you think Israel dragged us into this war? I mean, I watched the Marco Rubio thing, and it really seemed like
well,
like that's
there's
what
like
happened.
more in that. I've seen that clip. There's like more in that clip if you watch it where he was like not really saying that, but I get why people read that from his statement.
Well, look, I think he was saying that, but I know that it's unclear enough that people can take away either claim. People can claim, no, obviously we got Israel into this.
I think the idea that we have
this.
no interest in this area, like independent of Israel, is crazy.
We do.
I
Of course we do. Yes.
And again, like I highly recommend you read the book, like the Prize, super important. Gives you an idea of like oil policy throughout, like not and basically oil policy that was like handed to us from the British, who really messed up Iran like prior to us. And yeah, like we are constantly trying to secure this supply. Like
We're energy independent right now though. So I mean,
yeah, that doesn't mean
I think
anything.
our interest is really over the nuclear weapons.
Well, the nuclear problem also relates to supply because you're talking about a nuclear, like a potential belligerent state that would have a nuclear weapon that would be able to at least disrupt significantly the Straits of Hormuz. But once you have a nuclear weapon, like the options that you have, like, we don't really do anything to North Korea, like, because they're a nuclear power.
North Korea
Like, so
doesn't
what?
control the Straits of Hormuz.
I understand that, but when they make threats and they do all these things and shoot missiles over Japan and all these other provocations, like we don't really do anything to them because they're a nuclear power. So like imagine
We'd be forced to do something though if they could cut off 20% of the world's oil supply.
yeah,
We
but
would be
like
forced to. That's
but
the
I'm saying
same thing here. We wouldn't
well
do
that's
anything to Iran either if Iran didn't control 20% of the world's oil supply.
yeah, I mean if Iran didn't matter, then Iran wouldn't matter. But I'm saying if they had a nuke, they would be in the position that North Korea is, where they could be a belligerent state over a much like more important portion of the world.
I agree. Yeah, I
Like
agree.
that's why there's like this policy, and not to mention just in general we try to limit any new countries from becoming nuclear powers, like that's just a general policy that we try to avoid that as much as possible, because eventually if enough people have it, somebody's going to use it.
Maybe this was the time to take our shot. I'm not
Yeah, and
sure that it was, but
I listened to Rubio and he was saying that they were going to move production like underground, that was going to be more difficult to hit. Like they've already shown that they have weaponry that we didn't expect that they had. And apparently our nuclear assessments of the Iranian government would just get rolled over year to year.
oh my God.
Like so
That's
we were saying that
awful.
they were at the same level of their program for like a couple of years, but when people look at the reports, it was just rolling over the previous year's assessment. And then like the IAEA said, I think, when was the 12-day war, in like July or June of last year?
I'm not sure. It was June or July.
But it was
I'll
like the
take your word for
IAE
it.
the IAEA report was like a month before that, and they're like, "Oh, suddenly they had this much 60% enriched uranium," which is like, "Oh, well, that's no bueno." So yeah, like I don't buy this, that there's no incentive for America. We have no interest in the
No,
region. Again,
we do. We totally
even
do.
even if
But
the Israelis didn't exist, like we'd still have the Saudis, which are chief like regional rivals to the Iranians, and we love our Saudi oils.
I think I would not bet money that if Israel didn't exist, that we would still be in this conflict right now. I would not bet money on that.
What are you trying to say? If it didn't exist, we would still be
Just the
here.
idea that Israel didn't have any say, wasn't anything thought in this engagement with Iran, I would say. I mean, that's like a laughable claim.
I don't think they have no part. Like they're a chief enemy of the Israelis too. They fund a bunch of the proxies that attack them.
I was thinking about this because it is, if you think of the fallout from 9/11, like we went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan because of 9/11, right? 9/11 really got under American skin, and we wanted our pound of flesh, right? This is basically the same thing that's going on here with Israel and October 7th. This is part of the fallout from October 7th. Israel really wants their pound of flesh. And it is interesting how America had to go about getting its pound of flesh in the world, in the environment that we lived in then. You know, we had to gather this world community together and basically go do the whole weapons of mass destruction thing. There was all these talks. The nation kind of debated it over a long period of time. Israel is basically kind of bullied America into going along with them. So I think
I don't think the American government's being bullied by the Israelis, and like it's not really that comparable to 9/11 because like we went to Afghanistan because it was a safe haven for the people that attacked us. We went to Iraq for literally reason.
They say Iran funded October 7th. How's it different? It's identical.
No. We went to Iraq, which had no connection to 9/11. Like Iran does fund proxy groups that attack Israel. So like they're actually going through like a linear progression of like actual countries that have problems with them, like rather than like we went to Iraq randomly. And honestly, we strengthened Iran and made this situation worse.
Well, I don't think going to Iraq was a good idea. I'm just saying that the Americans were behind it because of 9/11, that's what gave them the political support to do it. And look, I don't think Israel has a lot of political support for Americans, but they did. I think this is definitely payback for October 7th.
This is like I think there's a like wrong view of the Middle East that like Israel is the center of the Middle East, and like I feel like we found this out in the first Trump administration where everybody believed that you had to go resolve Israel Palestine in order to resolve problems in the Middle East, and the Trump administration was like, no, we can actually like do an end around this issue and do bilateral like peace agreements for the Israelis separate from the Palestinian issue. Like I think this is a wrong reading of it. Like the reason like we've had like the British were interested.
What is the correct reading?
Well, I'm saying the British were like interested in Iran, and we've essentially inherited the British Empire's problems prior to the existence of Israel. Like in the lead up to World War II, they removed the previous Shah and put in his son because the previous Shah was too aligned with the Nazis, and this was considered so strategically important for the Brits in case like fighting really started to break out that they ended up having to secure Iran. Like there's so much stuff that we've done and like all these countries have done in the Middle East that again is before Israel existed, that's perfectly in line with our policy today.
So you think we dragged Israel into this war?
I didn't say we dragged Israel. It said we have overlapping objectives, but if the Israelis weren't there, like and you had like a similar regime and similar problems, I think we would be in this war anyway.
Not like this though.
I mean, we would be doing it alone, so yeah, not like this.
Well, we might not be doing it at all. This war was started by the decapitation. This war was started by October 7th, obviously. I don't want.
No, we've had a long-standing policy of trying to marginalize the Iranians, and again, we've like always. And when I say us, I mean the British Empire before us. We're trying to secure our oil position in the Middle East, and specifically with Iran.
Who did the decapitation strike?
The Israelis and the Americans. Like I don't know who actually fired the missiles because they were bombing separate areas of the country. So probably the Israelis.
Israel, okay. Yeah. Israel was responsible for the intel and the strike on them. So
I mean, I'm not surprised they have their like that's their chief regional enemy, but like we have interests in the Middle East. Like we didn't develop like Saudi oil policy because of the Israelis. Like we did it because after we realized how valuable oil was in the Second World War, it was like our biggest advantage over both the Nazis and the Japanese. We wanted to secure our supply. And again, it's like we're doing this stuff prior to the existence of Israel.
Okay.
Like Iran was strategically important to the British Empire before the Jews even had a little bit of a state, when they only had a couple neighborhoods.
Right. And that's what gives politicians political cover to go into Iran.
Somebody's
today.
saying, who is we in the chat? The Western world, the Western powers, the Allied powers from World War II.
No one alive today, chat. That's who he means by we.
But it's the same policy. Like securing the oil position is the same policy that it's always been.
You think we're over there because of oil? Is that what you're saying?
It's not oil, like literally we want the oil, but like it's securing your oil position. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't think we went into Iraq for oil, so.
I don't think we went. I think Iraq was a George Bush neoconservative. We're going to turn these places into democracies.
Yeah, I agree.
And that was stupid. Like George Bush's worst line ever is, "I hope they don't vote for a theocracy, but that's their decision to make." And it's like, no, it's actually not. Like when you overthrow the country, you make the decisions. Like we forced a rewritten constitution on the Japanese, and now the Japanese are awesome.
What are these girls all about here? Did you watch this whole show?
What show?
Killer. He was a pragmatic hardliner. And people in my country know that very well. He was the one who ordered the crackdown. Ali Larijani was the one actually made tough decision to attack Arab neighbors. He was the Speaker of Parliament using hostile language against the US. He was the one actually tortured millions of Iranians when he was actually making decision in the Ministry of Culture. Top security guy suddenly became a pragmatic and reasonable leader in the eyes of left and liberal in the West. That breaks my heart.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw John Simpson, one of the top.
Did you watch any of this?
No, I didn't watch
Iranian act. Oh, okay.
I didn't watch any of this. No.
You just watched the meltdown.
No.
I mean, these
are
the Iranians
Iranian ladies that are
good.
like.
Look, they're like,
thrilled.
it's crazy that a bunch of retards are supporting the regime. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, but it's not surprising.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, the what you call it, the Middle East has more importance outside of Israel. Like Israel's not the center of the Middle East. Like I hate to break it to you kids.
Okay.
Like we align with the Saudis, like King Saud. Like
I want to go to
Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to go to Cuba? That guy?
This guy wants to go to Cuba. Have you seen this clip?
Oh, well, he's there now.
Yeah, I know. This was like a year ago. Okay, he's planning. Listen to this.
I want to go to Cuba. Would you be down?
I fucking love Cuba.
Oh yeah, you'd be down?
Yeah, I filmed a documentary there once.
The Cuban government actually hit my contact from the embassy and told him that if the only thing stopping us from coming to Cuba was the consistent internet access, we can make it happen.
Yeah, Cuba is sick.
Wait,
the government reached out to you?
So yeah, of course. It's well, not reached out to me. There's there's a middleman there. Because I had a doctor from Cuba.
So the Cuban government is contacting Hassan. They're like, please come to Cuba to do propaganda.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, he's just bragging about it openly. Yeah, of course. It's awesome. They totally want me to come. Yeah. It's like,
this is like it's so brazen and over the top, and it's like the amount of people like this that just accuse everybody else of being foreign funded when they have all these foreign connections themselves. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like I'm like, listen, I won't take the trip to Israel to touch the wall, but like if they flew me to like somewhere better and nicer. Like, and then offer me a bunch of money. Like, I want to buy a house, right? Like Jank's nephew, he already got a $3 million house. I just want a nice house, Like, you don't got to be that expensive. But no foreign governments reach out to me. In fact, I get like blackballed off of shows. Like, I had friends that used to work at like RT, And they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you on. I'm gonna get you on." And I'm like, "Cool." And then that never happened. And this was when RT was like legal back in the day. It never happened. And I assume it's because I'm not one of these like America's responsible for every problem in the world like types.
Sean was begging Russia to be their stooge, and they said, "You're not
No,
good
no,
enough for
no, not
us.
begging
You
Russia.
get out of here.
I
You
was
get out
invited
of here."
by a Russia stooge and like who was hosting the show, who supposedly had absolute control over their show, and apparently got vetoed.
You need to get out of here, Sean. You do not hate America enough. You are not good enough for Russia.
I had friends. I don't know if you remember when they used to have Rightly, which was like Al Jazeera's. You know, AJ Plus is their left leaning one. They set up Rightly, which is going to be their right wing version of AJ Plus, and what you call it. They like I had friends that were like in contract negotiations. I never even got a contact. I'm like, bro, like you could reach out to me, like you could ask me to do propaganda. Like I get offended by this shit, you know? Like you could just ask. I didn't even get hired at Tenet. I have friends. I was like,
yeah,
damn,
why didn't you get any of that sweet Tenant money? What the fuck?
bro, if you knew, like I've been saying this, if you knew that it was like a corrupt government operation or whatever, and like you were just chucking out money, like you gave Dave Rubin $4 million, and like we're supposed to be friends.
I know. What the fuck, bro?
That's upsetting. People are saying they missed Lauren Chen. She's back on Instagram, guys, and her charges have been cleared. She didn't do nothing.
Okay.
But they didn't take her. They didn't give her a YouTube channel back.
Well, anyway, we're gonna watch some Twitter clips of Hassan's Cuba stuff. So,
all right, I'm
gonna
head out.
Adieu, Sean.
Yeah. Oh, you're kicking me off. I was gonna head out. Now you're kicking me out.
I'm kicking. You were gonna leave, but I'm like, no, you gotta get out. Okay, you're not leaving.
Yeah.
I'm kicking you out.
But overall, Adam, you should read the book The Prize and stop cucking hard to the foreign propaganda that the Israelis control everything.
I never said. Now you're doing a jank here. You're literally doing a jank here. Where did I say that the Israelis control everything?
You said we wouldn't. You said we wouldn't be in. You said we wouldn't be in Iran or Tehran without the Israel.
Look, you're crazy if you don't think that there was some major bullying going on with Netanyahu and Trump. You're insane.
So it's the prize by Daniel Yergin is the book. And no, I don't believe that the U.S. is getting bullied by Benjamin Netanyahu.
You don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is
first of all, he's dead and
Trump.
AI. Like how much pressure can he put?
That's a good point.
Well, we know your credibility just like hit zero. So anyway.
Listen,
look, I will check out the book.
There's definitely lobbying, but the idea that like America is
there
controlled
you go.
by Israel.
Oh my God!
No. You're saying bullying. You're saying bullying. There's definitely lobbying.
Hold on.
Like,
have you seen the movie Thank You for Smoking? What is lobbying if it's not bullying? What the fuck is lobbying if it's not bullying?
Lobbying is trying to convince somebody of something. Like, what do you mean?
Look, okay, look.
That's what lobbying is. Like, what? Like,
now we're in the performative ignorance part of the debate. Okay?
Who's being performatively ignorant?
You are.
The Israelis definitely wanted the strike.
Is not bullying. Oh my God.
Lobbying is not bullying. No, it is by definition not bullying.
So when a lobbyist goes to a congressman and says, we're going to throw a bunch of money at a primary challenger, that's not bullying?
Lobbying is the is the act of attempting to influence government officials.
Yes, and you can influence in two ways. There's a carrot, and what's the other thing called? What is the other thing called? Oh, there you go. Oh my God, you're getting it.
Did you just ask me? You just asked me a basic question so you could act like it was some kind of victory where you're like, oh, sticks. So you agree with me? It's like, yes, I'm aware of the phrase.
What is the name of the book? What is the name of the book? I will check it out.
It's called The Prize, and it's like Epic Quest for Oil, Money, and Power by Daniel Yergin. It's like a whole history of oil, not just in the Middle East. And it tells you a lot of things that are, yes, the Epic Quest. You want me to link it to you? You can get it on Audible. It's by Daniel Yergin.
I love Audible books.
But yeah, lobbying is not
Lobbying is not bullying. I know.
Lobbying is not bullying, and it does not necessarily come with a counter threat. Like, what was the counter threat to Trump in the Benjamin Netanyahu lobbying? That we're gonna support your primary opponent for your third term.
All right.
That's your example. I'm asking you. What was your example? What was the thread? Where was the stick?
I wasn't in the room. With
what was even the carrot?
The carrot was obviously, oh my God, Trump, this will be your legacy. You're going to remake the Middle East. It's going to be Europe in 20 years. You're going to be remembered. You're going to be the next Abraham Lincoln. They're going to put you on Mount Rushmore. That's the carrot.
Okay, but what was the bullying part of it though? So they buttered him up. So they were trying to convince him.
The bullying is we're going to do this strategic decapitation strike, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. That's the bullying part of it.
That's bullying? Like, we're gonna attack, so now you have to join us? That's bullying?
I would call that bullying, but look, you're free to call it whatever you like.
Look at him back off. Now it's like, I would call it bullying. Your own personal definition of bullying.
Look, I think most people
that's what we're doing right now.
I think most people would call that bullying.
Adam,
look, if I was
If I was me a basic question and be like, "There's a carrot," and then I'll complete the sentence, and it'll sound like you won the exchange.
Look, you and I are bros. Okay, we're gonna go out. We're gonna have a drink together, right? And before we walk into the bar, I say, when I walk in here, I'm gonna start a massive fucking fight. I'm just gonna start punching people. And you're like, I don't think that's a good idea. And I'm like, I know, but look, you're coming with me. Sooner or later, you're going to be in that fight, right? If you're real friends, say it's your brother.
This is also not an example of bullying, and I would definitely not go into the bar.
Okay, so you wouldn't go into the bar.
And hey, maybe if I did, I would definitely watch you get into this brawl with 25 people.
And you
since you're into
gotta be a better bro, you gotta go in the bar. Yeah.
You would just stand off and let your. Yeah, exactly. Come on.
What are you doing?
Everyone.
I'll probably record it. Honestly.
He's gonna. Wow. Sean is gonna stand back as his brother gets the shit kicked out of him.
I'll be like, Adam Friended starts a dumbass fight on his own.
Well, look, why didn't America do that? Why didn't America stand back when Israel did the decapitation strike? Why did we walk into the bar? Why did we go into the bar? Huh?
We have our own interest in Iran.
Okay.
In Tehran.
Is there a better way to go about getting your interest than maybe the decapitation
what we should
strike?
do,
I don't know. There are other options, but
what we should do is send in the
those
Shah,
other options were taken away from us when Israel walked into the bar.
We should send in the Shah, the King of Kings, the one true ruler of Iran, the man who should be on the peacock throne at this moment in time, and let him reclaim his throne. That's what we should do.
And that's from The Prize, the epic quest for
no.
Oil.
The Prize is a book about the strategic importance of oil, but the Shah is older than Christianity, older than Islam as an institution.
Are you saying we should have prepared for the power vacuum that Israel created?
No, we should have given them a new Shah. Phil Leotardo spent 20 years in prison. And he did what he had to do.
All right, come on.
I'll see you guys later.
This is boring.
I'll see you guys. Well,
Thanks for
now it's boring.
On,
thanks for having me, Sitch. Thanks.
You later.
I appreciate it. All right, I'm out of here.
Later.
Bye, Adam. I still care about you.
That's okay. I'll teach you what bullying is one day.
Okay. I sent you some clips.
Hassan, are they Twitter clips? Okay.
Twitter clips, yes. Hassan is in
the dreaded Twitter clips.
Hassan is in Cuba.
Oh my God.
Of course. So if you don't know the backstory of this, Hassan said he was going to do a flotilla to Cuba. Now, most people thought, okay, like a flotilla means that you're going to get on some kind of boat, because right now America is doing an embargo, and you're going to be like, oh, we're gonna cross the embargo with supplies that we're going to give to the Cuban people, right? We're going to help aid them. We're going to bring them goods that they require, right? That's generally what people think of as a flotilla. But it turns out that no, that actually isn't what Hassan or any of these people or Code Pink are doing. They just took a plane to Cuba.
Oh my God, lazy motherfuckers.
They just took a lazy plane to Cuba, and then they're just doing the regime tour where all they do is they just look around and they say, yes, America bad, look, Cuba. And they're doing a lot of weird things. A lot of those things are kind of tone deaf, like having concert, there's this whole issue where they're having all these rolling blackouts because the US is basically preventing them from getting oil and stuff for energy. And yet they're having concerts there, and they're staying at a 5-star hotel that is fully has power and everything. Whole thing looks optically fucking horrible. But first, let's listen to some of these clips here of Hassan talking about the Cuban people. Okay. I guess we watch this first, this 39-second clip. Hassan Piker says the Cuban people like not having electricity. Okay. That sounds crazy to me.
39 seconds.
Yep.
Ready?
Hit it.
It's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying that about Cuba. It's remarkable. The people's resilience is remarkable. There's like rolling blackouts that take place throughout the day, every day, all around the country, right? 11 million people. But today is a beautiful day out here. It's like 75 degrees, sunny. People are partying. People are partying in the fucking streets. I don't know if it's like an island mindset. I don't know if that has something to do with it. I'm sure that has something to do with it, but like they're just chilling. Like it's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying that about Cuba.
They're just chilling on an island. It's the island mindset. They're just chilling on an island.
This guy is such a fucking airhead.
Yes.
It's like
it's so funny too, because like if you were to say that about some white person was to fly to some place and they're like, oh, these black people, they have this island mindset. They're so cheerful. Like, wouldn't Hassan be like, oh my God, that's the most racist
you're
thing he's ever
racist.
said.
Yeah, totally. It's over for you. How dare you?
I don't even know what he means by that. What is the island mindset?
Lazy.
What does that mean? Island mindset. Okay, so Google, I don't think this is what he meant. Google is telling me my phone just didn't like me saying that. Is saying that the island mentality is a psychological phenomenon where isolated or geographically confined communities perceive themselves as exceptional or superior or distinct from the rest of the world. Is that what he meant?
Superior? I don't know. Superior doesn't sound too good.
Well, okay. Yeah, did he just mean like, oh, they're on an island, so they're like dirty savages that are used to not having like modern amenities, and they're just totally fine like living in wilderness? Maybe that's what he meant when he said the island mindset. He's like, Hassan saw the movie Moana, and he's like, oh, Cuban people live on an island like the people in Moana. So, that's what they just commune with nature spirits, and they just go from island to island, right?
That's how you chill. Yeah, it's just like Hawaii.
Okay, interesting. Okay, what's this other 39-second clip here? Communist Hassan explains how AT&T shut down his account because he was using too much data in Cuba. Okay, I haven't seen this clip. So let's see what he's saying here.
I gotta bring it up first.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get it.
I didn't bring them all up at once here.
The Oceanist for $5 says, why are we talking about Iran when Cenk's nephew is single-handedly saving Cuba? Exactly. Then we have to get our priorities straight. Okay.
Okay, here it is. 39 seconds.
Boy, do I have
Go.
Cuba, and boy, do I have a show for you. Boy, do I have to tell you all about the things that have happened. My phone is basically just a non-functioning brick at this point. AT&T shut off my account because I was using too much data in Cuba. For my own safety, I guess, even though I functionally have had no data in Cuba whatsoever, but we're still doing the damn thing. And I have a bunch of interviews lined up with Cuban doctors, regular Cuban folks, and we're going to talk about their energy grid. But before that, obviously, I'm going to be talking about the situation that we're in Cuba. And boy, do I...
Okay, so you lost.
I don't understand. How could he say that he's saying that his He's
For his
complaining this phone
own
doesn't
good,
have
I
data,
know.
but then he said he didn't have data the whole time. So why does it make a difference?
Who knows? Who knows the mind of Hassan?
Okay, and bring up the other clip, but while you're bringing it up, it's also like it's kind of silly too because he's going to interview people. Like, first of all, the Cuban government literally reached out to Hassan and told him to come to Cuba. Okay.
Oh, that he got an invite there? Holy shit.
So yeah, so like how are you it's like when Hassan talks about like, oh, I'm interviewing people, like I'm interviewing doctors, I'm interviewing people. Like it's not like he just went and found these people on his own. These are obviously people that were cultivated and organized by the government who are going to say all the right things that they're supposed to say about how Cuba is good, socialism is good, and America is the great evil of the world. It's just so stupid. Like, what is even the point? Well, obviously, I know the point is propaganda, right? But he's going to try to pretend like he's doing some sort of like amazing journalism here. He's like, I went to Cuba. The Cuban government invited me to Cuba to go on their special North Korean style tour of the island and interview people that have been scripted to talk for the Cuban government. So I'm doing real journalism. What are you doing?
It's on doing real journalism.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Sure. I mean, he's basically a lobbyist, is he not?
He is, yeah. He's a lobbyist.
For all the foreign governments that hate America.
Mm-hmm.
To lobby against America. Look at this dumb airhead. He can convince all the other stupid people that America sucks if we just put him on a tour.
That's
complaining about America everywhere.
Well, he wants to complain about America sucking as it is. So this is like catnip.
Gravy?
Yeah.
Making all this money doing it. Okay. You ready? This is like a 3-minute clip, though.
This is a 3-minute clip here. Hassan explains the difference between Miami Cubans and Cuban Cubans.
Well, hopefully the ums and ahs are edited out.
Right. I don't count on it.
Go.
Cubans, the fucking best people. Okay. So kind, so welcoming, just the best. Just the absolute best people. Oh my Lord. Okay.
I hate, first of all, I paused it 21. I hate this. Anytime someone who's basically a celebrity and they go out and start talking about how nice people are, I think, yeah, they're not nice to the average person. The average American that vacations in Cuba probably gets fleeced blind. Dumb American tourist. Let's take advantage of this fucker. Right? That's how most people's attitudes are. So just completely naive to think, oh, everyone's nice to me. Well, because I'm a celebrity.
I went to North Korea, and let me tell you something. The North Koreans are the nicest people you've ever met. Okay?
Oh, yeah,
so
of course.
Nice. They're wonderful, nice people.
That Potemkin village.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone's complaining about Kim Jong-un. I mean, this place is like paradise.
I know. What are the Chinese going to say after this? Because he went all over China talking about how great China was. China's the best. China's the best place ever. Now he's in Cuba saying they're the best. Does he know what the word best means? They can't both be the best. Which is it, bub?
They don't care. As long as he's shitting on America, they don't care. They don't care. It's fine. It's totally fine.
All right. Here we go. 21 seconds. Go.
Anyway, but yeah, we worked hard and we were able to set up a goddamn stream, you know? Not in Miami. Oh, dude, it's the reversal. It's actually literally like the exact opposite. Like all the good Cubans stayed here and most of the ones that are crazy just like flew up there. I swear to God. I had a really funny experience with that. It's like we get in the car, we get into Uber last night. Marsh and I are about to discuss that we're gonna be flying to Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And I was like, March, don't say anything, because I noticed that the dude in the car was a Miami Cuban. I was like, don't. Like I literally went, don't say anything, and then I just asked him. I was like, where are you from? And he's like, oh, Cuba. And I was like, okay. And I just asked him about what his feelings are about what's going on.
First of all, Hassan says at first that he was in this Uber and he noticed that the guy was Cuban, right? But then he says he had to ask him where he was from. So he obviously didn't notice he was Cuban. Like it's not like he had a Cuban flag in the car or something. He just noticed that the guy was Hispanic. Okay. So that's why he had to ask where he's from. Well, there's a lot of Hispanic people that live in South Florida that are not Cuban. But so Hassan, so just get this right. Hassan literally racially profiles his Uber driver. Okay. And then after doing that, he does the number one microaggression thing that we've been told by
yeah, no,
the far
I was
left you're
thinking the
not
same
supposed
thing.
to do. Yeah. Where are you from?
I know.
Right. He does, like, how fucking
It's
hilarious is
such
this?
bullshit. It is even the fact that it's a microaggression is such bullshit. Look, nobody believes it's a microaggression.
Yes.
It's perfect because it just
Yes.
shows how fucking full of shit all these people are.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, here, let's continue.
Going on. March actually spat some Spanish at him. Okay.
Oh my God.
And let me tell you, okay. He said Donald Trump needs to finish the job. That's what he said. That was the first guy. And this is like, I guess this was March's first real interaction with like a Miami Cuban. You know what I mean? This was his first ever interaction with a real Miami Cuban, like a real ass Miami Cuban, right? So he was like kind of shocked. And I know what the stream Fs look like, Megaphonics. I'm monitoring it. I'm monitoring the situation and I'm monitoring the stream as well. So March had not experienced that at all. So that was like his first ever inclination. And the guy had no family here. They were all in Miami, right? So like, you know, obviously he was the classic, like, you know, bomb it all, like God sorted out type guy. And then this morning we had another conversation, but this guy was actually so on Trump. And he was still like, oh, the government is like stealing everything. It's bad, blah, blah, blah. Communism is bad. But he was a little bit more open-minded because I was able to like talk to him about the embargo. You know, they have this very weird attitude about it. They have this very weird attitude about it. On the one hand, they understand what their families' lives looked like or felt like when there was a little bit of sanctions relief, and like they could send money with ease to their families. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a strange cognitive dissonance to experience in real time. But, you know, I gave a couple interviews at the airport and stuff, and then we flew in.
That's it.
That's it. Okay. So I just think about this for a second. Okay. Hassan is like has this visceral hatred. Well, first of all, a lot of this could just be hatred of destiny because projected onto other Floridian Cubans. But he has this hatred of Cubans who live in Florida and in Miami specifically. And he doesn't like this is the person that's supposed to be like the empathetic, caring about the, the harmed, depressed person. He has zero empathy for people who fled from their country because their country got taken over by a dictatorship. So you had people who didn't want to leave their country and basically felt like they had to for safety reasons. And he's confused and has no empathy for them having a emotional hatred towards their own government, their own authoritarian government back home. And he's like, oh, this is so like crazy. Really? That should be the most fucking obvious thing on the planet. And and one of the most empathetic things that you should, as an empathetic person who's not personally affected by this, because Hassan's not fucking affected by anything that goes on in Cuba.
Of course not.
He should be empathetic to this. This is what we were fucking sold this like nonsense by people like Hassan for years about how like, oh, white people can't talk about racism because it doesn't affect them, blah, 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 right? You can't, men can't talk about abortion because, it's not their bodies, right? You're not allowed to talk about any of these issues unless it like personally affects you. And none of that, those all lies. That was all just fucking lies. Because here's Hassan, these people, literally, they came from Cuba. Some of their families are still in Cuba. They have all these feelings. Hassan immediately dismisses them, calls them crazy, acts like they're just like despicable, evil people because they don't align with his ideology, because they don't like socialism.
So fucking sick. Not only that, it's like a huge experiment on these other people.
Yes.
Basically just fucking with them for your own gratification.
We were sold this lie by Hassan fuckers for years that like, oh, you don't understand. You need to make sure that you have every single person of every like ethnic gender combination has to like exist in your group because only they have like the intersectional expertise to talk about the issue. But it was never about that. It was always just like, if you don't listen, if you don't agree with our socialist ideology, then you're a bad guy. Then you just get thrown out. You're just pretending to be white. You're just some evil person.
It's interesting how the race stuff is just kind of a cover for this Marxist, collectivist, socialist, economic mindset.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. It is, and it always has been. That's what's sickening about this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is crazy too. So Hassan is wearing a $690 shirt.
Oh my God.
Okay, I sent you the tweet that shows it.
Hassan, $700 shirt.
Yes. Hassan, first of all, it's an ugly fucking shirt. Okay, super fucking ugly shirt. It's one of those shirts that like, it's so funny too, and I know why he picked it, if you bring it up. It's like, it's one of those shirts that like fake looks like it was written by like drawn by natives. This is why he brought up like the whole island mentality thing. He's like, I'm gonna wear my t-shirt that's like a fake t-shirt that looks like it was drawn by like the native people because it looks kind of like cave art or something. But it's really, turns out it's a $690 designer shirt. Like that tells you everything about this fucking guy.
Yeah, no, he's full of shit. He's like he's a bourgeois,
yes,
communist.
He's also wearing a $1,400 ring, Cartier gold ring. Yep, and yes, and he's also wearing $1,300, almost $1,400 glasses, gold frame glasses. This is the guy who cares so much about the Cuban people that he's going to go there and do his little propaganda for them. Which, by the way,
it is sad. Cuba would be so much better off if they were in the Costa Rica type situation.
Yes.
Yeah. What do they call that? A territory of the United States? It seems like we're going in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know really a lot about the current makeup of the Cuban government enough to make a comment about the
But socialism has kind of destroyed Cuba, right?
It has. I know that. Yeah. But I'm saying like I don't know enough about like the actual mechanisms of the government to know if it's even like remotely feasible for us to take over or something like that. So I don't have a lot of confidence that after all this time we're going to somehow easily just take over Cuba or something and make it some territory of America, something to that effect.
What's going on with them losing all the power and shit?
Well, so
is the power back on? Well, Hassan's there, so the power has to be back on, right?
So
or is he just in the part where it is on?
Right. So a lot of people are.
Oh my God.
Are showing these videos and having these pictures of the fact that even though they don't have, the rolling blackouts, as even Hassan was saying, and most of the island doesn't have power, this one hotel that Hassan's staying at, it's a 5-star hotel, does have power. And it's the hotel that all the Code Pink people are staying at. So obviously, this is some sort of regime communist tactic to be like, yes, we have to make sure that the one place that gets power in all of Cuba is the place where the propagandists are at. That's obviously the most important thing.
It's so sick.
How could like imagine the cognitive dissonance too. How could you not sit there and realize this is going on and be like, oh, okay, maybe this regime is like actually bad. Maybe this is actually a bad thing that this is going on.
Yeah, they would have to deal with the cognitive dissonance of their ideology being to blame, right? So that's why they don't do it.
Right.
Is the regime in power communist now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then that makes sense why they have no power.
Well,
I'm not up to speed on all the...
Well, they're getting... So right now, the U.S. is like heavily embargoing them. So they're not getting like oil and stuff.
Right. That's been going on though for a while, right?
Yeah, but it's Trump ramped it up like significantly
Okay.
Recently, so that's why they're having rolling blackouts right now. It's because
Right.
most of their electricity was generated from
Burning
gas and oil.
oil.
Yeah.
Okay.
So listen, it's fine like for people to complain, say yes, America is definitely creating the current situation that they're in. That's fine because that's true. Whether it work or not, I'm not going to pretend like I have some expertise to weigh in on that. But for like the fact that like if it was a government that really cared about the people, obviously they wouldn't be like, okay, we're going to make sure that we give the fucking American propagandists, instead of giving like, hospitals power or people power, so that they can use it, we're going to give these American propagandists power. Like here, I
Yeah.
sent you this tweet here. It shows the concert that they were playing. They literally had enough power for a concert for some fucking band that like that code. First of all, the fact that Code Pink even brought a band is also kind of insane. Like, what is even the
You
point
wanna
of
you
doing
wanna
that?
talk about the glasses first?
Well, I mean, you could just Hassan is
He's
wearing is brought his $1,400 glasses to Cuba. It's so silly.
right. Average annual salary in Cuba is $156.
Yes,
Average annual salary? $156?
if that's true,
That's
that's
sad.
crazy. If that's true, communism works. And the problem is that they always have like this nonsense about
Oh my God, Code Pink is the worst.
yes. Okay, that might actually be true. But yeah, like the problem is that they'll always make up the excuses about how like, oh well, if it wasn't for America, then somehow like they're such like then they would have been the flourishing communist utopia from the beginning, right? Which even you point to China and say, okay, listen, we're not embargoing China, we're doing all this trade with China. They have like some of the most like weirdly 1984-esque dictatorship stuff going on. They placed all the Uyghurs into re-education camp. A person accused someone in the government of sexual assault, and they literally got fucking disappeared. And then they came back and they're like, "Oh yeah, everything's fine. I was mistaken. I wasn't actually sexually assaulted." You have during COVID, the government in China literally during COVID was sealing people in their apartment buildings so they couldn't fucking leave. Like they were physically erecting barriers in front of people's doors so they would just die in their fucking apartments. It's just like
So fucking sad.
it's totally insane. Or you have the Chinese governments like they create entire like cities like North Korea. They've created entire cities that just are empty ghost towns just so that they can kind of create like fake real estate for people to invest in because there's actually nothing for the middle class in China to even invest in. And if you criticize the government, you get hit with a negative social score, which means that you can't utilize normal like public transportation or get credit or credit cards or loans or anything normal, right? So this is what the communist government looks like without American embargo. Like, yeah, they're doing a lot better than China, but it's also a crazy like authoritarian regime that's going to probably invade Taiwan in a year or two. Okay. So you kind of look at that and you say, well, maybe it's better that we prevent a country like that from existing right next door. Maybe that's actually better. Maybe we don't want that on our border. That I don't want to. Why would you want a powerful, in like crazy communist dictatorship like right next to your country that could threaten you militarily? You had to be fucking stupid to want that.
Yeah, of course. You'd do something about it, wouldn't you?
Yep. But yeah, it's obviously the. But yeah, you can play this, and I don't know if the music probably won't get us hit with anything or something, but it's
Which
just
one, the
it's
first clip or the lady on the airplane?
no, the one that's got like the 3 pictures in it. Not the one on the airplane. The last one I just sent you just now.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
They also had the Code Pink people. They also because all they know and all they care about is like performative bullshit. They brought someone to like paint a mural. They had to paint a mural for Cuba. They're painting a mural for Cuba. Like that's what's really important here. Like that's what the Cuban people really care.
I mean, electricity might go a long way, right?
Yeah. Why didn't they bring? Yeah. Why didn't they just smuggle a bunch of oil in? Right. Put their money where their mouth is. Okay. Why don't these fucking retarded American leftist pieces of shit smuggle in a bunch of like energy into the country? They actually care. Listen, for all of the performative nonsense for Greta Thunberg, as fucking stupid as she is, as much as I dislike her, at least when she did her performative bullshit trip to Gaza or tried to, at least she was on a boat that had like supplies.
That's
right?
right.
Like at least she was on a boat that had like food and shit. Like they just fucking flew there and they're like, we're painting you murals. We're interviewing, the government workers who, under threat of death can't say bad things about the government. Like imagine how fucking stupid is Hassan? Imagine how crazy it is if Hassan interviewed a random person on the street or interviewed like a doctor and they're like, oh yes, the Cuban government is terrible. And then Hassan like played that interview. What would happen to that person?
They would be murdered.
They would be murdered. And
They'd
Hassan
be
knows that they
killed.
would. And yet, and I could even bet you that even if there was a person who somehow Hassan interviewed and said the Cuban government sucks, Hassan wouldn't even play it. Not just because he wouldn't play it because it hurt his narrative, but he wouldn't play it and then he would tell himself, well, if I play it, he'll get in trouble. So I'm
Oh,
protecting
that's
him by
such a
not
good
playing it.
point. Yeah.
And yet he still defends this crazy regime.
He'd say, oh, I was saving that person's life.
Right.
But this place is a great place to live.
I know. Yeah, look, you don't have to play the video. You can just scroll through the video. You can see like the top right this is the concert. They're like, this is what's wild to me too. This is what's wild to me. Okay. You have these people, these communist sympathizers, they fly to a country where they're having energy problems and they're like, let's put on a concert. And nobody there is like, that's kind of a bad look. It's kind of a bad fucking look for while a bunch of people don't have power, while there's hospitals that don't have power, apparently people are dying because their ventilators are not working or whatever. Maybe we shouldn't be throwing a concert where people are like playing rock music on electric guitar and speakers. Maybe that's a bad fucking look. Like, how fucking retarded do you have to be to allow this to go forward for your own sake?
Totally retarded, right?
God.
Is this with generators or is this electricity off of the grid?
Who the fuck knows? But either way, it would still be utilizing resources that people would be better served in other places that people don't have.
Yeah. Yeah. No, look, it's all performative politics. Americans are so sheltered. They live in kind of a delusional world.
Yep.
Well, look, they honestly believe that if it weren't for American meddling, these nations would be completely prosperous, right?
It'd be a Shangri-La.
Yeah. So if that was true, if that was the true state of the world, then their celebrations and stuff would be justified, right? They would be doing the right thing.
Yeah, well, you would be by going against it. You still wouldn't be doing the right thing by having a concert there. like even if that's why it's so
that's
crazy.
A bridge too far, no matter what, right?
Yeah, like that's what's so crazy about the whole thing is that like even if everything Hassan thought was true about America was true and about Cuba was true, it would still be retarded to have a concert there. And just so you know, there was a clip I saw a few weeks ago where Hassan watched some like propaganda about North Korea actually like being good, and he 100% played it and believed it on his stream. So a guy who's so fucking stupid that he will believe North Korean propaganda, of course is going to get sucked into believing Cuban propaganda, communist government Cuban propaganda.
It aligns with his narrative, so he's like forced to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's natural. It feels good to him to believe it. And so many of these people claim to stand under the banner of science as well, which is completely infuriating.
Of course. Okay. So that's a little Hassan's retarded Cuban trip here.
Mm-hmm. I wish I didn't know about any of this.
Michael Dorman for 2K says Joy Reid said the Congo would be Wakanda. I did.
Oh wow.
Are you hacking my computer? Okay. Actually, it's funny. I have that clip bookmarked. She said two things that were totally crazy. She said, here, I'll bring them up because I guess since you brought it up. She said that women might be safer in Iran than in America.
That is insane.
Yes. So here I sent you the clip. You can bring that up. Joy Reid has gone ever since she lost. I mean, she was always going insane, but ever since she lost her show, she went even more insane. Maybe that's the thing. Her, Tucker, when people are like a big network stars and then they lose it, their brain turns to even more mush than it already was.
Yeah, because they've lost their status. They take a huge hit in their status level, and then it's just. This is why, I mean, once Trump lost the election, this is how he went insane.
Oh, there you go.
Because he felt completely rejected. He was like, "Oh my God, I'm a one-term president.
Right.
I spent my whole life making fun of Jimmy Carter, and now I'm Jimmy.
Now
Carter.
I am Jimmy Carter.
I know.
That's the real reason he attacked Iran. He's like, I'm not Jimmy Carter. Attack Iran. Attack Iran.
Possibly. Oh my God.
I sent you these two clips.
We're sharing an N wokeness clip.
Yes, I know. So sad.
It's terrible. No wonder people keep calling us right wingers.
Well, one of them is Dom Lucre, and the other one's N. I guess they're both technically N woke, those clips. Who is probably Jack Posavic's second account, but
yes.
But whatever. The clip, they're clips. Okay, I don't care about N wokeness.
Ryan figured that out.
Yes.
I edited him out, so we don't even have to. People don't even know it's. Oh, I guess it's wokeness.
You brought it up. It's fine. Okay, there's a 31-second one and a 40-second one.
Which one do you want?
I'll bring them both up.
Both of them?
Both of them.
How dare you?
We're going to double dip into the Joy Reid.
Here we go. 31-second one first. Okay. I'll grab the other one while this one's playing.
Gotcha.
3, 2, 1, go.
If there is a real Wakanda, it's the Democratic Republic of Congo. It has every mineral that you need to make iPhones, your cell phone, the cobalt. It has gold, every mineral,
silver, copper,
everything. Yeah. It has every mineral in the greatest abundance on the entire planet. It should be the richest nation on earth. And instead, it's just completely exploited because of Europe and the West. And these companies like Apple and all of these oligarchs around the world, they just view it as a place to plunder, like they've always viewed the continent. The continent is just a place to plunder. If there
this dumb fucking bitch, this dumb fucking bitch, there's nothing that the West would love more than to deal with a liberalized democracy and trade money for their resources, instead of having to deal with these fucking 10-pot dictators who rape the people around them and steal all the resources and sell them to the West, right?
Mm-hmm.
We would love to deal with a nation that the money that we pay for these resources goes to the fucking people. Well, why would we not love that, Sitch?
Because then the price for the resources would go up a couple bucks.
No, it wouldn't. They're sold on the open market. They're not getting. You think the dictator is like giving us some deal on the resources? Hell no. They're charging market rates. Right. The only difference is they don't spend any of that money on the people. They spend all that money on themselves and their fucking cronies.
Right.
It's not us. It's you fucking stupid bitch. Why don't you go over there and liberalize the place instead of blaming the West?
Mm-hmm.
Blaming us. God, it's infuriating. It's infuriating.
Well, and also like as you and Sean were even talking about earlier, with the whole resource trap thing. Like this has been something that's widely studied. Is that
like, totally.
The problem is that when you look at countries that are able to make money that just sells a resource, it could be oil or it could be a mineral, whatever. It's very easy for them for the regime that's in charge to make money by just basically having slave labor, extract the
dig
resource.
the diamonds out of the ground, dig the oil out of the ground.
It's because it's just physical labor. It doesn't require like intelligence. Like they can just, the only part that requires intelligence is like some, parts of the, to refine the oil or the minerals or whatever, which they can just get from other, overseas. But they just need a bunch of slaves essentially. It's physical labor to get the resource. And then they can ship that, sell that across the world, make money, and then they can use that money to buy off the military, buy off the generals, buy all the people in power, and retain power forever. Where if you don't actually have like a bunch of easy resources, when I say easy, I mean like resources that just require physical labor to extract from the ground, then it's actually the government or the regime in charge, which when becomes the government, would actually have to make money by having like a middle class and having kind of normal job, what we think of as like normal office jobs and more things around that nature and building
a wider
infrastructure.
tax base.
Right, because then you need a wider tax base, then you actually need people in your country to get money and spend money so you can tax them. That's actually how you generate revenue, isn't just from extracting resources in your country. And so, and I mean, this is something that's like widely talked about, something that's widely known. And here, Joy Reid doesn't know anything about it, and she thinks like, well, they have a bunch of resources, so therefore they should be like Wakanda. And if the only reason they're not like Wakanda is obviously because white people somehow are screwing them, because God forbid in her mind, it can't be that, no, actually, it has nothing to do with white people. It could just be the people that live there, having to gone through the liberal renaissance that Europe went through.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Even if you made the argument that, okay, well, we shouldn't buy the resources from them. First of all, someone else is going to buy those resources, but let's say nobody's going to buy those resources. We somehow get all the nations to cooperate and no one's going to buy the resources. Do you think those tin pot dictators are going to stop subjugating the people and turn power over to them? You think then they're going to turn into some liberal democracy? No, they're going to fucking invade the country next door and fucking steal their resources or whatever they need to stay in power. Yeah.
This is funny. So, because I don't really know that much about like the history of the Congo as a region. So this is what let me be a little Wikipedia warrior here. Let me read you from the first paragraph. It says, the Kingdom of Congo controlled most of Western and Central Africa between the 14th and early 19th century. At its peak, it had 500,000 people in its capital. In the late 15th century, Portuguese sailors arrived in the Congo, and this led to more prosperity and consolidation with the king's power based on Portuguese trade. However, the king of the Congo had raids carried out on neighboring districts in response to Portuguese requests for slaves. After his death, yeah, exactly. After his death, the kingdom underwent a crisis. Okay, so this is like why, when Joy read all these people, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So basically, the Portuguese show up. They're making, the Kingdom of Congo is making all this fucking money. The Portuguese are like, oh, you have any slaves to sell? And they're like, we can get you some slaves. And then the Congolese, empire just goes around and starts fucking kidnapping people from everyone around them and sells them to the Portuguese for money. And somehow the Congo, the native people here who are doing the enslavement for money, they have no blame in this process whatsoever. They're just completely innocent baby angels, completely in this.
Yeah, it takes two to tango, right?
Of course.
It's so sick. It's so sick.
I mean, this was like, what was that movie? Remember that movie that was like the last king or queen of some African region? And people were like, okay, historically that those people went around and enslaved a bunch of people and sold them to Europeans. So I don't know what the fuck, why are you making a movie?
Oh, they whitewashed all of that? And they always talk about the conservatives wanting to whitewash history.
Yes.
There exactly. They are whitewashing their history.
Of course.
We weren't involved in the slave trade. No, we weren't selling our own people. Another terrible part of this naivete of these people is they think these Western liberalized democracies just magically appear. No, we fought for this situation. And if our ancestors hadn't have fought for this situation, we'd be shit out of luck too. We'd be subjugated by some local thug. The Pollyanna beliefs that they have are that this situation is just a natural state of affairs, right? And it's so naive because they have this idea that the world is just a safe place when this is how power works. This is a structure of power.
Right.
It's a shame they don't actually take the time to learn it.
Doberman. Thank you, Doberman. It was The Woman Queen. The Woman King. Yes, The Woman King was that movie. They're like, oh, we got to make we found out about this all-female warrior squad in some sort of West African kingdom. So we got to make a movie about them. And it turns out like, oh, well, they were also the squad that was like capturing people and selling them as fucking slaves to the Europeans. Like, what the fuck? Like that is like peak woke like retardation. Let's cheer the women, the strong, independent black women who are enslaving other black people to sell because they're black women at least.
The ingratitude that people have for the way things are in the West, that's completely infuriating too.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true.
We would be living in the same situation as these African nations if it weren't for the fact that we lucked out that our ancestors were in a situation that this kind of Western liberal democracy formed. Yes. People get super triggered by the word liberal. I wish there was a different word that we could use because liberal also has many different connotations.
I guess.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah. That's good.
That's what because when you say liberal,
Western really individualist,
Western individualism.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, and it's clearer too. Western individual democracy.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, I got the second clip up. It's 40 seconds.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Our regime has secret police. They have secret police. Our regime is oppressing women, taking away abortion rights, taking away women's rights in like 26 states, some states where they're trying to have the death penalty for having an abortion. They also oppress women. They have the highest rate of women who are in STEM careers. We're kicking women out of the military, out of university. We're saying that DEI means women can't be hired for high positions in the sciences. We're marginally better. And we're doing it for Christianity. They're doing it for Islam, right? Yeah. So it's like we don't get told those things because it would take away the kind of American exceptionalism narrative. Our regime has secret.
Okay, this is the stupidest woman on the planet. I'm so glad she lost her show because she's a fucking idiot.
Yes.
How does she not know all the? I mean, it's getting close to like 60-40 women in college. What the fuck is she talking about?
Yes, in favor of the women.
Yeah, yes. Totally.
No, I mean, yeah. Meanwhile, in Iran, it's like if you're not wearing a hijab, you can get arrested, you get beaten up, you can get acid thrown in your fucking face, you can get, publicly executed by the government. There's these stories, like if this is true, it's fucking insane. Where like there were some of the women that were protesting against the regime when they did like the big crackdown, and like they had IRGC troops that like literally raped them. And then to like cover up the fact that they did it, they like killed them and they like removed their organs, their internal organs, and like crazy shit like that. Like, it's just how like fucking Joy Reid is such a dumb bitch. She's such a dumb fucking retard. We have a situation where their government killed probably in the realm of 30,000 or more people for protesting. Okay. She doesn't care about that. She's going to sit there and be silent on that and say it's not true and say, no, actually, all the women in Iran are like basically almost as free as they are in America. How fucking insane. Like,
it is totally insane.
Spoiled, privileged fucking bitch you have to be. What an insanely spoiled, naive retard, disconnected from all of reality you have to be to have these words form in your fucking brain and then leave your lips. I'm so glad that she lost her channel. Or I mean her show on MSNBC, because this is like the fuck. This is the. I thought Hassan was like the peak dumb, but this is like 100 times Hassan level of like retardation. I don't even know if Hassan would be this stupid to say these words, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, yeah. It takes an ingratitude for all of the privileges Western women have, and just fucking pisses all over them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Sam sent me some other song clips.
Did you do your 12:30 thing? I kept like wanting to chime in on that.
I did do it. Yes.
Okay, good.
I did.
That's what I wanted to hear.
I did. I didn't. I couldn't upgrade though. Sadly,
Oh,
it's okay. Life will live on. Okay, but yeah, I don't know what these clips are, but we'll see. This is Ethan Klein is making fun of Hassan in Cuba clips.
You're sending me more Twitter clips?
I'm sending you more Twitter clips.
Okay.
They're all Twitter. Everything's on Twitter, Adam. Nowadays, everything's on Twitter.
I gotta get my
There's no YouTube.
Twitter clip system better.
You do.
I mean, half of these clips we're not even really playing. They're just like playing in the background. So,
Mm-hmm.
are we gonna play?
I was saying,
one?
Yeah.
I was saying, tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently.
Ethan Klein shouts out that Hassan's drinking espresso clip and asks Piker to show off his hotel room. Has he shown off his hotel room? I would like to see what it looks like.
Ready to go? 59 seconds.
Yep.
Go.
Tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently.
Oh, shit.
The government has very limited resources, and the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right? I'm telling you all this because, like, even the 5-star hotels are not like, it's not like it's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels. But regardless, in comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much. And experiencing that dichotomy has like definitely fucked me up. Definitely.
He's so fucked
like if
up,
I were to
Sitch.
ever, I mean, not ever, but like I hope to come back. And when I do, I'll probably not abide by the American restrictions.
What? What did you say?
What are the American restrictions?
Well, he's trying to make this argument that the only reason he's staying at this place is because he has to.
The Americans are. Oh, this is
I
the
was
guy
saying,
that lied about
tourism
shocking
is the
his
lifeline.
dog, remember?
I was saying,
This is the guy that lied about shocking.
for the Cuban economy, as I was
Now, it's
saying,
funny,
Hassan
as
Piker's
it stands
lying?
currently, the government has very
he's
limited.
talking.
His lips are moving.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny. He said that America has like dictated this is a 5-star hotel. Okay. Now, I don't know if you know this, Adam, but the American government regularly puts out star ratings for all hotels. I was unaware of this. You can go to the CIA worldbook.gov and they'll tell you the hotel ratings, right? It's not like Google reviews or TripAdvisor or Expedia or any other fucking million things that rates hotels. No, it's the American government that is rating hotels here. Though it's funny because you can find, I sent you a link. You can find this hotel. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong hotel. This is Mexico. Oh, how
What are
dare
you
they?
doing? That's
How dare they? Okay, where's Cuba here?
I went on a cruise one time, and look how I just brought up the hotel that you sent me. This room here, I mean, it looks enormous, doesn't it? It's got all these balconies and this.
Okay,
This is exactly like the inside of the ship when I went on a cruise, and you actually stood in that room and you were like, "Oh my God, this is tiny."
Oh, you think they're just tricking you? Okay. Well, I sent you I sent you a link to
I think
the
it
right
might be
hotel.
like trick photography.
Maybe. Well, that hotel, the hotel's in Mexico. It did have 4.9 out of 5 rating on TripAdvisor, so that's very high. So I'm thinking it's not trick photography.
Oh,
So this is the hotel that Hassan's staying at on TripAdvisor. It's slightly less rated. It's 4.3 out of 5 and like 4.9. It does look very pretty. You can click on the little rooms thing. The rooms do look very nice. These look like very nice rooms.
Oh yeah, they look like hotel rooms.
Look like nice hotel rooms. So I don't know. Hassan, according to Hassan, it's just the American government saying it's a 5. It's funny because you could feel how uncomfortable Hassan was in that clip because he knows that if he said like, "Oh, this isn't a 5-star hotel," people would be like, "What do you mean, Hassan? How do you know that? How many five-star hotels have you stayed at that you could go to one and you could accurately make a a declaration about like whether it's really five-star quality or not? That's why he was stumbling. He didn't want to say that because he knew he was like, oh shit, if I downplay the hotel too much, it will like show how many times I've been to a five-star hotel.
Funny. Travel alert.
Yes.
What's that about?
Well, they're probably like, don't go to you can't go there.
Don't go. Do you think he's got his own security team? He probably does.
He does. Or there was actually a video I saw where they actually, well, I don't know if it's his own security team, but there was a clip that had the Cuban government had sent like armed police or armed military people to like stand outside the hotel to make sure no one goes in because the hotel's like brightly lit and like everyone else has no power. So
it's just, it's a mark for criminals, man. It's a magnet. That's a criminal magnet right there.
Yeah, I know. And Hassan sees that and he doesn't put two and two in his mind together.
Or he avoids it because it goes against his narrative. Oh, Cuba's great. Cuba's 10 times better than America. Oh, you should live in Cuba.
That's why they have to he's like, don't believe the lies that the American government tells you about the Cuban government. Meanwhile, I'm in a building that has power while hospitals don't have power, and we have armed security and armed military people to keep the dirty peasants out. but don't believe the evil Miami Cubans that don't like the government. Those people are all wrong and delusional. Okay. Those people don't know what they're talking about.
Aren't those people just hungry for food? They're only robbing you because they need to survive. No. Shouldn't you really give them all your stuff, Hassan?
Right.
So they're not starving to death? So they can feed their hungry children? I would bet, though, most stolen merchandise that's sold on the black market, the money is used for drugs. I would make that bet. If there was some way that you could figure it out. Most stolen merchandise is drug money.
Well, I mean, I don't know. In America, I think that's probably true. I don't know what's going on in like Cuba and places like that, where people like actually are probably starving and stuff. So like there's probably more people like just doing shit for food or whatever.
Where people put on their LinkedIn profile, kidnapper, 2 years.
Right. There you go. Exactly. Yeah.
Professional kidnapper.
That's true.
Got to pay the mortgage somehow, right?
Yep.
And joining me now is
I'm gonna watch this little bit of the Scott Bessent clip. So this was like a really weird story that when I first heard about it, I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Because I'm sure you probably have heard that there's this like weird thing going on where the Trump administration is lifting sanctions off of Iranian oil, which you hear that and you say, what? How the fuck? Like that would be the stupidest fucking thing ever. We're lifting sanctions off of Iranian oil while we're saying don't bomb ships in the Strait of Hormuz or we will destroy like infrastructure. Which seems completely contradictory because if we destroy infrastructure in Iran, like we destroy power plants or we destroy water desalination plants, that's going to disproportionately hurt the people more than the government. And since the government in Iran is an authoritarian dictatorship, they don't give a fuck if their people are dying. And in fact, it's probably to their benefit because then they get to say, look at what America is doing. They're making it so that you die, right? You should rally around us.
It serves them greatly.
Right. Where the real way, and this is kind of the problem, I think, with a lot of the situation, the best way to hurt the Iranian regime is that because they get so much of their money and so much of their power. Like the Iranian regime's power is that they have money that they can pay IRGC people and they can pay soldiers and other people to basically keep the population in check. And so you have to prevent them from getting and making money instead of like just destroying power plants and stuff like that. So it seems contradictory, at least at first, that we would say, okay, well, you can sell oil, the regime can sell oil and thus make money, and then thus wouldn't that help them retain power?
Buy more weapons.
Right.
Yeah.
Now
fund more terrorism.
Right. Now I did some research. I found out that's not exactly what's going on here. and I'll kind of talk about it because it's actually more complicated than that. But here, I think here's Scott Bessent on Meet the Press, and he's trying to make the case for it. I think he does a pretty shitty job of explaining what the fuck is going on here.
But you're going to do a better job?
I will try to do a better job.
Okay, good.
So here, let me play it.
That's a possibility.
All options are on the table.
All right, let me talk about your announcement this past week. On Friday, the Treasury Department lifted sanctions on Iranian oil stored on tankers, a move that would effectively allow Iran to get more than $14 billion of oil revenue. Why is the U.S. helping to fund a country that it's currently at war with, Mr. Secretary?
Again, Kristen, why don't we have good facts here? That Iranian oil was always going to be sold to the Chinese. It was going to be sold at a discount. So which is better, Kristen? Which is better? If oil prices spiked to $150 and they were getting 70% of that, or oil prices below 100, it's better to have them where they are now. And to be clear, we had always planned for this contingency. About 140 million barrels are out on the water. In essence, we are jujitsuing the Iranians. We're using their own oil against them. We have a much better line of sight, to be clear, at Treasury when this oil goes to, if it goes to Indonesia, if it goes to Japan, if it goes to Korea, we have a much better line of sight and are able to block accounts that the oil goes into. When it goes into China, it completely gets recycled. So to be clear, that 14 billion number is grossly overstated.
Okay.
That's so fascinating because they follow the money. They're like, okay, what account was debited for an oil tanker?
Right, right. So the way he's making it sound, okay, is that there's a bunch of Iranian tankers or boats with Iranian oil that are floating around the world at this moment, and that at this moment, they could sell that oil and the Iranian government could make money. But because we have all these sanctions against Iran, the only people that can buy that oil is China. And so he's saying, well, wouldn't it make more sense for us to allow our allies to buy that oil, thus keeping global oil prices down, right? This is the argument that he sounds like he's making in this clip, right? That's how you interpreted what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not correct?
Well, before I get into whether that's correct or not, there's a big problem with that argument. The big problem with that argument, and why I heard that, I'm like, what? Like, this sounds retarded, is because then you think, well, wait a minute. If there's a bunch of Iranian oil tankers or a bunch of oil tankers with Iranian oil that hasn't been sold yet, traversing the ocean, why don't we just fucking take those ships?
Yeah, that's what I was
military
thinking.
force.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would we buy Iranian oil or have our allies buy Iranian oil and then send that money to Iran? That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Yeah, confiscate the oil.
Yeah, just take the oil. Just confiscate.
You take the oil and you ship it over to China, and you take the money from China.
Yes, you say to Iran, listen, Iran, you're closing down
I
the Strait
drink
of
your
Hormuz.
milkshake.
Yeah, exactly. You're closing down the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, well, part of the penalty for that is that we're going to drink your milkshake. We're going to steal all your oil. We're going to take all your oil. We're going to reappropriate for our comrades in the Allied side. And we're going to sell it to make up the fact that you're not letting oil leave the region. Like, you 100% should do that.
The problem there, though, is that you can't get the oil to China. So you might steal the oil, but the oil is going to just sit there, right? Because Iran's not letting anyone. They're blockading the straits.
Well, no. There's oil that's not even. It's not in the strait. It's just out in the world somewhere.
Okay.
That's
So Iranian oil is
right
in the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, the Gulf of America, rather.
Or somewhere, or off the coast of China or something, right? So who knows? But so here's the problem. So the way that Scott Bessent's describing this makes no fucking sense and sounds retarded, because you just think, why don't we just take the oil? But so I was like trying to research this because I'm like, this is like the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. So I did find a couple articles that were talking about this that do kind of make more sense. Okay. And that is this article that says let's see, it says, according to estimates, on the eve of the current war, some 140 million barrels of Iranian oil were floating at sea. This oil had already been produced and loaded onto tankers, and the vast bulk of it had already passed through the Strait of Hormuz before the war broke out. China had already bought most of this oil, but chose to leave it at sea because their strategic resources were full of the medium sour oil that Iran produces, and U.S. sanctions on the Iranian banking system made it difficult to resell the oil to other customers. Iranian oil tankers were thus left waiting for months near China's shore. Okay. So here's like the key question to maybe make some of this make sense. If the Chinese government has already bought this oil and the money has already gone to Iran and already been transferred to Iran, then yes, it would make sense. And this would be, I don't know if we want to say jujitsu, but it would make some amount of political sense to say, well, China's already paid for this oil. Iran already has the money. So why don't we just, and China doesn't even really want this oil. Why don't we just have this oil open, enter the open market, right? If there's 140 million barrels of oil that's already been paid for.
Because it will lower the price, yeah.
But that's what because we lower the price. That would actually make sense if that's what was going on. So maybe that's what's going on, and Scott Bessent just doesn't know how to fucking express that in a way that would make sense. Because the way he's making it sound like is like, no, we're still giving Iran money.
That would be using their oil against them. That would
Yes.
be, and that's what he said they were doing.
Right. Now there is a
But he
problem,
didn't explain
though,
the technical aspect of it very well.
which is important.
Yeah.
That's like the key of the whole thing. But though there is a problem, which is that even if this is true that China's already bought all this oil, I don't know, we'll see, but it could also be very likely that China doesn't sell it to anyone because they want the oil prices to be up, because they want it to fuck over America. Maybe this is completely in their benefit for this to be this political problem for Trump. So I don't even know if they would sell it, even if we say, oh, you can sell it to Japan or Australia or whoever. They might say, well, fuck you, we're not going to.
Yeah. They want the price of oil to go up.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a way better spot with oil because they only 20% of their economy runs on oil. 80% is on other things. It's dirty coal. That's why their air looks like good.
I think China still uses more oil than any other country in the world.
So even though it's only 20%, it's that 20% is bigger than the 40% we use because there's so many people. That makes sense. Yeah. Because they're a bigger population.
Right.
And they use it for gas and transportation, stuff like that.
Right. Okay, actually, well, I don't know.
Scott Bessent is like so gay. He's like he just has the gay. It like wafts off of him. Like
so
if he was on the left, oh my
You're
God.
so terrible.
Look,
so
it's
bad.
just it's so wrong because if he was on the left, oh, they would worship him. They would totally worship him. But he's on the right, and it's never acknowledged that they still want to make the argument that right wingers hate gay people, but
They're
here
so
you've
bad.
got Scott Bessent is like it's just nobody even mentions it. It's like such a non-issue for anyone.
So
I'm not bringing it up because I have an issue with it. I'm bringing it up because it's just hilarious how the left loves to virtue signal about, oh my God, Pete Buttigieg, an openly gay politician. Here you have an openly gay Treasury Secretary, highest post ever held. Trump literally went to his gay marriage. But people still want to come out and say, oh yeah, Trump is against gay people.
So actually, China is the second largest world consumer of oil. The first is still the USA, number one, baby.
We're the largest we're consumer of oil, yeah. But we're completely self-sufficient now.
Well, we could be.
Because
yeah. I mean, but there's different. That's what we're bringing up.
There's different brands,
oil.
different grades. Yeah, exactly.
So we consume 19% or 20% of the world's share of oil, and China consumes 16% of the world's share of oil. USA, baby. But actually, it's interesting. So You'll never guess what country uses the highest amount of gallons per capita, though.
Of oil?
Yes, you'll never guess.
It's not America?
No.
England?
No, you're never gonna guess.
Australia?
It's a country you would never think to mention.
Sierra Leone?
Gibraltar.
The Rock of Gibraltar?
The Rock of Gibraltar.
What the? I didn't even know Gibraltar was a country. I thought it was a rock.
There you go. I don't know how many people live there. It's probably a tiny population, right? 39,000 people.
Look, it's probably freezing cold there, and they have to do it year round just to stay
Well, no, I mean,
warm.
it makes sense because they have a small population. That's why the per capita numbers are probably like wild because of that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They're in a freezing place. They got to put oil in their stoves every day, all day, just so they don't fucking freeze to death, right?
That must be it. That must
They're
be
like,
it.
of course we use a lot of oil. We're dying over here. It's fucking freezing.
Is it? I don't know anything about Gibraltar. I know nothing about it. I know nothing. But the second, and this is weird, the second highest per capita is Singapore. And they have 1.4 million people. So I don't know. Very strange stuff. But anyway, we got off track here. So I don't know. This Scott Bessent is like the way that he explained this is just so bafflingly stupid. I think he tries to go into it a little bit more.
Let me unpack what you're just saying. First of all, how much is it? And second of all, I don't hear you disputing that Iran.
Do you like when did it become a thing that everyone always says unpack? When you're like, let's discuss this a little.
What the fuck did you just say? Let's unpack those. Yeah, I don't like it. It's very like HR coded.
Yeah, I can't stand it. It just triggers me when people say that. I'm like, unpack what?
That's funny.
Did you just get here? Are you on vacation? Or what do you mean unpack? We're having a conversation here.
Mm-hmm. What should they say? What word should they use instead?
Let's open up this suitcase and rifle through it a bit.
Mm.
That's what they should say.
Okay.
They should say, let's look at this dirty laundry. Let's get in here. No, I don't know. They should say, let's discuss this a little more.
Iran will get some of the money.
Iran already gets a huge amount of the money because Iran is the largest sponsor of state terrorism, and China has been funding them.
So it was always part of the plan to unsanction Iranian oil?
Again, we unsanctioned the Russia. At Treasury, we plan for all contingencies. We have break the glass plans, and to be able, this oil is floating out in Asia. And it is mostly our Asian allies. The U.S. gets virtually no oil from the Gulf. We are energy sufficient. So when we unsanction this, rather than the oil going to China, it can go to Japan, it can go to Korea, it can go to Indonesia, it can go to Malaysia.
And it can go to Iran too. I mean, isn't the point that the sanctions were in place to prevent Iran from getting any of the money? They will have access to some of the money now.
Again,
you dumb. They already have the money.
Why didn't he just say that?
Right.
Missing the point. So please listen to me. They were getting it from China anyway.
All right, let me talk about the real world impact of this.
Yeah, why didn't you just say they already had the money?
Well, unless the article I was reading is incorrect and they didn't pay for it already, in which case it does say, well, what the fuck are we doing then? We're going to pay China and China's going to pay Iran. Like that's a fucked up situation. We shouldn't do that.
We're not paying. I mean, China has a bunch of our currency in reserve because they exported a bunch of shit to us.
No, I mean,
probably
in terms of
non-oil related.
Like theoretically, like he's making it sound like we're going to buy oil from China and then China's going to turn around and give that money we bought to Iran for the oil. Like China's basically, he's making it sound like China's like the middleman between selling Iranian oil to us or to the rest of the world, which if that's the case, that'd be stupid and we shouldn't really be doing this.
The Treasury, the Fed is the bank of banks. So they get to see all these transactions and I'm sure Treasury gets to peek in on that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like that's what he's saying.
The oil ministry spokesperson for Iran came out against this and said that there actually was no floating crude oil, no a surplus that's available for international markets. And that the US was simply trying to provide psychological support to the oil market, which is which that actually makes me think that maybe they are doing something smart. Because if Iran is saying that we're lying about something or we're wrong about something, doesn't that make you think, maybe we should be doing this? Why would they be pushing back against us otherwise? Like if it benefited them.
Yeah, since they don't like it, it's got to be working.
Right. Which makes me more inclined to think that maybe they already got the money from it or something.
I think Scott Bessent is smart. I think he's one of the smartest people in the administration.
He's actually smart. But I don't know why he's
Yeah.
explaining this in a way that's like so stupid.
Yeah.
Or unintuitive, I should say.
Because you're talking about 140 million barrels of Iranian oil, and that's just a little bit more than what the world uses in one day. How much can that really change prices here
again,
at home?
Chris, terrible framing. Terrible framing.
Well, how much can it change prices here at home? Talk to consumers. How much will it change prices here at home?
Let me explain. 140 million barrels, about 20 million barrels a day comes out of the Gulf. About 5 million has been repurposed by the Saudis, by the UAE. So we're at a 15 deficit. About 1.5 is Iranian oil that comes out. So we are at between a 10 and 14 million deficit on a daily basis. So if you think about 140 million barrels, that's between 10 days and 2 weeks of supply. And one of the reasons that prices in the U.S. of West Texas crude are below $100, and we have not seen this massive spike as we did during the beginning of Russia-Ukraine, is because we are well supplied in the market. Whether it is the Russian oil, whether it is the Iranian oil, or it is the largest SPR release in history done by a coalition of 32 countries, 400 million barrels.
All right, let's talk about the Russian oil, which you just raised. The administration did use.
Okay, so they're just moving on. Okay, what are some of these other clips that you wanted to watch?
Well, there's the Yang clip.
Yang Gang? You're off the Yang Gang now?
Yeah, Yang totally fucking pissed me off.
No, the Yang Gang.
It's over. Yeah.
No.
Andrew Yang is dead.
I had him come back to the Yang Gang.
And
UBI.
there is the fraud situation with JD Vance. But do you know about that?
No.
Really? You're not paying attention to fraud?
I don't like fraud. I don't pay attention to it.
Okay, let's
Well, good.
So this is kind of brilliant. JD Vance has been tasked to go after a lot of this Medicare fraud that's going around. So notice how Marco Rubio is like right next to Trump, basically glued to his side over this Iranian war thing.
This is because people have been pointing out that like
or may not be good for his presidential aspirations,
depending on how it turns out. It's interesting because like people were bringing out how like Vance was so like he was on social media, he was so vocal, and then when the Iran stuff happened, he just went like underground. He went underground as fast as any Iranian leader who's afraid of getting bombed by Israel went underground. So it's nice to see him kind of popping his head back up here. So maybe he's been doing stuff this whole time.
Well, I'm interested in this story because of the context, and he even mentions Gavin Newsom in this little speech we'll listen to some of. So he's going to be going after fraud, and I'm under the impression there's a lot of fucking fraud in California, right? So this kind of sets up a contest between JD Vance and Gavin Newsom, which a lot of people think is a huge contender in the next presidential election, right?
Right.
So they can start exchanging blows over this fraud stuff early on, but be like, oh, this isn't part of the presidential race, but it really is, right? We're getting the kind of context. It's kind of like that weird debate with Gavin Newsom and who's the Florida governor?
Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis. Yeah, that's it. So, and I'll get your response on the.
Afternoon, everybody. So let me say a couple things about what we're announcing.
This also plays into the Andrew Yang thing. I want to get your response on the fraud stuff.
Okay.
Today, and then I'm going to kick over to Dr. Oz, and then we are going to take a few questions. So, as
Dr.
a lot
Oz.
of you know, there are way too many Americans who are being defrauded by very bad actors in our society, people who take the goodwill and the trust of the American taxpayer and they decide to use it against us. They decide to make themselves rich instead of allowing these programs that are set up to make it easier for people to take care of their families, to make it easier for autistic kids to get the after-school services they need, to make it easier for people to get the health care that they need. And we are going to start very aggressively in the administration cracking down on the people and the organizations that are defrauding Americans. So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Now, what is this going to mean?
Now, look, obviously the Democrats are going to spend this as they're cutting Medicare and all this money is being wisely spent, right? What is your take on that? Do you buy that or? Sitch.
What this means is that, first of all, the providers on the ground in Minnesota have actually already been paid. The state has paid those providers.
Oh, okay.
I
thought you snuck out to go.
No.
To the
Tell me what was the question you asked me?
You can just tell us when you have to go to the bathroom.
I didn't sneak out. Yeah, just tell me what you asked me?
The fraud situation,
Yeah.
right? Obviously, the Democrats are going to frame this as, oh, there's no fraud, nothing to see here, nothing's
Right.
going on.
Right.
The Republicans want to cut Medicare. They want to cut Medicaid, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And this plays into the Republicans are greedy, racist stereotype. They throw this out there and they let the stereotype do the work, right?
Right.
But I think there's a lot of evidence that there is actual fraud, like widespread fraud, like
Sure.
a lot of fucking fraud
Definitely,
going on.
yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what kind of play you can do. This seems like a smart strategy to deal with the fraud. And his framing here just seems brilliant to me. So I think this is another 80-20 type of issue that the Democrats are going to jump on the 20% side, and it's like a losing issue for them going into 2028.
Yeah, and I think it was just kind of similar to like Doge too. It's hard for people to not conceptualize that obviously there's a lot of wasteful spending and fraud going on in the government.
Yeah,
right?
Doge
Like,
actually comes up in the Andrew Yang clip.
right. Now whether Doge now I don't believe Doge was, effective at getting rid of it, and that'd be the question. It is, whether it I think framing it as like whether it's real or not is stupid because it's obviously real. There's obviously a lot of corruption and a lot of waste. I mean, the real question is Vance or any other people going to actually get rid of it, or are they just going to target it, people for political purposes, right?
Yeah, that's another big part of it. But if Vance does do a good job on this, oh
That would
my
be great
God.
for his presidential term, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Marco Rubio is definitely getting the short end of the stick here because this Iran thing is going to be a mess. He's not going to be able to run on this in 2028.
Yeah.
But Vance is like, I don't want to talk. I'm talking about fraud in America. This is MAGA. This is
Right.
MAGA, bitch.
The money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated against the American taxpayer. There are a few different ways that we're doing that. There are a few different affirmative actions that we're taking today. Dr. Oz is going to talk about those, but let me talk a little bit about the spirit of this and why we're doing it. So number one of the examples of fraud that we've seen in Minnesota that we verified that is just awful is that a program that existed to ensure that autistic children had access to some after-school services has made a number of people rich, not by providing services to needy children, but by allowing fraudsters to take money that ought by right go to American citizens and to American families, and to set up sham businesses, set up sham clients, set up people who are not even autistic but claim to be autistic in order that they benefit from the money that's out there. Now, what does that mean? Number one, it means that a lot of people are getting rich off the generosity of American taxpayers, but more fundamentally and more importantly than that, it means that there are kids in Minnesota who deserve these services, who need these services, and they're not going to those kids, they're going to fraudsters in Minneapolis. That is unacceptable, and that's the sort of thing that we're cutting off with this action today. Let me make one.
See, great framing. Totally great framing. We're saving the children. They're stealing money out of the children's pockets. How dare they?
Final point about the spirit of this. You know, one of the things I love about our country is that we're a generous country. We're a generous people. We take care of our fellow citizens who can't afford medical care because they're down on their luck. We take care of people who can't afford to put food on the table even though they work hard and play by the rules. We recognize that we're all in this together, and part of the reason why we have Medicaid, or part of the reason why we have food stamps, part of the reason why we have these programs is we want to make sure that kids who grow up in families, not all that different from the family that I grew up in, that they have access to the basic necessities: food, medical care, after-school services when their family needs them, but they're unable to pay.
See, he cuts off the argument that you just want to cut services. You're a greedy Republican and you just want to cut public programs. He heads it off at the pass here. He totally heads it off at the pass.
Yeah, no, it is definitely smart. Like from a political standpoint, it's definitely smart. It's definitely good framing. And I support, like, conceptually, I support the idea of, if there's a bunch of states and they have a bunch of fraud, corrupt shit going on, then yeah, the federal government should say, we're going to cut off funding to you until you actually deal with this. That's the way it should be. Now, the question is, do people trust the administration to actually do it for for reasons of tamping down on corruption? Or there's just going to be like, oh, surprise, surprise, all the blue states we don't like, they're the ones that are corrupt, and the red states that we do like, well, they're all seriously taking care of corruption, so we don't have to cut off any funding to them.
What if that's just a product of the ideology, though? What if it's a product of the liberal ideology that you just give the money out and hope it goes to the right place? You don't do any sort of oversight because you really don't believe people are bad and that are going to pillage from these programs. So it ends up being the blue states just because that's where the fraud is happening.
That's definitely possible, but I would be curious to see what the requirements are that they're going to lay out in order to get funding and to have funding suspended, to make that determination.
I'm not, it seems like Republican states are probably more fraud conscious than liberal states. That seems obvious, right? I mean, if Republicans always have fraud on their mind, Democrats, it's hard to convince them that fraud even exists.
No, see, it's not that's not quite accurate. Both sides care about fraud, but they fixate on it in different areas. So like the left they'll be more inclined to ignore fraud of like
corporate fraud. The right
people getting
fraud,
like Medicare or Somalis daycare or like whatever, right? They'll ignore that, but then they'll hyperfixate on like corporate fraud. You gotta stop the corporations from doing all these fraudulent things and getting all this money from the government, trying to rip off the people. Like they'll be more like vigilant of that. And then the Republicans will be the reverse. They might be more vigilant of fraud that individual people are doing, but be more permissive or dismissive of fraud that corporations are doing.
Well, if the left can go after Republican states for turning a blind eye to corporate fraud, I'm in favor of that too. Definitely.
What were the specifics? Because I know that like didn't Rick Scott, wasn't he like had something to do with the largest U.S. healthcare fraud settlement ever?
He did.
And he's Republican. So
and he's like a senator now.
Right,
Rick
right.
Scott is a senator. He's your senator, right? He's a senator in Florida.
He's a senator for Florida. That's right. Yeah.
Oh
I don't
my
remember
God.
the specifics of that situation, but try to look it up.
All right. So this sets up an interesting dynamic going into 2028. We'll have to see how much happens here. But obviously, if Vance is able to uncover any fraud and he's in charge of this task force, it's definitely going to be good for his presidential aspirations.
Well, it's good politically because it doesn't, like, regardless of whether he actually finds fraud or not, like he can posit it so that like he is finding it, and then it'll just be like people on the right will say he's found the fraud, he's doing good work, and people on the left will say, oh, he's not, he didn't find shit, he's just lying. Like, so I don't know if it's
But
gonna
he has to find legitimate fraud and in big numbers to really win over the moderates, so to win over the middle and
yeah, if he wants to win over
destroy in the election. I mean,
Right,
that's the question.
But it's, even if he doesn't, it's still just good to galvanize his base.
It's good to
His potential
galvanize the base, and it's good. This is a problem. Sometimes different issues galvanize the base and push moderates away, right? Like some of the immigration stuff galvanizes the base, and moderates are like, that's a little cringy for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this, what I found a bunch of fraud, your tax money going to waste. That's going to galvanize the base and just win over moderates. This is like a great issue for them.
So here's a summary of the Rick Scott thing. Okay. So Rick Scott used to be the CEO of Columbia Hospital Corporations of America.
He was doing the Medicare fraud, wasn't he?
He was the one doing the Medicare fraud, yes.
Yeah.
And it was the largest, at the time, this was in the 90s, it was the largest for-profit hospital chain in the US. And the government alleged that under his care, the company was billing Medicare for far more expensive procedures than they actually performed, was improperly inflating reimbursements, paying illegal kickbacks to physicians for patient referrals, billing for unnecessary lab tests and home health services, and doing general manipulating of accounting practices to maximize federal payments. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says he was forced out of CEO in 1997. And after that, the company reached a settlement with the federal government where this company agreed to pay the federal government $1.7 billion.
But not admit any guilt whatsoever.
Right. But they had committed so much fraud that they agreed which to me makes me think that I mean, obviously, get like what company is going to pay the government almost $2 billion, right? Unless if they're innocent, they're not going to pay the government.
No, totally. I just bring it up because it's always laughable when they say that.
Right.
We're totally innocent, but we're just trying to avoid legal consequences.
Yeah, we're going to pay $2 billion though. So then Rick Scott turns around and he becomes governor of Florida after that.
I know, it's insane.
So, I don't know about the consciousness of. I mean, this plays with what I'm saying. Where like, yeah, the people on the right are more conscious of like individual people doing fraud, but they're going to be more blind to big corporations doing fraud.
Yeah. Well, and there's the team dynamics going on to some extent.
Of course, that always plays into it. Yeah.
All right. So here's a clip that made me completely jump ship on the Yang gang. This infuriated me so much. I was thinking about it for days.
Mm-hmm.
It could actually make a difference. What did you think about Doge? Were you optimistic going into it? You said that you loved targeting those really expensive government programs that waste a lot of money. And I feel like that was kind of the idea going in.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm someone who is sympathetic to the goals of Doge and then was like very unhappy with the actual implementation. And I think that describes a whole lot of people.
So look, he's for eliminating this kind of fraud, right?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Who isn't? Yeah, everyone's in favor of that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of business people were like, well, this is interesting. Like, I do sense that there's a lot of bloat and excess in there. And then it's like, wait a minute, like, the way they went about it, I thought was not the right way. And it made me sad because, some of the goals I think Americans are on board with, including even earlier Democratic administrations who, you can find clips of
Bill Clinton or Obama being like, we need to root out waste. I mean, who likes waste? There's a lot of waste. I mean, we all know that.
Do you think they could ever fix waste in the government?
I've looked at this in some detail.
Yeah. It just seems like this would be the highest ROI activity. Like, we talk about canceling income tax. And when you look at how much the U.S. makes from income tax and the amount that's allegedly lost to fraud, you could practically cancel out a lot of income tax and be a net the same.
It was like $0 to $600,000.
$650,000, zero taxes.
If you got rid of fraud.
Yeah. I mean, that's something Americans should get on board
like
with.
At this point, we should be able to at least knock out like half.
I'm going to say something that people are going to dislike intensely.
Is this it? He's prompting.
This is so infuriating what he says here. This is so insane.
I'm ready. I have no clue what he's about to say.
Keep in mind the context here. He just said, look, we could probably wipe out a lot of income tax. You could keep a lot of your own money. And look, working people spend a lot of money on federal fucking taxes. It's a huge part of their paycheck, right? To think that money that they fucking toil away for goes to some fraudster is infuriating, right? But look, Andrew Yang has a solution for that.
I'm ready.
Someone who looked at this. So check it out. I've run private businesses. And so some people who run for president, who have a business background like me, might say, I'm going to run government like a business. And that sounds good to business people, but they're very different things. They have like different goals and different structures.
True.
And so if you were to be in charge of government and run it like a business, you know what you would do pretty quickly? You would increase the size and efficiency of the IRS, because you invest $1 billion in IRS agents, you probably goose receivables, and by the way, reduce fraud.
We need to take.
This was it. I was expecting something crazy.
We need to take more money from the people. The people who are cheating on their taxes.
Mm-hmm.
We need to find those people and weed them out so that we can take more of their money and spend it on fraudulent daycare. What is the argument here?
Well, hold on. Let's hear.
What is the argument here?
Well, so far the argument is, if you were to actually run the government as a business, you would look at where has your biggest rate of return, the easiest and biggest rate of return. He's saying
is to go after the taxpayers instead of the fraudsters, instead of the thieves.
Is to hire more IRS agents, because then they can root out all the people committing tax fraud, and that'd be the quickest, easiest way to increase revenue. That's what he's saying, which is probably true.
Oh my God. The argument
That's
is
not
we
popular,
don't.
But it's
the argument.
True.
The argument on the table right now is we don't need all this revenue because it's being taken by thieves.
Well, does he circle back to the fraud?
No.
Let's see. Because he should.
Like, if I were to spend
look, this other guy has to tell him what a fucking idiot he's being now.
Okay, I want to hear it. Let's see.
And I could have a bounty system. I could have by the way, you could also have a tax holiday, which I totally would have done. It's like, look, if you've been playing fast and loose for a number of years, it's cool. Just come clean. And then we'll divvy it up. We're not going to throw you in jail. We're just going to true size it.
Just come clean. We'll bring more money into the treasury so that we can give it to Somali fraudsters. That's exactly what we need. We need you to come clean so that we can give your money to thieves.
Well, you acknowledge that he's obviously not perceiving it from the frame that you're perceiving it. Otherwise,
yes, and this is what made me hate Andrew Yang.
Okay.
Because he is in this fucking democratic bubble where they live in a world where the only fraud that takes place is imaginary. It's ginned up by Republicans to basically make a narrative. Make a racist narrative.
I don't think if he believed that, he wouldn't have said what he said about Doge in the beginning.
Look, he thinks the only fraud being committed is tax cheats.
I don't think that's, I think you're being unfair to Andrew Yang.
No, Andrew Yang is literally dead to me. I can't believe a man this stupid is even involved in politics.
Okay.
give you like a slap on the wrist.
Look, this other guy is dumbfounded. His response is like perfect.
And like take 30%. Like I wanted to do things like that because like, you know, we're not going to change the rules on you retroactively. I'm not going to like shaft anyone. But if you were to run it like a business, that would be a phenomenal investment. Just because
here's what a lot of people say, because I've seen that point and I agree with you, but at the same time people say, well, why should I be paying taxes when all that money is going to this waste? Like, why target?
Yeah, you dumbass. You fucking dumbass.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the tax cheats are saying. The tax cheats are going, look, half this money is going to thieves. I'm getting fucking shafted here. I'm working my ass off. I'm working my fingers to the bone. I'm making a salary. I'm driving a truck. I'm working in a warehouse. I'm trying to run a plumbing business, and these guys are robbing me fucking blind so that they can give to fraudsters, and they don't even think the fraud exists. And this guy is like, oh, I need to go after the plumber. I need to go after that plumber who's cheating.
I think when the issue with the people that are cheating taxes,
so I can bring in 3 times as many taxes for the fraudsters.
The issue, I think, my understanding when I like, and this was coming up in the past, was that the problem with the IRS was that it costs more money for them to go after the richest people who are doing fucky-wucky tax shit, because obviously, you know, they have all these lawyers and accounts, all these other things that basically the IRS has to get through in order to prove that they did something wrong. So those are really, that would be like really the source that they'd probably go after. I don't think it's like, oh, all these, you know, random plumbers and blue collar workers running around who are committing the tax fraud that the government doesn't know about. That'd be my guess.
Me, who's like trying to work and make money, when like these people over here are basically just stealing it and wasting it.
I would 1,000% agree with that. And I would have been the first person to be like, hey, look, and by the way, I've been on Capitol Hill. I've hung out with, you know, senators and presidents, ex-presidents and whatnot. As soon as I get in there, their actual desire to try and shrink government, it's like, it's very minimal. Like they don't care. You know, like they become ensconced in this circuit of fundraising, dinners, and like the rest of it, and the money becomes an abstraction as soon as you're in Capitol Hill, in part because the numbers are so big. But I would have taken joy in being like, look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ratchet up the ability for our government to catch fraudsters, and that includes people who are right now wasting government money in like a whole million ways. And we all know that exists. It's coming out in dramatic fashion, right now in various quarters. And I would have said, like, that's my responsibility. You know, dollar for dollar. It's like anything I ask you to do, I'm going to ask us to do. And then I'd like to beat it because I have like a huge bloated budget to work with. And anyone who's realistically taking a shot at this, and this is one reason why we're so lost, anyone who's really taking a look at this would also include the military in this. And I have a high school buddy who was in Air Force Academy.
Okay, I think I understand what the problem is. Andrew Yang is autistic, Adam.
Oh, well, we've always known that. That's always
no, because when he like is asked this question, and through like the autistic spectrum, he's like, listen, the easiest, best way to run this, if it was run like a business, would be to to do it to the tax base, right? Which he might have actually been saying is like a negative thing, because he was likening it to when people say that you should run the government as a business. This would be how you'd run it. So he could have theoretically been saying like people wouldn't like this, obviously. So he could have been actually positing it in that way, but he's kind of autistic, so he's not really expressing himself appropriately. Or he could just be autistically saying like this would be like the most efficient way to do it at first. But that guy asked a very good follow-up question, which is a question you're saying, is like, why should I pay money to a bunch of people committing fraud? And he agreed. He said he agreed with all that, and that there is a bunch of people doing fraud, and that they should go after all the people doing that. So he's not dismissing that all the fraud doesn't exist.
Yeah, but it's a question of priorities. He's like, yeah, the first thing we need to do is shore up the tax base. He's like, yeah, we need to deal with the fraud too, but it's this idea that fraud is non-existent.
I don't know. I think you're being too hard on old Andrew here.
And then he immediately goes back to the trope of, oh, look, I think there's definitely overspending in the military. I think the military has wasteful spending, obviously, right? But he says, look, we need to go after the wasteful spending in the military if we're at all serious about this, right? What about the wasteful spending in autistic daycare that's not even going to anybody at all? He understands it from that perspective. When he's talking about the military, he immediately understands, oh, this is wasteful spending. This is like a waste of money here. But as soon as you go into any sort of program, it's like the brain shuts off.
I don't know.
There is a lot of Medicare fraud.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Medicare fraud that goes on that needs to be dealt with. Democrats are not going to fucking deal with that. They are not going to deal with it. They're not going to deal with it in a million years. They might deal. Look, there's a lot of wasteful spending that goes on in the military too. The Republicans are not going to deal with that. They're not going to deal with that at all, right?
Right.
So it's just that is the reality of the situation. You kind of need the Democrats policing wasteful spending in the military, and you need the Republicans policing wasteful spending in healthcare.
Well,
But
I'm going to
since
say
both of them rule over those certain issues, that's where the blindness
course.
comes in.
I think regarding Yang, I think there's three possible scenarios here. Number one, Andrew Yang is autistic. Okay. Number two, Andrew Yang is ideologically so left-wing that he just doesn't believe that there's there's that much fraud going on in like social programs. Or that'd be number two. Or number three would be he is aware that there's all this fraud going on, but he knows he primarily has a left-wing base that supports him. And so he doesn't want to
alienate them.
By talking about it. So even if he was theoretically president and was theoretically working on it, he knows he's smart enough to be like, let me not necessarily talk about it.
Most look, do you accept that
Which is kind of the opposite of the autism spectrum. That'd be like the socially intelligent answer.
The Democrats have sold this narrative that there is no fraud, that the Republicans are just making shit up so that they can cut social programs, right? Do you dispute that a vast number of Democrats believe that? Maybe 30%, maybe 40%, maybe 90%.
I don't know if the politicians believe that, but they say that.
No, I'm talking about the people, and the people is what matters, right?
Yeah, they probably
We're talking about the
that,
people.
Yes.
Yeah.
They probably believe that, yeah.
So if 90% of your voters believe fraud is not real, what are your chances of curbing that fraud? If it's widespread.
Probably not great.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably not great, yeah.
Exactly. So this was just, I mean, look, Andrew Yang is dead to me, man.
Wow.
This guy is fucking.
Look at how much Adam hates the IRS.
This guy is off his fucking rocker. No, look, man, I know people who are struggling.
Right.
And taxes are a big part of their fucking paycheck. And it infuriates me. It infuriates me to think that most of that money that they could spend in ways that would help them and their family is going to fucking thieves. Right. And there are people out there that don't give a fuck about that. They don't care. Like, tell me you empathize with that, right?
Of course.
Taking money out of working class people's pockets so that thieves can fucking become rich? That's infuriating.
Yeah.
Everyone should be outraged by that.
And
the fact that Democrats only think this is imaginary so that they can gain some political advantage over Republicans is disgusting. Totally detestable.
Listen, we should bring the death penalty for all the people that are stealing money from the government, from us, and then doing like fraudulent daycares or whatever fraudulent thing they're doing. Right? Kill them all. Death penalty, baby. So yeah, it's a listen, I think it's a big issue, but I didn't perceive Andrew Yang's comment in the same way that you perceived it. So
okay.
I'm not gonna throw him away.
Okay.
I'm still gonna root for Andrew Yang to not really ever do anything in politics because I think he has never a chance of winning politics whatsoever.
Yeah, totally.
So it doesn't really matter, but okay, that's interesting. I should have.
This is so surprising to me when you went from. a guy who is vocally supporting Andrew Yang or vocally supporting UBI to being this like, oh yeah, we've got to go after the tax cheats.
Okay, it'd be interesting to ask him because I mean, ask him to frame it the way that you're framing it because I just think he was communicating ineffectively.
He doesn't give a fuck about working people. I don't think he gives a fuck about.
Well, I think
people.
you would have if you're advocating for UBI. Well, like, why else would you be advocating for that otherwise?
Well, this made me think that it's just that it was just a marketing ploy.
Wow, you really really drawing all sorts of conclusions from this answer.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more likely that all the UBI stuff was like it was all a scam, or just that he gave an inarticulate bad answer to a question once?
I'm gonna go with scam.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
I'm gonna go with scam.
That's okay.
Look, I could be convinced over time that it wasn't a scam, that he's actually a sincere person.
Right.
But at this point, I'm thinking scam artist. This is Candace Owens' moment for Andrew Yang. I really have lost all respect for him. Right. My respect for him is at 0. It's below 0. We're at like -500 in the respect department. And he's going to have to work his ass off to really get out of that deficit. So, and I don't think he can do it. I really don't. Yeah. God, it's so fascinating. I just like, oh man, let people keep their money, man. It's infuriating to me that I mean, I remember when I had barely any money and the taxes being taken out of my paycheck were just fucking unbelievable. I could not. It was like insane levels of taxation on working people. I think people should pay like 0 taxes up to a certain point, especially in a situation now where the cost of living is so high, rent is so high, inflation is so off the charts.
Well, they do. It's not probably high enough as it should be, right?
What was that?
There is some amount you have to make before you start paying taxes. It's just probably not high as you think it should be.
You pay Social Security tax no matter what, no matter how much money you make. What are you talking about? And that's like the big fucking one.
Tax, yeah, but
you don't get that Social Security tax back at the end of the year, just FYI. Right. That is the big one that comes out of your paycheck. So don't live under the idea that, oh, I don't pay any taxes because I'm poor.
Okay.
Anyway.
A very good horse for $2 says, please tell me you guys have seen the Ted Cruz clip of him talking about the Ayatollah and his virgin. If not, I DM'd it to Adam on Twitter. A-Team reigns supreme.
What is that?
I sent you a clip that a very good horse wants us to watch. I haven't seen this clip. It is Ted Cruz talking about the Ayatollah receiving his virgins for being martyred.
Okay. You sent it to me earlier.
I sent it to you, yeah.
Let me take a look here.
Bring it up. Bring up old Ted. Old, where are the votes, where are the delegates, Donald? Remember that meme? Donald, where are the delegates?
He's going to be running too, huh?
He doesn't stand a ghost chance of a fart in a blizzard in hell during the Pope shitting in the woods of winning the presidency.
Look, I'll give it to you this season, this election season, Sitch. Mike Pence is not going to be running this presidential season.
I think Ted Cruz is going to run. I don't think he's...
No. Ted Cruz is definitely going to run, but I think Mike Pence is... You don't think he's
going to run again?
Seen the light.
This time, he's like, this time I'm going to make it, guys. This time I can do it.
In his first term, President Trump...
Okay, I guess I got to tell you. 40 seconds. Ready to go?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
In his first term, President Trump took out General Soleimani. He took out al-Baghdadi. He utterly decimated ISIS. In his second term, he bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. He took out Maduro, and he is now taking out, among others, the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah, good news, he got to meet his 72 virgins. The bad news is all of them are Nick Fuentes.
That doesn't even make fucking sense.
What do you mean? Of course, what doesn't make sense about it?
Nick Fuentes isn't dead, right?
Yeah, she said he's a virgin.
Okay, but I mean, why would he?
Oh
be
my
in heaven?
God, Adam. It made sense. Oh God, look at Adam's like the realism of this joke. It's not working for me.
It's not. It's not. I immediately was like,
God,
what?
you're so silly.
Look, if Nick Fuentes
so
had
silly.
recently died, this joke would
Right.
kill, right?
Wait, he said you think even if he was dead, there wouldn't be 72 of him.
Yeah, but at least he'd be up there.
Okay. Okay.
Look, he's
I
so
think
proud
By the
of
way,
him.
laughing
I
at
like
the
the joke.
bastards who hate us is
Thank
one
you
of the
for
best
sending it,
weapons we
Brandon.
have.
That's
I thought it was funny.
okay. Ted Cruz is so proud of himself.
I know,
He
look
made
at
a Nick
this.
Fuentes joke.
All right. These fools gonna stand for Ted freaking Cruz? I just said he didn't have a ghost chance in hell of winning an election. How's that standing? It's so weird. There's like people that like freak out in the chat and then you have them on and they're like super nice to you. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. Michael Dorman for 5 Canadians says, I pay 38% payroll tax. My gas is double the price and I have to pay 19 days wages for property tax. Is enough to make anyone crazy. That is true.
Yeah.
That is
It's
true.
insane. And to think, oh my God. And it's like, it's cumulative, right? Because you're paying that over and over and over again. And then you find out these fraudsters have been doing this for years. And you just
Yeah.
think, oh my God. I paid over those years, I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes
Mhm.
so that this guy could fucking rob us blind. And the fact that the United States government is like, yeah, there's nothing to see here. Oh, it's just, it's insane. Totally insane. So I think Vance running on this is it's definitely a good. I mean, he's got my vote over Andrew Yang, definitely. That
Yeah, I
fucker
mean,
can rot in hell.
even it definitely. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You're like freaking out here, going crazy.
Look, I'm serious. Look, if Andrew Yang died tomorrow, I would do a Donald Trump tweet.
What the fuck?
I would. I totally would.
Oh my God!
I'd be like, serves him right, that fucker.
I think you're a little much, a little too much on this.
Why are you simping for Andrew Yang here? Why are you sweeping for Andrew Yang?
Because I think you misinterpreted his comment. I think you read too much into his comment, I guess I should say.
Yeah, okay. Look, I have consumed a lot of Andrew Yang content, so I don't feel like I'm doing this out of ignorance. I don't feel like it's based on this one comment. So
no, I think he says the thing about the IRS, and you saw excuse me, you saw red. You saw that. He said IRS, get IRS more money. You're like, ah.
because he doesn't even he's the scale of the problem is invisible because they're not even looking.
Okay. Was there another clip you wanted to watch?
Let me see. You want to wind this down?
Professor Pape.
I'm gonna start pulling like thousands of clips out so that I can. So that look,
I can just read super
when
chats,
you
then.
spend
That's fine. We can just go.
When
super
you
chats.
spend like 4 hours going through your clips, I'm gonna be like, okay, 4 hours for me now. Here we
That's
go.
fine. Listen, so I'm gonna be in Japan the next 3 streams. So it's gonna be up to Adam to get the content for Sunday.
Is it really?
I mean, I don't know how much
Oh
time
my
I'm gonna have in
God!
Japan to
Short
get content.
streams, yes. Short streams are
There you
back
go,
on the
everybody.
menu, boy.
There you go, everybody. And we probably will also have to. The streams will be. That's funny because we were early today. You're an hour early today. The next 3 weeks, the streams will probably have to be 2 hours late.
Oh, is that happening? What?
Because when I'm in Japan, stream time would be.
You realize I go to bed at like 9 p.m.
Yeah, but when I'm in Japan, stream time is going to be 6 in the morning. Which
my time, baby. You finally on my schedule.
It wouldn't. My issue with it is it wouldn't be a problem for me to wake up at 6 in the morning to do it. If wherever I'm going to be streaming, I don't want to be like in a hotel room or whatever, waking everyone else up by streaming at 6 in the fucking morning. So at least
why? It's your hotel room.
People usually hear you in the next room or whatever. I want to like.
They're gonna hear me if we're talking about Andrew Yang. They're definitely gonna hear me.
Exactly.
So,
listen, Japan is a very courteous country. Okay, you're supposed to be very courteous people. So I'm at least gonna wait till 8 in the morning before I start talking in the room loudly.
So for more on the escalation trap that Trump has got.
Okay, I have an 18-minute video here.
Okay, if you want to watch the whole thing, it's fine.
No, I'm only playing with you. Go ahead. I continue with what you were saying.
Right.
So you're just telling people. What can people expect? Are we going to be streaming for the same amount of time, or how long have we been streaming today? This is we're almost 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Sean came on to do most of the Israel apologia. I mean, to take over most of the show. So
go find an internet cafe. So I might actually. I'm gonna have to run tests to even see if wherever I'm staying on stream days can even do the internet, and if it can't or it's cuts out or whatever, I will have to find an internet cafe, or I might actually have to rent a karaoke room or someplace to do it to that effect. But we'll have to kind of play it by ear how it all goes. So
it is super annoying that any discussion of the relationship between Israel and the United States, if you are the least bit questioning of whether or not it's to the United States' interest, you immediately get framed as someone who believes that Jews run the world. Sitch, do you think I believe Jews run the world? Do you think that's a belief that I have?
I don't think it's a belief. I think you know it because obviously I run you, so obviously Jews run the world.
We're being serious here.
Oh, we're being
serious? That's like a horrible straw man.
Right.
Right. And it's meant to be a straw man because it's like it frames you as a complete conspiracy theorist. So I don't think that's fair. And I think that's why Jank is like descending into madness.
Well, here's the problem. Obviously, yes, it is super obvious, okay, that Israel wants the U.S. to bomb Iran and to
of course they
Iran.
do.
Okay. I mean, they've been saying it openly for like 30 years. It's not like it's a secret. Okay, so that's very obvious. And so, yes, it's obviously within Israel's political interest for us to be engaged in this stuff. The problem, I think, with Jank specifically, and with Crystal and a lot of these other people, is that they don't just end it there. They don't just say like, well, it's in Israel's interest.
And but look, I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about Crystal Ball.
Oh, okay. Well, you
Crystal Ball definitely takes it too far.
Okay.
Like Jank totally takes it too far.
Right.
But I'm not allowed to have this position without Sean basically saying, I believe that Jews run the world. How unfair is that? That's completely unfair.
I'm going to be real. I wasn't 100% tracking your guys' entire argument. So.
Yeah, look, that makes sense, obviously. You were like, I've been talking to Sean. I'm going to go take a break.
I went and tooled around the neighborhood while you and Sean were arguing about Israel.
I think this is an unfair characterization that's levied at many people.
I don't think
I do think people do take it too far, and I do think people do drift into creating a stereotype that Jews do run the world. But just saying that, look, we watched the Marco Rubio video together, and you and I had exactly the same position.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's unfair to characterize that as, oh my God, now I've gone off the fucking deep end. When I'm making a completely reasonable claim.
Oh, okay, I do remember. Yeah, because you were had the whole thing about like bullying and lying. Okay, yeah, that was what the conversation was. It's it's weird to me in terms of like it's hard for me to imagine that Trump would like just do all this because Israel told him to. Like there has to be some other element to it. Like I don't think Trump is that. Like I don't know why. Like I don't think he
Look,
would do it just for
I
that
think
purpose.
I think it was 90% carrot. You know, you're
Right.
going to be on Mount Rushmore. You're going to be loved by everyone. You're completely going to be reshape the Middle East. Like that's what they basically sold George W. Bush on, right?
Yes.
And they maybe needed 10% stick to like push them over the line, right?
Right.
And
Yeah,
that
that
10% stick was, hey, we're going to do this decapitation strike.
would make sense.
Yeah,
That
it
would
would
make more sense.
total sense.
Right.
So, but
90%
to
like,
frame
yeah.
that as, oh my God, you believe Jews run the world? Look,
Right.
this is why people are descending into madness, because you can't even put out some reasonable position without people making that kind of accusation, and people are sick of it.
It's just it's always annoying like trying to do like read the tea leaves with Trump because there's so much reporting. Like anonymous sources say this, anonymous sources say that, and you can never really decipher what's real. And what's
I'm
not
not
real.
I'm not basing this off of any
No,
sources
I understand that, but I'm just saying
whatsoever.
like because there is anonymous
But
reporting that completely confirms what you're saying.
really
That's essentially what
interesting,
happens. Yeah.
interesting.
There was
interesting.
some. I don't remember if it was the Wall Street
Do
Journal.
you find
or-
it hard to believe that Netanyahu would get in a room with Trump and talk to him about Mount Rushmore and
No,
how
it's
he's
the
going to be
most
remembered
obvious
for like
fucking thing on the planet. Right?
And do you, like everyone knows Netanyahu, this has been his dream to like
Yes.
go to war with Iran for his entire career.
There is
right?
a
That's not
100%
under
chance
that's
that
not under
Netanyahu-
dispute, right?
Yeah, there's a 100% chance that Netanyahu has been whispering sweet worm tongues whispers into Trump's ear to try to get him to go after Iran.
You're a smart guy. What would be a little stick that they could use? What would be a little pressure that they could put on Trump?
It would be exactly what Marco Rubio said, essentially. Right? So,
Yeah.
But no, I'm just saying there has been a reporting, I think it was Wall Street Journal or some other big publication that, I mean, they're claiming they have some anonymous source that was saying that this idea to go to war with Iran was primarily pushed not by anyone in Trump's cabinet, but by, outside forces like like Netanyahu and I think Saudi Arabia and some other
Saudi Arabia pressured us into this?
supposedly. But it's again, it's all anonymous sources. So, who, was this real? Is it not real? Who the fuck knows?
Well,
right?
that's
So I always kind of take that stuff
fascinating.
I always take that stuff with kind of like a grain of salt. But
No, I do too, obviously, because
Right.
it's you can't really know anything. You
Mhm.
can know. You can get a feel for people and kind of know their incentive structure, right? Obviously,
Yes.
Trump is like, he is a sucker for flattery. He wants to be remembered. Like he is a narcissist.
Mhm.
I think Putin has played Trump to great effect as well. So
Right.
I think it's interesting. Oh my God. It's interesting because it's like both ends of the spectrum here. Like I think there's a super chat here from, I guess we're going to go to the super chats anyway. There's a super chat basically saying, oh yeah, from the Wooster. Adam, Israel didn't drag us into this war. We dragged them into the war. Even Trump said so, for fuck's sake. Trust the plan and stop being a panicking. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone
like
who
a
panics?
pelican, but a panic, like a Republican, but a panicking.
Okay. Look.
I think Wooster might be being facetious.
Oh, okay. Maybe he is. No, I think he.
Or maybe he's not. I
I'm
don't know. I
not
can't
sure he's.
tell.
I'm
I
not
can
sure
never
he's
tell.
being facetious. I think Wooster is a huge Trump supporter. So Rooster obviously wants to believe that Trump, Trump is wearing the pants in this relationship. There's no way that Israel. There's no way that our little brother dragged us into the bar and got us into a fight. No way. That's not possible. I'm the big brother. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Bloomberg News that reported this, and they said it was Netanyahu and Rupert Murdoch were the ones doing all this. So.
Rupert Murdoch was in the
Rupert
room
Murdoch.
somewhere.
Which the thing that makes me kind of hard to believe that already is that I don't think Trump and Rupert Murdoch have a good relationship
No, they don't.
at all.
They had a falling out over all kinds
they
of
had
shit.
a big falling out. I think
Trust
Rupert
the
Murdoch
plan
doesn't
now.
really like Trump, and I think Trump is hyper aware of this. So that kind of makes me question this idea.
Wooster, let us know if you're serious or not. You send me a DM. Let me know. Am I right about your take that you're just a huge Trump supporter and you don't want to think Trump is being bossed around?
So you know what's interesting? Speaking of Rupert Murdoch, though, listen to
this is like huge horseshoe.
Maybe it could be Rupert Murdoch. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Rupert Murdoch would be in favor of doing the action. I just don't know if he'd have a lot of sway over Trump. But here, listen to how like Fox News talks about this. Okay, this is like a 2-minute clip here.
President Trump just posted on Truth Social moments ago that if Iran doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, the United States will, quote, hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest first. We're going to continue to monitor any breaking developments out of the Middle East, obviously in response to this. Jason, I want to go to you first real quick. We saw something earlier today, 20 countries coming together talking about opening up the Strait of Hormuz. This really puts some firepower behind that.
I just want to tell you before we get into this that I've been watching a lot of the Fox News coverage, and I do think it's fucking insane. I think it's totally bonkers. So I don't. Have you been watching their coverage as well?
No, it's saying how.
It just seems delusional. It seems completely delusional.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems unmoored from reality to me.
Right.
So, but
Like
look,
just
I think the left is equally unmoored from reality on the situation. So.
There's no
in ways
world.
that they're like obvious. Iran is completely. There's people on the left that are Iran is completely innocent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the president doesn't fool around with this. 48 hours, he means it. I think in hour 49, that is going to open up. I think he'll give the oil markets and whatnot come Monday a great deal of relief. But more importantly, the goods and services, and particularly the oil, will start flowing.
Tommy, somebody's got to make a decision on this. We don't even know who's running that country, much less making the decision.
So Trump is serious, Adam. Okay, 48 hours. This is the exact opposite of your position. 48 hours, Trump is going to do this, and then the oil is going to start flowing, baby.
If I had one word to describe Trump, it would be flailing. It would not be serious. But look, he could change my mind if this ultimatum is ultimately to pull some rabbit out of a hat. Then okay, I'll give it to him. I'll be like,
Right.
Genius move, right?
Right.
I am hopeful that that's the case because obviously I want America to have the upper hand in this situation. I want the Iranian people to have freedom and democracy and all that stuff. Even though obviously the libertarians, none of our business.
Right.
I do think like if we can do this without losing American lives, then that's the best case scenario. But I'm very worried that it's really going to come down to a fucking quagmire where we do lose American lives and we gain no upper hand or advantage. So, except for keeping Netanyahu in office for longer.
Decision for Iran, they've got 40 hours to figure that out.
They better figure out who that person's going to be, because if we've learned anything, when President Trump sets a deadline, you better meet it. And in fact, maybe a few hours or...
How is this not delusional? How is this coverage not delusional, Sitch? This is why I want to say this. I have not seen this clip, okay? This is why I wanted to say this beforehand. Is this coverage resonating with you, or is this just like the cheerleaders are talking?
No, and it's funny because the way I found this clip was I was just like, oh, I just wanted to find a clip of like some news people talking about the Trump's tweet that we could watch and react to. And I found the CNN clip, like it was the first one that came up, and so we watched that in the beginning of the stream. And then I also was like, oh, here's a Fox News shorter clip. Maybe this will like be like more succinct. And I watched it, I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's so stupid. It, like the cheerleading is just so like blind. It's just like blind cheerleading.
This is all the coverage.
Yes.
This is all the coverage on Fox News. It's
It
like an
makes sense.
alternate
Rupert Murdoch's very
reality.
pro war, I guess.
days early just to be on the safe side.
Kaylee, that's the thing. He says 48 hours. I wouldn't bet on more than maybe 30.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show that this is a problem that needs to be taken care of quickly. It's such an important strait for commerce and for oil in particular. This cannot be hijacked by Islamic terrorists every couple of years whenever they feel like it. There's got to be a permanent solution to this, and I'm glad that President Trump is working towards that, and quickly.
Well, quickly, Sitch.
Quickly.
Just be aware quickly.
Right. Well, at least she said
solve
something
this weekend.
At least she said something that I think is true, though, which is like, yeah, you can't really have this regime have this power to do this. So that's true. But like whether this is I don't think this is going to be effective. I don't think this stupid red line.
We've really needed an elevator to the moon for a long time. And I'm glad that President Trump has stepped up and decided he's going to build that elevator to the moon this weekend.
Well, we do. What do you mean? We need moon rocks.
Yeah, of course.
For a
how can we immigrate to the moon without the elevator first?
Exactly. It's so expensive, Adam, to like constantly send rockets. If you just had an elevator, it's just connected.
I've been saying this since we started streaming on this. The reality of what they want to do. It's just people are they're living a dream.
Couldn't you theoretically you wouldn't have an elevator to the moon. You'd have some structure that would be permanent, that would take you outside of like a low enough gravity that if a ship could just like exist there, and it would be like cheaper for it to just fly the rest of the way to the moon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I guess I guess
pull yourself up and use rocket.
I don't know how that would work, because obviously there's still gravity. Like things have to orbit, and I think isn't it like the forward momentum of the orbit cancels out the falling into Earth's gravity or something? So actually, maybe I don't know how that would work.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
So it's not necessarily like you just have a ship float around in space, like waiting for you to use it. So I don't know. Maybe
the centrifugal force of the Earth throwing it away at the same time. The gravity is sucking it in. There's an equilibrium at some point.
That's how satellites stay up there. I mean, I think they eventually will crash.
The moon is a satellite, and when it crashes, we're all fucked.
Well, we got to watch.
But I hope it lands on Andrew Yang.
Oh my God.
Face first.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a big development. Obviously, the war is ongoing. They're asking.
Did we tell the story about how we went to a restaurant last night that was segregated in Southern
We
California?
did not tell that story. No. No.
For more money to fund it. We learn every day that a few less drones or rockets come out of Iran towards their declared enemies. But Jason, as early as today, there were some big misses where we didn't intercept missiles, and things happened in Israel. So it isn't like this war has just fizzled out.
No, there's still, look, we're ahead of schedule. Thank goodness President Trump is running this. He said it would take 5 weeks. We're only 3 weeks into this, but the strait is pivotal, particularly to the oil.
Look, we're doing good, Adam.
We're completely ahead of schedule. I know. If you could see my eye rolling right now, like, look, I think I sprained a muscle rolling my eyes with that last comment.
We're ahead of schedule. Oh my God. It's
Dude,
terrible.
what? This is this is unmoored from reality.
Yeah.
This is complete bullshit. This
Oil
guy's
markets.
a congressman, isn't he?
He looks really familiar. I don't know who this guy is.
Maybe he's an ex-congressman.
He was someone in politics.
President Trump does not want to see high prices of oil. This will relieve that pain at the pump. And more importantly, it's going to provide peace. That's what this is ultimately what it's all about. Peace.
Click here.
This Fox News has gone completely useless now. Fox News was not bad before. I guess whenever we're in this kind of war situation, they can't help themselves. Got to support the troops.
Mm-hmm.
Got to prop the stock market up as much as possible.
That was Jason Chaffetz. He was a U.S. House rep.
Until he's no longer a rep.
No. For California, look at that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. For Utah. He was born in California. That was for Utah. He resigned in 2017. And then I think it looks like he immediately started working for Fox News. So there you go. He's been at Fox ever since. doing the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I guess we're gonna do super chats.
We can do super chats.
They should be lively tonight. Oh, the interesting thing about that clip, we don't need to watch it, is that obviously Crystal and Sauger have been dying to get a hold of the Pope guy. I played some clips from him last week. He has this idea that there's an escalation trap here that Donald Trump is ensnared in that's going to get worse and worse. And Donald Trump is like making every mistake. It's kind of like a Chinese finger trap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the more you try to get out of it, the more you're ensnared.
Well, if he does go through with this, and it's not just some sort of like trick, if he does like start bombing infrastructure, 100% Donald Trump's fucking retard, and yeah, he is just going into the finger trap of escalation trap, I should say, more and more.
Will you sign off on flailing at that point?
100%.
Or maybe you sign off on flailing now.
He's definitely projecting that he's flailing. I don't know if we actually are, but he's projecting like he is in the way that he talks about this.
Yeah.
So.
He's putting out a lot of like he still has that Trump confidence, but I'm not buying it. Like it's to the point where, you know, he's coming off a little bit like a used car salesman. You're thinking, wow, he's making this sound too good to be true. And sometimes things that are too good to be true aren't true.
That Wooster responded saying, "Trust the plan, Adam. My plans span centuries."
Okay, I still can't tell if he's fucking around.
Span centuries. There you go.
Wooster always sends me stuff on Twitter about Academic Agent, how Academic Agent is like spiraling into insanity.
Right. Which
to
be fair,
it
he
is hilarious. Yeah,
he definitely
he totally is.
Right.
Look, Academic Agent, I think, is Iranian too, right?
That's true. He is. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's he doing in all this situation?
So it's like a strange situation.
Right.
Yeah. And I've never, despite what Destiny believes, I've never been a Trump supporter. So if Trump goes completely insane, I mean, this is why I would never vote for him, because I didn't want any kind of responsibility, because if he lost the election, he would want to burn the fucking nation down. He's a sore loser. But now we're in a situation where that same instinct, right? That same kind of sore loser attitude. There are some crazy stakes here.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Look, and this is the perfect fourth turning. Like the fourth turning is here, dude. It is. The fourth turning guys are probably just like, yep, told you so. Anyway, I'll stop interrupting you.
No, it's okay. I don't know. I guess not worth watching. There was this clip that was just insane of Cal Klinsky in his bedroom talking about how the end of the world is coming. I'm just like, I'm kind of just disgusted that he's fear mongering this far to his audience.
I am too. It's wrong. It's totally wrong. But then Trump is going to do something insane, and he's going to be like, "See, I told you, I was totally justified." We're going to be like, "Oh, oops."
Well, he's been saying the whole time that he thinks Trump's going to like nuke Iran. I don't think that's. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that card is even on the table. So.
I checked the futures. They're pretty much flat, but I can't believe the Dow is actually up.
Right.
It's like, oh my God. I have to run to the bathroom real quick, so don't read any juicy ones without me.
I won't. The Rooster for $5 says, anyone dies, Trump, LMAO, rest in piss, bozo, L skill issue, laugh emoji. Trump when Ruth Bader Ginsburg dies for some reason. She was a good woman. It is kind of interesting.
Why you read that one? Well, I gotta go. Because that is a good one.
That was the first one.
Look, he had something to gain out of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. He had every incentive to be magnanimous, because he's like, oh my God, I'm getting a Supreme Court pick. I might need some Democrats to help get him through.
Why? I'm wondering
totally
if it's just
self-serving.
I'm just wondering if it's just a time issue, because I think Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. I would be curious, because all of Trump's like spicy, like laughing about people dying. has been more recent. The Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing was back in the day, maybe when we had a younger, more calm Trump, as hard as it is to imagine those words. Nick Costanza for $10 says Trump bombs Iran with no plan or fix, gets Americans killed, lifts sanctions on Iranian oil, mocks his dead enemies, and calls Democrats like me America's greatest enemies, soulless, corrupt, impeach. Yeah, and in terms of like the rhetoric, and I did see that, we didn't talk about that yet, when him calling Democrats America's greatest enemies and all this other stuff. It is obviously rich because there's been so much of Republicans kind of complaining about the Democrat rhetoric and all this other stuff, and the deplorables and blah 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 blah, and all that stuff. Just goes right out the fucking window. Who cares? But I do think if the Democrats win the House, I mean, as it stands now, Trump could always do something later. But as it stands now, I think if the Democrats try to get him impeached, it's just like a waste of time. I think it'll just backfire. It'll just help Trump. So I do think impeachment at this point is just ridiculous unless something like actually like happens. If he drops a nuke on Iran, then okay, sure. But until the point, I don't think so. Because people are just going to see it as like, oh, you just don't like what he's doing, so you're just going to try to impeach him. Not like necessarily doing something criminal, even though I think he has done criminal things.
I'm back.
Like the whole, getting the billions of dollars from the Middle East. But unfortunately, the American public just doesn't seem to give a shit about actual corruption. So, Robert, welcome back. Roberto Calamari for $2 says, once a week is lame, bros. It will be hard.
Well, look, this is kind of because you're going on a trip, and I mean,
Right.
we might start streaming during the week once things.
Yeah, I can't.
Chill.
It would be too difficult for me to be streaming 3 times a week in Japan. But when I get back,
Mhm.
if you guys miss the weekday streams
We might be able to stream like one day a week.
and you complain about it hard enough, maybe
We might
my
bring
heart will
Tuesday we might bring Tuesday.
maybe
back.
my heart will open up again. Sam is complaining in the
It's a heart.
background. I don't know if you heard.
What did she say?
She said, "Where's that heart for my videos?"
Look, I'm with Sam. You gotta
Uh-huh.
produce some content.
Okay.
I occasionally think the thing that I constantly think about making is like doing an actual movie to really try these AI tools out and see if people are serious or just full of shit.
Mm. And Alexander also asked you for 20 Donkey Kong dollars. Are you going to do the midweek streams again? Well, there you go. Look, 2 people. 2 people.
$20? Really?
20 Donkey Kong dollars. So it's not 20
Oh yeah,
US.
that's like 50 cents.
Sketch XR for 44 months. Thanks so much. Says we should take the island with the oil and push it somewhere else. See, now you're thinking, Sketch. That's obviously what we should be doing, right? It worked for Bikini Bottom. It can obviously work for the Porg Island. So Liam's best for 44 months. Thanks so much for being 44 months. Freewheel Seeker says, usually I buy high and sell low kind of guy, but thinking of doing something different for a change and buy this dip. What are your eyes on, Adam?
Well, don't buy in yet. I think this is too soon. I think there's a chance that the market could go down 20%, maybe even 30%. And
another 20%, or you mean 20%, 30% total?
Like 30% total. Yeah. Well, look, technically we're only down like 5%, which I think is amazing. I think there's going to be huge pressure on selling if the market rallies. There might be a market rally based off of news. I myself would be selling into that rally and waiting for the shit to really hit the fan. Like the one regret that I have is that when the 2008 shit hit, which I was actively trading stocks when 2008 hit, I didn't lose a lot of money because I got out quick, and I did lose money, but it wasn't unseemly. But I was too nervous to go in when an obvious bottom was hit. And I picked up a few things here and there, and those things just like double, triple, quadruple in value, obviously, because the market was down so much. So I always wish I would have put more money to work when that opportunity presented itself. So my advice to you would be wait till there's blood in the streets and the fucking everyone's screaming their bloody heads off and everyone's thinking there's no tomorrow. We're doomed, and then buy. Right?
There you go.
Are you going Sitch, are you gonna finally like invest in invest in America? These are American companies, Sitch. Have I told you that?
They are, yeah.
When are you gonna invest in America?
I will invest in America.
The time to do it is when everything's on sale, when everything's on a huge discount.
Right.
Look, and this is a time when you're actually, if you don't really have a much money, right? You have $1,000 set aside. Like you might triple that.
Or you could lose it all. Who knows?
Yeah, but losing $1,000 is not. I mean, I guess it depends upon where you are economically, right?
Right.
I'm talking. It should only be money that you can afford to lose.
Yes,
right?
if you're hard up for money, you shouldn't be risking it.
But sooner or later, it's just like I said about the Great Depression, right? The stock market crash, the stock market crash of 1929. That's the same stock market, the same stock market that we're all buying into today.
Right.
So if you'd bought when the stock market crashed, that would be a damn good investment.
Well, if you bought a company that survived, yes. If you had bought a company that didn't survive, then you're SOL.
Yeah, but you're safest buying into like the S&P 500. That's what everyone does. They buy the S&P 500 because it's relatively stable, as opposed to companies which go in and out of existence, right? Obviously.
Right.
Although I think Coca-Cola has been around for like a million years. Like there are companies that are just
But I mean,
Procter and Gamble, I
Coke
think, has been around for like
been that high
50
in the stock,
years.
so.
Coke is like going through the roof right now. People are
Oh, really?
They're a run to safety because
they had the same idea. They're like, we don't know where to invest it, so invest in Coca-Cola. That is pretty funny.
Obviously, technology is always the huge growers, right? People invest in Apple, Tesla, Google. They call them the Magnificent Seven, right? Amazon, these technology companies, because they're huge growers. But now that AI has stepped into the picture, they're like, oh my God, Adobe is going to zero. Nobody's going to use Adobe anymore because they're going to be using these AI image generators, right? So Adobe's been under super pressure. Microsoft has been under a lot of pressure. All of these different software names have been under a lot of pressure. So they may go to zero. They may definitely go to zero.
It's interesting because I'm looking at Coke because like my whole life, for most of my life, Coke has always been just like plodding along.
Yeah, but it's a dividend stock. What's the dividend yield?
No, I know. But I'm saying, but now all of a sudden you're right, in the last like 4 years,
Coke,
5 years,
Procter and Gamble
started to go up like crazy. So.
Walmart, all these stocks are like huge now because everyone doesn't. Now that AI is kind of shaking the ground with technology. Like people are thinking, what is going to be disrupted in the technology space with AI? Some of these companies are probably going to lose their prominence. So people are running from those stocks now. They're like, Coke is going to be around. AI doesn't change Coke. AI is not going to change Procter and Gamble.
Oh wait, there's 2 different Coke stocks.
KO is the traditional Coke.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, that one's just kind of that one just kind of plods along. Like it goes up, but it just kind of plods along slowly.
Like I've said before,
the other one went crazy high, like for no reason all of a sudden. So
if you guys really are looking to invest, there's a bunch of YouTube channels that are like day traders and stuff like that. I contemplated watching some of those videos with you guys just to show you how fucking insane it is. Don't get caught up in that shit. You will lose your money, and it's evil.
Right.
The level of promotion. I watched a couple of those videos, and now the algorithm feeds them to me all the time. And if you're hurting for money, obviously you're going to be like, oh, this is the way I can make my rent, right? I'm just going to do a little day trading here. No, I don't like the technicals. Technicals are good for some things because people believe in technicals. But I don't there's so many different moving parts to markets that I don't think the technicals don't really. I'm a fooled by randomness believer, which is Nassim Taleb, who is a famous trader. He wrote The Black Swan. But I think it's basically randomness. But a lot of people will tell you, oh, there's these patterns that you can see, and this is like an instant bet. You buy here, buy low and sell high is what you're trying to do, right?
Mhm.
Or in shorting, you're trying to do the opposite. So don't get caught up in that. But like if you, especially if you're young, there's a Roth IRA that you can put money into, and you put after tax dollars in. So you don't get a tax discount for opening an IRA, but any growth you get is tax free when you take it out. So if you open a Roth IRA and the market tanks and you put like $1,000 in there, it's going to be good for you when you retire, because that money in 20 years is going to be worth a lot more. And when you take it out of that Roth IRA, you'll pay 0 taxes. So do it. Sitch, you have a Roth IRA, right? Obviously.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Everyone should be putting money in their Roth.
Yeah.
JLE, thanks so much for the $5. PSJ for £5 says, do the Taliban not watch Hassan? Self boomers are just doing it for love of the game, bro. The Chinese will sell you booming drones. There you go.
Good for them. Also, for the people in the audience that have kids, the gold standard for your kids to inherit is a Roth IRA because it is tax free. And not only that, with a traditional IRA, they make you take out over 10 years. With a Roth IRA, you can take it all out on the last of the 10th year. So you get all of that growth over 10 years. Your kids get all of that growth over 10 years for also tax free. So like if you're looking to set your kids up or just leave a little bit for your kids. That's a good investment. When are we going to do an investment channel, Sitch?
Never.
We got to help people.
Never, ever.
We don't want people getting involved in these trusts that the tax structure in a trust. People telling you what to do. Oh man, it's fucking bullshit.
What is this? Sam sent me something else. It says Hassan Piker met Jody Evans in Cuba. Jody Evans is married to Neville Roy Singham, a $785 million tech fortune converted into America's largest CCP-linked protest infrastructure. Singham funds the People's Forum with $20 million in Code Pink, $1.4 million annually. PSL and breakthrough news from his Shanghai office inside a Chinese propaganda firm. You're watching recruitment into a documented foreign influence network. I think he's already been recruited, but that's that's hilarious. Of course. Shock. I'm so shocked by this.
Bob Van Gogh says, I'm going to sell all my 401s and go all in on crypto.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Make sure it's Melania coin because she's like blowing up now. She's got that new documentary and oh my God, it's looking good.
That's true. You know what else? You should invest
moon.
in I heard they're gonna bring back the Morbius movie for a third run in theaters. And they're issuing a Morbius cryptocurrency with it.
Do they really?
Yes, and
I'm getting
they
some of that right now.
Well, see, this is what they're doing. They're saying if you buy an early ticket to the Morbius movie third run in theaters, you get a free 100 Morbius tokens. Or Morbs, I think as they call them. Morbios. So make sure you got your tickets so you can get your Morbios, because obviously those are going to go through the roof, right, in value.
Rich Jammer says it takes me 6 months to save $1,000. How long, Rich, answer seriously. How long would it take you to save $1,000 if your taxes were cut in half?
I wouldn't take the 6 months worth of $1,000 and put it into the stock market. That'd be my advice.
Well, you gotta. I mean, you gotta. Will you put it in a bank account where you're making like 3%?
I mean, I wouldn't unless you're. I guess if you're gonna buy like S&P shit, fine, but I wouldn't start buying individual companies with that.
If you're gonna buy an index fund, you're
Yeah, if you're gonna buy an
relatively
index fund, right.
safe.
I
Look,
wouldn't buy individual companies with that.
S&P index funds are could go down 30%,
Right, but they will go back. They'll bounce back eventually.
despite what Fox News. And it's good. Look, once that happens to the stock market, it's going to be a lot harder for those Fox News hosts to come out and pretend everything is going well.
Right, right.
Oh my God. President Trump
living
has
in
this
Suggs Walls-
totally under control.
Right. Living in Suggs Walls temporarily for $5 says the Kyle Kalinske Doom posting reveal an entrepreneurial opportunity to corner the emerging market of left-wing preppers. Branding is important. True. Very,
Yeah.
very true.
It's just sad because it is taking advantage of people.
Ook Hule for 40 months being disciplined equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says 40. I remember remembering 40. S-class is the best class. Well, thank you.
Did you
CS
see the
Paffy.
poll I put up?
Oh, what was the poll? Did Israel's decapitation strike force drag or bully the United States into a war with Iran? 41% say yes, and 59% say no. So
Yeah.
only a 19-point spread. Look at that.
I know it's been getting smaller too.
Interesting. Interesting. CS Pappy for $5 says, if you guys are just bringing people on to be mean to, I'm always right here.
Oh. Hey, we were nice to you. What are you talking about?
That's true. That's true. Living in Suggs Walls Timberlake for $2 says dialogue not always confirmed.
Oh my God. No,
Well,
he
said
did. He
said
wants
he's
a
gonna
rain
come
check.
on at some
Yeah.
point.
He's been good about coming
Well, he
on.
did- yeah,
And
he
you
said-
guys are brutal when he comes on. You guys need to dial it back a little bit, okay?
Right.
He's like
Yeah, because he sent some clip that I like didn't even understand what his point was. So I was like, okay, we should talk about whatever this is.
Did you unblock him?
I don't know. Did I?
I thought
I think I should
thought
keep him blocked. You can talk to him. I'm not gonna unblock him. I don't want him
tweets at
clogging my
me.
mentions anymore.
He tweets at me all
Exactly.
the time.
I'm sure he
and
fills up
says,
your inbox. Yeah, exactly. See, so I was smart to keep him blocked.
Yeah.
The Oceanist for 7 months says, "Hey, you're not allowed to criticize Israel. That's why we never hear anyone criticize Israel, especially on social media." Yeah, it's so fucking obnoxious when you hear like Tucker Carlson or these people. They're like, "You can't criticize Israel. You can never criticize Israel." Like this entire show for the last year has been criticizing Israel. Candace Owens' entire show for like the last 2 years has been criticizing Israel. Breaking Point's entire show for the last 2 years have been just criticizing Israel. Like it's like, oh my God, all these people like whine endlessly about how you're not allowed to criticize Israel. And that's literally their whole fucking job. The way in which they make money is just criticizing Israel.
I think a true statement is you can't criticize Israel without being accused of believing the Jews run the world. That is a true statement. That is a fucking 100% true statement. And I experienced it tonight on this live stream. I'm serious. I am serious.
Okay. I don't agree with this at all.
You don't. So who can criticize Israel without the peanut gallery coming out and saying
Pierce Morgan criticizes Israel. Everyone criticizes Israel. Half the country criticizes Israel.
Piers, you may have a point with Piers Morgan, but Piers Morgan is very, very, very careful. And I'm sure there are people out there that accuse Piers Morgan of thinking that the Jews run the world.
It's like, yes, there's going to be people who are like either because they're so ideologically bought into Israel for whatever reason, or just bad actors, that yes, any criticism of Israel, they will instantly label as like anti-Semitism. Sure, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I've never seen a statistical analysis, but purely on my vibes, I'm not going to say that that's like the norm, that like every single person that criticizes Israel for anything is instantly going to get hit with some sort of like, everyone's calling them anti-Semitic. I don't think that's the case. I think the people
Yeah.
that spend all their time criticizing Israel are going to get that though. So, because it's like, why do you only do this? There's got to be some other things going on in the world, like, in the world of news, besides criticizing Israel.
Yeah, I'm not exactly Dave Smith here. Like, come on.
Swamp Faye for $5 says Israel started the war. Oh, I read that was so Shank would have a heart attack. Yes. Hayden Big Dill, thanks so much for the 44 months of being spoon equals freedom. Says, tell Sean to save my state from the super mayor. It was funny when she was far, far away. I'm not laughing anymore. I'm not laughing. Oh no. So the super mayor's
You've
back
been
and she's in
invaded.
another state. I didn't know that. What's up with what's her name? Tiffany something? The super mayor Tiffany? Is she gonna try to be mayor of a different state now? What is
I don't know.
Former Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard is running for office in Georgia. Oh my God. How is she not in prison? She went from Chicago to Georgia. So this is more than anything Trump has ever said. If she actually wins a position in Fulton County in Georgia, that would instantly make me believe that all the Republicans complaining about Fulton County being corrupt are true. If she actually wins, I'll be like, okay, maybe it is all true. Because that would be fucking psychotic.
That would be a big turn for you. Oh my God.
I'd be like, it's all true. Fulton County is the cesspool of America corruption. If she wins any position in Fulton County,
You know
instantly
what?
true at that point.
You know what? I filed my taxes already, and I got the no tax on tips. I'm assuming you filed your taxes, right? Don't you owe us a Make America?
You want the hat?
Don't you owe us a MAGA hat? Wasn't that what the?
I do. Did you forget? You said that I didn't have to. You gave me the excuse out of it. Did you already forget?
No, there's no look. Don't try to gaslight
You forgot.
me. Don't try to
forgot. I can't believe.
Don't try to
this.
gaslight
I can't
us.
believe you forgot. I will put on. You can put the little MAGA hat on my avatar for a couple of streams. But you forgot because it's when we were covering the fact that Trump was receiving the $1 billion payoff from Middle Eastern countries. It is like corruption on a scale unknown to U.S. presidents up until that point. And you said that I didn't have to wear the MAGA hat now. You came up with this. I never even said anything about this. You came up with this because of this amount of corruption.
This is no.
That was, you guys can go back. You can check the stream. This was entirely Adam's.
Really?
Adam's words. Okay.
Oh, such a foolish move. Why would I do that?
I know. I don't know.
Rookie mistake.
But I will put the hat on for a little bit. You can put the hat on me for a little bit. For
just on your avatar? No, we want to see you wearing it in public.
No.
What are you talking about?
How about this for the 3?
I was thinking you would wear it. We could go kart racing and you wear it to the kart racing place.
I'm not gonna do that. For the 3 weeks I'm
Why?
For the 3 weeks I'm in Japan, you could put the little MAGA hat on. Sitch avatar, okay.
You need to wear it to the segregated restaurant. That's where I want you to wear the MAGA hat.
Oh, okay. Of course. The segregated restaurant that turned out not to be segregated at all. But
yeah, so they say. I went and looked at their Yelp reviews and they said this restaurant's totally segregated.
Of course.
No, I never did.
Lethal Strain for $5 says Jank went full Alex Jones, never go full Alex Jones. True. That's one guy. Toad for $10 says, can I get Sean or Sitch to say Netanyahu's full name accented like Mario? That's a very weird request. Benjamin Netanyahu like Mario? Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's me, Mario. Hey, Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's pretty good.
Would you like to help me save Bowser from the Ayatollah? That's a very strange request, but there you go.
It's going to end up in a video later today.
Lord Stug for 10 months. Thanks so much for being for giving 10 gifted memberships. Look at that.
Yeah. That's awesome. Welcome new members.
Yes. Leica for £5 says the China hawks like Tom Cotton and Rubio, and the fact that Trump was always wanting to hit Iran. U.S. ignored Israel on Iran for 47 years. Be logical. Well, the argument would be it's not U.S. The argument would be that it's Trump specifically. So I don't know why Marco Rubio made that comment. It was like an insane comment for him to make. So, and I said it doesn't even like logically make sense, but he said it. I don't know what to tell. And his defense of it was not a defense. It was bullshit.
Rubio basically
Yeah.
saying that that Iran was going to hit, or Israel was going to hit Iran, and that they were
Right.
going to retaliate it back at the United States, and we had no.
Right.
We basically had to hit them with everything we had ahead of time.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, couldn't you just say, "Hey, Israel, how about you don't do that?" And then we
You
don't
could.
get hit.
Or you could get hit and say, now we get to go to Iran free.
You could pull a Sean, and you could just say, "Hey, I'm not walking into the bar with you. How about you walk into the bar alone?"
There you go. You could, you
Right?
could film it. Yeah, exactly.
That's a little. You pull a little leverage on them. You're like, "Oh yeah, you're only doing this because I'm your big brother, and you think I'm going to walk in behind you." But guess what, bitch? I'm not going to walk in behind you.
No.
I'm staying out of the bar. You go on in there. Go on in there, tough guy. Go on in.
Jay the Slime for $5 says, do you guys plan on talking about Code Pink's humanitarian trip to Cuba?
We did.
We did. Asked and received. Look at that.
Code Pinks. That's like has to do with the hot dogs, right? Hot dog place?
What?
Pink's hot dogs?
I don't. Is this like an LA thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
You never heard of Pink's hot dogs? Oh,
No,
wow.
I've never heard of Pink's hot dogs. No.
Supposed to be notoriously yummy.
Oh, I've heard of Oscar Mayer wieners.
Just like a regular hot dog, though.
Oh, okay. Whenever there's these places that talk about like gourmet hot dogs and I eat them, I'm like, this tastes like a hot dog. It's just, I don't know. Like sometimes you can put like nice things on a hot dog that make it taste better, but the hot dog itself usually just tastes like a hot dog. That's my hot dog tag. Jay is for another $5. Thank you. Says, quote, people are partying on the street, says Hassan on the government-sponsored tour. Did they also take him through a village called Potemkin? It is crazy. Like, people who don't have power and everything. People are dying in hospitals. And he's like, oh, they're all partying because they have the island mentality, right? They're just simple island folk.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need technology or electricity. They're just simple island people.
Yeah, starving.
Oh, okay. Majid for $5 says, point of art. First of all, I do appreciate they said point of privilege. Point of artist privilege. Show my Hassan thing or else I will commit unspeakable art towards Adam. Sitch, watch part 7. Oh, it's part 7.
Did you send it on DMs? I'll bring it right
He sent
up.
it to me. I'll send it along to you.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. He did. That is true. Majin did make a very good drawing. There. Yes.
All
very
right.
good artistic rendering of the situation.
Oh yeah, that looks great. Oh my God, this is great.
Right.
Fantastic.
Look at that. Part 7 started March 19th. Nice.
Part 7 of what?
JoJo.
7 of 9?
Steel Ball Run. If it was 7 of 9, I would be watching that shit quick, right?
JoJo has a new season? Really?
JoJo has a new season.
Wow.
Yeah. Which people who read the comics always said this is the best season.
I'm in.
You would think the season about Florida would have kept my interest, but I couldn't finish it.
By donating to the government. We will fight American hegemony.
So we have a very fat Hassan in a shirt that says rich bad. And he has giant hair that says Ottoman CIWS. And he's got his feet up on starving enslaved people as he eats a big comical meat leg.
Drumstick.
Drumstick, yeah, like a big chicken leg.
More
Oh,
like
look,
a turkey leg.
he even has someone who's giving him the snail phone from One Piece. because we all know how much that Hassan likes One Piece. So he has to use the snail phone to communicate in his communist country.
Great work. Point of artist privilege goes back to, I think, show number 4 or 5. That was our first show that really got a lot of views. I was like, wow.
That's that far away?
I don't know what it is, but
wow. Point of privilege. That was that the Google thing?
No, it's
what was the point?
Democratic Socialists.
Oh yes. Yes.
Fucking
fucking
dumbass
travesty.
Democratic Socialists.
Of course.
Well, they're snapping and God, that was
Jay
hilarious.
this line for $5 says, there are also clips of Hassan calling all the Miami Cubans all terrible and stupid. He is such a racist. True. That is true. Hassan would be a fantastic One Piece villain. He's talking about how he's like this great socialist for the people while he's just, sitting up on some mountaintop somewhere, taking all their shit. Lethal Strain for Twitter says, why doesn't Cuba just go to solar and wind power? True. Why doesn't China just get them on solar and wind? If they're such good friends. That's a good point.
Yeah, don't they have a bunch of it there?
They should. Lethal Strain for Twitter says, imagine ICE replacing TSA, revoke Hassan's re-entry.
Oh, wow.
No. Oh,
the
no.
real reason behind the ICE situation.
What if Hassan lands back in Florida and he can't, they're like, no, he can't come back. Dan Richards, thanks so much for being a 1-year free will seeker. Look at that. It says, we have it backwards. Socialism has never failed. Every socialist country has had the exact results as would be expected based on flat earth economics. Correct.
That is a Adam reference.
Correct.
The flat earth economics.
Michael Dorman for 2 Canadian says, A-Team reigns supreme.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Living in Sex Wallace and Relay for $2 says, no education about the Arab slave trade. That is true. We never really learn about that out in America land. That is true. Michael Dorman for 2 Canadian says, look at that forehead. I think talking about Joy Reid. Joy Reid's big forehead.
It's got a terrible forehead. Could house all the Wakandans on that forehead.
They're all living on that space. Mining for that unobtainium. Sade Ray for 5 SGDs. Thanks so much. Says Trump is literally the most corrupt president in history by hundreds of times. How is Vance of all people going to look credible complaining about fraud? Well, that's true that he is probably the most financially corrupt president in history. But I don't know. People just don't seem to give a shit. So if JD Vance could root out fraud, or at least appear to be rooting out fraud of people scamming government money, I don't know if people hold it against Trump. I don't know if people hold it against him if Trump is making billions of dollars through like weird foreign entanglements and stuff. Living in Suggswell temporarily for $2, I guess $6. I'll read them all together. $2 for $6 says Sitch seems to be correct on Yang. Adam is mind reading. Quote, we all know that fraud exists. End quote. Yang says that in that clip. And complaint against Adam, come at me. So Stug does not agree with your Andrew Yang takes.
I guess there's a lot of Yang Gang left in the audience. So
there you go.
Everyone has always encouraged me in my ability to read people. So I think he's the next Rick Scott. And look, you're just every time you laugh at
you're gonna become
jokes,
a senator.
Every time you laugh at these jokes, it just encourages me.
That's true.
It makes me dig in even more.
That's true. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Nux for $2. Nux HB says, just got my annual job bonus, taxed 40%. Sad.
Yeah. Good. Just infuriating. Yeah. Sorry, that money's needed. We got a Somali fraud daycare center to fund. So
Lily Thugs Waltz for $2 says Adam catching the YDS. You caught the YDS. Look at that.
That's the Yang derangement syndrome for those of you who
Only
who
catching that.
couldn't put that together.
Michael Dorman for 5 Canadians says, can we get Sitch, Adam, Sammy together pick tonight? Probably not. No. No pics. No pictures.
What do you mean?
No pictures. No pictures. Righteous Indifference for $5 says, my wife left me and took the kids. My oldest asked me when they could come home, and I told him when I get a shiny Charmander.
That's sad. Is that true?
Sad.
Or
well, it's weird that you say that because I've been actually looking for a shiny Charmander for quite some time. And Sam, bless her heart, because she knew that whenever she'd come across a Charmander, she'd always catch it, hoping that it was a shiny. And I was talking to her about this like a week ago. And of course, because I'm so amazingly lucky and the universe provides for me. As soon as I talked about a shiny Charmander, one was given to me by the universe. It was provided for me, and I finally got my shiny Charmander. Okay. So I hope that your son will also find a shiny Charmander, or you'll find it for his. Oh, sorry. So you'll find a shiny Charmander so that your son can come back home.
I mean, you can buy one on eBay for $6.
It's not the same. Can you really? That's really funny.
Right now, Sitch is like putting.
I'm just
up
curious. I guess. Oh no, it's
shiny
you can.
Charmander
You
for
can.
sale.
You can buy a shiny Charmander. How do you?
I mean, I'd pay the $6 and get my kid back, but
Yeah, but well, here's the problem though with that. So in order to trade on Pokemon Go, you either have to. Don't you have to be like in the same room with them? I don't know how they sell that. Yeah, you have to like meet them. Because you can only do remote trades if you're like, spend like months to become friends with someone. So I don't even, I wonder how that all works, actually. Interesting. Righteous Indifference for $5 says, to be clear, they're only gone because I have to finish renovating the bathroom, but the odds of that might as well be the same. Oh, well, there you go. He was just joking. Okay.
Oh, good.
It's being responsible.
Good to know.
Michael Dorman for 2 Canadians says, no, we need a face reveal with a MAGA hat. Listen, that was never even part of it. Okay. That was
that's what I was thinking.
You quiet.
Sitch, just tell everyone you're never going to do a face reveal, okay? Quit yanking their chains.
I want to string them along. I got to keep stringing people along. There will be a face reveal. At some point.
Nobody believes you.
Okay.
It's completely
let's
incredible
keep
at this
stringing them
point.
along. Okay. Okay.
Why?
A very dead horse for $2. Thanks so much. I think you missed the point, Adam. It's just funnier because it's coming from Ted Cruz. Anyway, I'm with you on Andrew Yang. He needs the Superman bad guy treatment.
Yeah, good.
There you go.
That's right. Let's get Superman in there and bang him around. I'm thinking like Hulk Loki, and he's Loki.
Right.
Only if he wouldn't have the powers of Loki, though, so it'd be a completely different scene. Oh my god!
Right.
Sitch, you know what scene I'm talking
about?
Showing
us your face. I'm protecting. Wow. No, I'm protecting. Listen, Sam doesn't want me to show my face because she's afraid that if I do, all the girls are going to try to steal me away from her. So
that's the real reason
I don't do the face reveal. That's what's going on. Yeah.
I mean, I believe that. That seems completely believable. The only reason I did the face reveal was because I knew that it would be easier to have conversations with people.
Yeah, that's true.
It'd be easier to like, well, look, I don't even have those kind of aspirations anymore. So I never really needed to.
It's interesting. A lot of people are actually against it. Maybe we'll do a poll next stream.
So your audience captured?
People are against it. I'm just curious. No, I'm just
audience captured.
It will have no effect whatsoever. I should get what? Yeah, I should get a VTube.
What do you mean? What do you think it's going to be? You think it's going to have an effect on the stream?
I think they have a good effect. Yeah, everyone always says it's really weird to see my face, see the voice going on my face. Rich Jammer made this amazing like rig for my avatar. I gotta follow because I sent him a message. I was like, I wanted to pay him to fake me a little like YouTube rig, but he never responded. So I'll send another follow up. Make me I'll pay you. I want the little rig.
It's just not the same. It's weird because you're losing your window to do a face reveal and people not believing that it's AI generated.
Oh, I see. I see.
Like me, people have seen me for so long, and I've obviously been on camera since before AI was even a thing. But as soon as they have real time like rigging for people that look like real people, I'm just like, I'm not going to believe anyone is who they look or sound like. I mean, it's just, unless you see them in real life, you're going to be like, nah. I guess you could get around that if you like went to a party or something and you were like mingling with people. Then you could prove, no, that's really me.
That's good though.
You know, you used to say, you know, prove this is you and your avatar by sending me a video, you know, hold up the something.
That's not going to work
recent.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like not even, oh, of course it's me. Look.
I still think Sitch looks like Michael Cera. How did you know? How did you know?
Oh my God. Nick, where do you live? Where was this happening? This had to be like Hollywood.
What?
Nick Costanza says, hey, Adam, I just went to Burger King in LA and 2 people were having sex in the parking lot. I just wanted to let you know.
Ew.
Look, it's not even surprising. It's not even surprising for Los Angeles.
PC Fedora says, Sitch face reveal after his next main channel vid. Oh, Solid Anon in the chat says, I'd make a high quality VTuber rig for free. Well, listen, I feel bad for free. I should pay you. But listen, I'll talk to Rich though. I might hit you up, Solid Anon. So what? What'd you say? I got Sam behind me in the peanut gallery making comments. Okay.
Put her on the microphone. What are you doing?
How would we have a kid and I don't show him my fit? We think I'm gonna wear like the Sitch mask in front of our child? Oh, okay. She thinks I'll never have a face reveal. That's what she's saying.
She's saying that?
That's what she's saying, yeah.
I mean, you should just do it if you want to do it. I guess you want to leave the opportunity open. I mean, the opportunity is always open, so
that's true.
Even if you just say, no, I'm not going to do a face reveal.
No, see, I wanted to do it a long time ago, but you and Sam were like, you have to make a big deal out of it, Sitch. You have to have like rose petals falling from the ceiling. When you do it, you can't just have a face reveal. It's got to be some massive event. And I was like, oh, that's too much planning. And then I just never got around to it.
Yeah, but she would do the planning. That was mine.
Oh, okay.
I was talking about her.
Make her do it. That's the 10D chess move right there.
I mean, there are women that are excellent planners, expert planners even.
And Sam is a very good planner. That is true.
Is she? I kind of sense that. I thought maybe she would be good at that.
She's a great planner. Tobin Russell for $10 says, I don't understand as to why the U.S. allowed for the narrative of Israel made us do this take hold when they should be saying we saw an opportunity to preempt and neutralize Iran as a threat. I agree. Even if it's true, even if it's theoretically true, Marco Rubio's comments on it were so bafflingly retarded. I have literally no fucking clue what the thought process was.
To let everyone know that Israel dragged us into a war.
Even if that was true, you should never say that. It makes you look weak and pathetic.
Really?
It's just like, why would you ever say that? Yeah, it's just so weird.
You want to lie to the American people?
Well, he's a politician.
What do you think these
so
are
obviously that
You think
comes
these are
with the territory,
politicians?
right? Yeah. Okay. Well,
We're
that's
almost
it.
done.
We are done.
Oh, we are?
We're done.
Nice. Holy shit.
Anyways,
So what's the plan, Stan?
we're gonna end the stream. That's the plan.
Yeah, but what's the plan for next week so everyone can know?
The plan is expect the stream will be 2 hours later than the normal stream time.
2 hours later.
Yes.
Okay. And maybe shorter.
Yeah, maybe like 4 or 5 hours.
So we're gonna
instead
start
of
at like
8
three
hours.
my time.
Yes.
But there's gonna be a lot of gallivanting in your life, right?
There's going to be a lot of gallivanting for the next few weeks. Yes.
So weekly streams or weekday streams are off the table for at least 3 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah. You got to do it for your loved ones, guys. That's the way it is.
That's true.
Love is why you do this. Love is why you live this life.
Michael the Woman for 2K says, "Where are you going for dinner?" I don't know. That's a weird question. Anyways,
well, he's asking like he's thinking we're going to dinner together.
Okay.
They've all been thinking you're here, but
I'm not
the case.
I'm not at Adam's house. That is not correct. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true Feel Seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist who would never ever create red lines that you couldn't actually deliver on, or if you were to deliver on, would be incredibly fucking stupid. And also, thank you, Sean, for coming on and talking to us. It was a lot of fun. And we'll see you guys all next Sunday, which I think will actually be Monday for me.
Bye-bye. Be good.